Oh, whoops. I need to go talk to her first. Ahem. Yes, I'd like to be a monk, please. Monks are usually badass in these series. I mean, look at Yong, Sabin, Tifa, Zell. I don't know if Snow counts. Does Snow count? I mean, he is a monk, but I don't know if he counts as a badass. He's an ass. We all know Yong is, of course, the best pugilist in the series. Past time you got your arse back here. Well, what do the dancers have to say about my proposition? Oh yeah, he's a dirty old man, by the way. You're not my errand boy. There's no dancer. There never was. I'm not doing anything indecent, I swear. Raise eyebrow. He does think he's a badass. That's true of Von Falkenstein. You're here to enroll. Why didn't you say so sooner? In my capacity, I will tell you how to punch things. Pugilists fight with our fists and our feet. While these don't deal as much damage as a blade, it hardly matters when you can land several blows for each swing of the sword. What we lack in destructive force, we more than make up for in speed and cunning. Under my guidance, you will master striking techniques. You'll also learn how to combine them together to deliver an endless fury of blows. Yeah! What the hell is JoJo, Mr. Red? And also, no. Crikey, I'm spent. You gotta speak more, son, to give me a chance to catch my breath. But anyways. Do you have what it takes to go the distance? There is no such thing, Mr. Red. Okay. You know, I was actually thinking about this. I find myself thinking that in pure core gameplay, Monk should play more like Machinist currently does. And Machinist should play more like Monk does. I mean that. So, Monk has a wonderful flow to it, and I love that. But Monk is all about having 3 separate, let's call them toolkits, that you can switch between on the fly at will. Think about that for a second. What, Papori? Or this guy? Oh, yeah, no, you meant that guy. Like, I could picture Machinist having 3 core tools, right? And swapping between tools fluidly. Just, oh, another here, bum, bum, bum. And then you got this thing, and just having 3 different types of tools, and you just rotate between them fluidly. Meanwhile, Machinist, the way Machinist actually plays is off global tool down, button mashing, right? Doesn't that sound more like a monk? Someone whose whole thing is being able to attack very quickly and rapidly, doing a whole bunch of hits that don't do as much damage, right? Like, doesn't that literally sound like a monk? Didn't he literally just say that? Anyways. Ah! Stop itching. God. Your first lesson, go punch some low-level things. Hi, Duckfish. Like, obviously, it's not a one-to-one thing, and they'd have to readdress several elements of the game in order to make that work, but you get my point. I enjoy Monk quite a bit, but I think I'd enjoy it more if it was Machinist. Of course, I'd probably enjoy Monk a lot less if it was Machinist, but that's neither here nor there. Whee. Oh, apparently we're Black Chocobo again. God, I was doing a lot of these with the Black Chocobo, wasn't I? I always knew you were evil, Disco. Shakehead. By the way, I've actually got a question before. And it boils down to, Lore, why are you so stupid? Well, it's actually a very simple thing. Do I have an AoE? I do have an AoE. Hey! Some people ask, why do I keep these invalid abilities on the bar? First and foremost, it doesn't matter. I'm never going to play a Pugilist again. But there is actually a second reason, believe it or not. It's like, it's a matter of historical record, if that makes any sense. I can look back into the past and remember when we had Fist of the Wind, Fist of the Earth, and Fist of the Fire. And in case it wasn't obvious by that brief showcasing there, as you can see, it literally still has the tooltip from the old ability that doesn't exist anymore. That data is still there. That's why. That's all. Now that being said, on my main classes, I tend to prune those, because those are actual classes. You know. And when I say classes, I of course mean jobs, because for some frickety reason, this game is completely reversed about that. And classes are the jobs, and jobs are the classes. And can I just say how much that irritates me? So if you ever hear me use the word class, what I mean is job. Monk is a class. God damn it. Smack. Anyways. I've successfully punched things. Let's go. I've scattered some gil across Ul'dah. I want you to go pick it up. I want you to go... It's okay. You want me to sprint. As a pugilist, you have to learn to pace yourself, otherwise you're liable to get worn out. And when that happens, the fight's as good as over, and, well, you're dead. Okay. It's the weirdest lesson ever, but, yeah, whatever. It only irritates me, Disco, because the artifact elements of that provide minor, but continuous irritations. My personal favorite is the fact that if you go to look for a monk weapon in the auction house, you will not find it. You have to look for a pugilist weapon in the auction house. There is no monk category. There's other tiny, honestly irrelevant little irritations like that. But they do still irritate me. Meanwhile, Aldous is fighting off some people in the corner of the bar. Although you bring up another interesting and indeed a relevant point, Disco. There's no reason to be a pugilist once you become a monk. None. Okay. There's one reason to be a pugilist once you're a monk. If you want a new game plus the pugilist quests again, the very thing I am doing today. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. There's no reason they abandoned this and have never used it from Heavensward onwards. You start as a machinist, you start as an astrologian, etc. As it should be. There really is no reason for this. Now, that being said, I do understand priority. I really do. And this is a very low priority thing to fix. Under normal circumstances. So the developer in me understands. The gamer in me understands. But the manager in me says, hold on. This should have higher priority right now more than any other time it's ever had. This is a perfect time to try and fix and repair the intro stuff into ARR. And you know why? It's because there's been a huge influx of players, thanks to all the crap that's been going on in the MMO space over the last year. The manager in me would have jumped on this almost immediately and been like, whoa, yo, push this up the priority list. We need to smooth out that entry, that barrier to entry a little bit for new players. Unless, of course, you don't want a smoother barrier to entry. There is a validity to that kind of logic. So, at that point, you'd have to argue with me on that, and debate with me and say, Lord Boss! This is why I don't think we should have a smoother barrier to entry, and we'd have a discussion, a meeting about it. There'd be donuts. And bacon. I think donuts and bacon, that's a good combo. Oh, and carrots, grapefruit, probably some apples. And let's add Ribs. There you go. And then we'll just have a meeting about it. Here's your money. 500 gil. Crikey, this is good for a week's worth. I mean, good job! Now that you're all warmed up, we can see to your lesson. Okay. Okay. Alright, Mr. Red, you're fired. Have some ribs before you head out. Oh wait, I don't need to do that, because I'm doing this. Let me explain a little bit by what I mean by a barrier to entry is a good thing. Some barrier to entry, and this is a gradient thing, it keeps people out, right? Like it prevents a percentage of people from out. Now that means by necessity that people who, I hate to use such a word, should be playing your game won't be, because they can't, because of the barrier to entry. But it also, which one of these is boot shine? There's boot shine. There we go. God, I don't know what boot shine is. I was just making fun of this game's spell moves ability. But yeah, more people means more people. And simply thanks to how sample size theory works, more people means more likelihood of, let's call them what they are, bad people. Bad eggs, bad actors. People who are jerks, or unwilling to think or be or whatever. Now you might think, oh, that sounds like a dangerous thing, and you're absolutely right. Did you know my very show has a barrier to entry? In fact, it has 3. One of which is not by my choosing, although I have repurposed it for my own purposes. But this show has a barrier to entry. It has 3. And there is a live, practical example of why a barrier to entry can be a good thing. FF14 has some pretty bad barrier to entries. And that's where we get into the context. Because, again, it's a gradient thing, right? So, the range there, I think... what I'm trying to say is I do think FF14 should lower its barrier to entry. I don't think it should get rid of it entirely. I'm fine with it being kind of the way it is. I'm fine with the slow burn of the story. I'm fine with the heavier focus on cutscenes and dialogue and all that. I'm fine with things that are going to push several people out of the game. I'm not fine with a Byzantine accounting system and an irritating login and pay system and functional objective problems with early quests and early combat and gameplay because of spaghetti code. These are the things that I think should be repaired and smoothed over, my opinion. Why are you laughing at me? By smiting stone of earth, you've forged unyielding weapons of your fist. Your nigh endless font of vigor, like myself in my younger state. Which, Magister? This must be the promising recruit you've been telling me about. Of course he's promising. He's trading under Hamoon Holy Fist. That's our Master Hamoon. Oh, right. This is Chuchoto. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. As introduced, I serve Master Hamon's right hand, although there's still much I have to learn. Together, let's learn our mastery of the art. Okay. Let's not discuss the past. It is Lore's bright future we're discussing. Which reminds me, did you collect gil from him? My gear is rather worn down, and I do need money for repairs. Yes, Lore's future with us is bright indeed. Why is the Pugilist Guild on hard times financially? Don't answer that question. It's funny, because we saw the Gladiators Guild is doing just fine financially. Although, considering how much money is circling the gladiatorial arena of this area, it kind of makes sense. Hi, King of Koopas Live. I know the feeling. So, let's talk about FF14 for a while. How's that sound? Have you ever tried to make a profit out of punching people? Only a couple of times. It worked out really well until these people in blue showed up. I don't know what they were all about. So I had to punch them, too. It's a whole mess. So, to answer Magister's question more directly, Magister says, isn't the story of this game meat content. Yes, but you could probably understand, hey kids, why I would say that in many ways it is a form of barrier to entry. Because let's assume that you are a person. I know this is hard to imagine, but just bear with me for a second, Magister. And you're like, all right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play FF14. And you start to try and play it, and you just see these cutscenes, and they're not really catching you, because honestly, the early cutscenes kind of suck. And you're just kind of like, what is this nonsense? And so you're pushed out of it. You could be pushed out of it because the ARR content isn't as good. You could be pushed out of it because you're not into this kind of a story-focused game. And even if you are into story-focused game, you could be pushed out of it because of the percentage of this game that is story. Let's be clear. In terms of content, this game is about 85% story. Now, I love a good story in a game, but even I think that's actually too much. That's swinging too far in one direction. And it doesn't help that the gameplay, especially the early gameplay, is kind of crap. Eventually the gameplay gets good. I guarantee you later expansions are going to really weigh in on the gameplay positive side of the axis. But the very fact that I just said later expansion says all it needs to about that statement. So you can see why this is a barrier to entry. In fact, if you're paying attention, it's more like a continuous upward ramp of entry, right? It's like, well, even if you put up with it for a bit, and like, oh, I'm kind of into the story, but the gameplay's kind of crap, and oh god, the story's, oh god, and it's just this non-stop drive up this hill. Now, once you get to a certain point, and I'll actually point out when I think we've reached it, because I do think there's a specific point you could say where you reached it, it starts to go downhill again. It's like, and then, you know, good times, but there's still that incline. The wooden dummies have felt my wrath. Now, I need to know how to do combo. Oh my god, is this one of the only quests that actually talks about combo moves in the lore? That's actually kind of cool. By the way, hi, Blue Felix. Sorry. I'm guessing 30. I think you could get 30 games in by the time we finish this. Oh god, that's barely a joke. Now out here. And yeah, no, that's a valid perspective on Falkenstein. As I've talked about many times, most RPGs, MMO or otherwise, have that problem. The games, by their very nature, do not front-load their gameplay, nor arguably should they. There needs to be a reward and a benefit for leveling up. But that means, by definition, the gameplay kinda sucks early on. How many RPGs have good combat early on? There's a couple. There are some. But for the most part, most RPGs don't get good on the gameplay axis until a certain point through the game, right? Morrowind. Alright, Disco, I'm going to need to ask you to turn in your gamer badge, and your RPGer badge, and your living badge. There we go. There we go. All fixed. Heresy defeated. We're good, we're good. You know what's funny, Mr. Red, is I'm kind of the opposite of that. I've talked about this before. I've had so much grinding in my life that my tolerance for it has gone down, not up. I mean, I finished the Timber Maw rep, for those of you who know what that means. Never Robo's tall! Plus, I don't really remember Dragon's Dogma that well. I remember one of the first fights in that game surprisingly well. It's like a chimera or something. It's literally in the tutorial area, and it teaches you how to do the grapple-on mechanic. And then they don't do that again for like 20 hours of quests. I might be exaggerating, but I remember it was a while. We're a natural! Not to brag, but I happen to be a veritable storm of flying fists when the mood strikes me. I treat you to demonstration, but I'm liable to tear down the entire guild in the process. Master Hammett has a penchant for regaling us with his tales of exploits. But these never amount to a demonstration. His favorite is his victory over the fearsome marauder Wyatt Axe, who he felled with a combination swift and seamless. They say you couldn't see his hands, or so the legend goes. It never gets old. Our dearest master's humility aside, your progress is truly astounding. If I don't keep on my toes, you'll like to surpass me. And then we surpassed her. Just between you and me, she's been in a slump lately. It all began when her closest friend and guildmates just up and disappeared. Rurukuta, and he and Chuchuta joined the guild together. Two of them were refugees and were orphaned in the calamity. Not long after I was made guildmaster, I found them on the streets, starved near to death. I did what any decent person would. I took them in and clothed them and fed them. When they were strong again, they said they wanted to become pugilists. So... Anyways, you're doing good. Keep up the good work. Quick question, King of the Koopas. Do you mean Tor Bounty Hunter or Star Wars Bounty Hunter? Because those are two separate games that are both on the list right now. There you are. Today I want you to go fight toxic toads. Can I go help find... Okay, cool. Okay, so not Tor. Got it. I need to change it because I automatically assumed Tor. Hang on. Change this. There we go. Cool. Thank you, King of Koopas, very much. Ever and always. As to your question, see if I can get this formatted properly so I can actually read it. How many Star Wars runs have I done? Not many, so we have done the Tor and KOTOR lore run. And the reviews of KOTOR 1 and 2, which are invalidated. And the review of Sith Warrior on Tor, which was the prototype for the MMO reviews and system in general. And I believe that's it. No, we've also covered TIE Fighter. Sorry, we've also covered TIE Fighter. Oh yeah, and Jedi Fallen Order, which is also invalidated. And there's probably other ones. Could someone link Robostall the list of the queue? Actually, no, I can tell you that one off the top of my head. Type in !next Robostall. That gives you the queue. Those are the funded ones. Do I have that ability at this level? No, of course I don't. What is this? No, that's not either. You can also just go to the website. Website. Ah, so you haven't heard about the Oblivion line, King of Koopas. So... As is kind of natural, thanks to the nature of how we do reviews, over time, we've been getting better about reviews and trying to do better and better and better and try to refine the system to be more accurate and more proper and more well-designed and blah, 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 blah. Just trying to do as good as I can. We also covered Force Unleashed. Forgot about that one. As a consequence of that, though, the old reviews, by their very nature, become invalidated because they're not valid anymore. We're using different methods and different metrics, right? So, there was a specific game, which I'd call the Oblivion line, because it was for Elder Scrolls Oblivion, in which we started using the system we are currently using. We haven't changed our system since then. But every review prior to that, as a logical consequence, is invalidated because they're using a different system. And if you're paying attention, the games before that are using 3 separate systems, actually. Now, I made an effort earlier last year to try and get everything up to date, but thanks to some things that have been shown recently when we were going through Mega Man 7 and Mega Man 11, we showed, live on camera that the new, even with the attempt to update the old review, it wasn't actually getting everything in that it should. And so the old review was invalidated, and that was the final thing that showed me that I needed to just pull the plug, as much as it was painful to do so, and just chop off every review prior to Oblivion. I didn't want to do it, to be completely honest. But yes, those are all now gone. So. I don't remember if Fallen Order was before or after. You could check. Everything that's currently on the review page is up to date and part of the current system. Master? Yes, we got frog legs. Good job. The talk was true. Heyman Holyfist is really here. I could take nary a step outside the guild without being flocked by fans. Such is the price of shame. Please, sir, I have need of your legendary skills. Somnus is being smuggled through Blackbrush Station. I reported it to the brass blades and the stone torches and asked them to put an end to it, but they both turned a blind eye. Somnus. That's the mind-warping substance made from dream flowers. Yeah, it's drugs. Those who overindulge are said to fall into an eternal slumber. Yeah, it's drugs. My dear friend suffered the same fate. That's why I want to put an end to the smuggling. But I'm just an ordinary person. There's precious little I can do. You have done enough to bring word to me, for as surely as Haman Holyfist is my name, I'll see the smuggler scum thrown in the dungeon before the bell is thrown. Hey, Lore! Go find the smugglers. Okay. I can do that. But so your second question, King of Koopas, let me pull back this. What I don't get about the FF franchise is the fact that 14 was made an MMO. That is still going, but then they made 15. So, that's marketing. That's what that is. They wanted to call Final Fantasy XI instead of Final Fantasy Online. Specifically because of the fact that they wanted to showcase and market it as a mainline Final Fantasy, a primary Final Fantasy, because there's an ever-existent undercurrent of presumption when it comes to viewers and players and gamers and all that, that if you list something or market something as a side game or a side story, that it doesn't actually sell as well. It doesn't do as well. Stuff like that, right? So, as a direct consequence, they decided to market FF11 as FF11 rather than FF Online in order to try and push it. So when FF14 came around, same concept, right? FF spin-offs do tend to suck, except for the ones that are kind of awesome. I stand by my statement that Mystic Quest is legit. A statement I can now say, having verified, having reviewed it. It's the only FF I've reviewed, I think, out of the current system. Hang on, let me double check that real quick. Not counting the one I'm reviewing right now. Oh, there's Mystic Quest. Yep, nope, that's the only FF. Anyways. But no, yeah, it is true, Blow Up Alex. If just about any kind of game that is labeled a side game, this is true for movies, too, tends to get less attention, less marketing, less sales, less interest from people. Because, oh, I don't want to play that. I mean, I don't want to use Kingdom Hearts as an example, but I do know people who played Kingdom Hearts 2 and then played Kingdom Hearts 3 and were just like, what is this nonsense? And they, of course, reach out to me because they knew me, and they're like, hey, what's going on? And I'm like, you missed a couple. Hang on. 358, Birth by Sleep, Recoded, Dream Drop. Yeah, they missed 4 games in there. Side games. We've got some intel. Alright. And Alacron, by the way. You remember them? You know, the group that we saw in the Gladiator chain? Alright. I am 100% sure that Kingdom Hearts being Kingdom Hearts is related to that problem. But I'm also 100% sure that that is simply part of the same problem that has existed for forever, Disco. That's just people's presentation and perception of whether or not something's worth their time or not. They don't want to play side games. Actually, it's funny you say that, Ross. Side Zelda games, because there are Zelda games that have been, you know, marketed as Gaiden games, universally do not sell as well and do not have as much attention or time spent on them. Everyone knows Twilight Princess. Everyone knows Ocarina of Time. How many people talk about Four Swords Adventures, which is a good damn game, by the way? Or Minish Cap, to use another example. We really outdid ourselves this time. Master Wegfar is bound to be pleased. Save the talk. We have crates to move. Oh no. The Oracle's games would also qualify, unfortunately. Which is a shame, because the Oracle's games are pretty legit, too. Ah, see, Valvedrix is making my point for me. There's a very common misconception that in order to play Four Swords Adventures, you require a GameCube and GBAs. This is a total lie. But it's an extremely common misconception. PAX had this misconception. When I was telling him about it, because I was replaying it for like the 5th time, because I love replaying Four Swords Adventures, he was like, wait, how are you playing that? Like, what do you mean? I just hook up the GameCube and go. Don't you need the Game Boys? No. And you see the problems. For those of you not aware, and I'm not blaming Valvedrix for this, by the way. For those of you not aware, the problem with Four Swords Adventures is it was marketed as a multiplayer game. It was marketed as the game that used the link cable and the GBA thing. That was the entire marketing stint. Four Swords Adventures is a single-player game, which happens to have a co-op mode in which you can use the GBA link in order to have other people play other links. But they don't market that way. And you see why I keep calling this a marketing problem. Anyways, I don't need to do this because we got 4 classes to get through. Excuse me, 4 jobs. 4 things to go through today, so... You vanish from the guild without an area word, and we find you smuggling Somnus? What is the meaning of this? My boy, I didn't teach you to fight so you could become a pox in society. My student or no, you must be held accountable. Your lesson begins. Apprehend the smugglers. You lot, take care of these meddlers. Nice hair. So, the Oracle games were, yes, the ones made by Capcom, sorry. They're a little bit different in style. Don't mistake me, they're Zelda games. They're even good Zelda games. But anybody who's played them will you know what I'm talking about. Like, the overall approach to how they do the overworld design and the dungeon design and the progression of itemization and the story is just different. Which makes sense. It's literally not being done by Nintendo. I think they did a good job with it, don't mistake me. I don't have any AoEs at this level. Whatever. So real quick, King of Koopa's live. I only mention this because you are not super new, or not super... We've got a QA bot now. And I'm plugging this as often and as hard as I can because a lot of hard work has gone into making that QA bot work. And a lot of times on stream, I don't have time to answer questions when they are asked because I'm in the middle of a cutscene, or a boss fight, or I'm reading dialogue out loud, or whatever. So for the sake of flow and for the benefit of the stream, people can put questions into the QA bot's queue, and so when I have time to talk, like right now, as it happens, I could go ahead and say, aha, such and such asks this. So all you have to do is, and Bregman just said it, all you have to do is type !Q, space, and then the question. The bot snags it, puts it in the queue. I've got the queue right there. I can check it later. Hammond Holy Fist, just our luck. If you know who I am, you know what's good for you. Come quietly or there will be trouble. Holy Fist? Don't make me laugh. You're being fooled. All of you. Who's fooling who? What are you talking about? It was a dark night several moons ago. I was in the wilds, training alone. From a distance, I caught a sight of Master leaving the tavern and turning for the city. Thinking to accompany him back, I followed his heels and was about to call out when I saw this. You would challenge Holy Fist. You have fighting spirit, I'll grant you, but you do well to know your limits. You read my every move. You're no ordinary marmot. All I wanted was to be surrounded by scantily clad maidens when my time came. The gods are cruel. And don't exist. Master, what's the meaning of this? Explain yourself! Now you've seen it with your own eyes. Master is beaten by a marmot, a common bleeding marmot. He would remind us how strong he was at every turn, but he was lying through his teeth. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Wait till Master Wegfar hears about this. I'm still here. I still just beat the crap out of half your people. No? Okay, whatever. Does that not count for anything? No? Okay, whatever. Forgive me. I didn't mean to deceive anyone, least of all my students. Hammond Holy Fist conquered every foe that stood before him, but he couldn't conquer old age. My strength, reflexes, endurance, they've all left me. There's nothing left but a decrepit old man. I'll be alone for a while. Go and do as Chucharudo bids you. She is your master now. Oh, God, tell me about it, Bregman. So, see, this is a good time to now answer questions from the queue. Disco says, for lore and chat, when and how did FF14 hook you? I actually do have an answer for that. Believe it or not, so I've actually told this story a little bit before, and I'm going to say this without spoilers for obvious reasons. So let me give you the short answer first. Shadowbringers. Let me give you the long answer really quick while I run back over here. I play this game off and on, but I play a lot of MMOs off and on. I have a mental category of MMOs, and there's like main MMOs, and then there's like secondary MMOs, and then there's tertiary MMOs, right? Tertiary you play like once every couple of years, just to catch up on it, just for fun. Don't really care, don't really pay that much attention to it. Just hop in for amusement every now and again to hang out with my friends, right? Secondary MMOs, they're fun, but they have no investment from me. And I bet a lot of you know exactly what I mean by that, because MMOs are built on the concept of player investment. Some of them cheat when it comes to trying to artificially create player investment, but good MMOs will try to generate player investment in good ways, right? Now, there's a lot of decent MMOs in the secondary category, but I've never really become truly invested in most of them. They're just enjoyable. They're fun games. But in the top category is good MMOs that I have invested myself into. MMOs that I actively want to play and have a specific interest in continuing to play. World of Warcraft has been that for a long time, past tense, but till a certain home was burned down. But there was also other MMOs have drifted in and out of the primary category for a while there. Asheron's Call was it, which probably doesn't surprise any of you who know me. There was also one for a while there called Earth and Beyond I've talked about off and on. And Star Trek Online is the other one. FF14 was in the secondary category. It was a good game, but I had no real investment in it. Until I hit Shadowbringers. I will try to point out the exact moment it hit, but it'll be difficult for me to say because it was a gradual incline. Anybody who's seen my stream, because I actually streamed Shadowbringers live, knows that I wasn't in a mindset to enjoy FF14 when I got into it. I was just kind of like, alright, everyone wants me to stream this, so fine, whatever. And my attitude was just, I'm just going to put up with this to go through it. Reminder, this was after I quit the game after Stormblood, because Stormblood pissed me off so much. So I started playing through it, and there was just this general incline of investment that slowly increased and increased, until finally I reached a point where I realized, without really noticing the transition, that FF14 had transitioned into the primary category for me. A little late, but that is my answer. Shadowbringers is when I became invested in this game, when I really got hooked by it. I've been doing some thinking. While it's true the Master's been deceiving us, he meant us no harm. I owe him my life. Had he not taken me in all those years ago, I would have died in some ditch. I could never bring myself to hate him. Even if he were an ordinary old man, I'd still respect him. Alas, with the truth of his condition revealed, Master Haemon has lost his sense of purpose, his will to teach. Listen, Lore. Master ever said to remind you of his younger self. If you would continue to show rapid improvement, I dare say it would rekindle his fighting spirit. To this end, I will teach you a new technique. It's called Steel Peak, which I think doesn't actually exist anymore. I'm not sure. We'll check. I think that's one of the ones I lost. I'm probably wrong. Yep, action learned. Meditation. Yeah, you see that question mark ability right now? That's Steel Peak. I was right. Right there. That's Steel Peak. Meditation exists? That's funny. Anyways. Next quest. Oh, sorry, I don't really need to teach you, if I ever did at all. You're better off trading on the Chuchudo. Just leave me alone. I was so hopeful that seeing you improve in leap and bounds would spur him. It seems much more to be done. Alright, you must train precisely as Master Hammon once did. Overcome the self-same challenges that he did in his youth. I dare say it would stoke the fires of his fighting spirit. Listen well! He used to fight these things, go fight these things. Okay. I can do that. And yes, I know that meditation turns into Steel Peak. But Steel Peak, that ability right there, that this used to teach, that I had on my bar, doesn't exist anymore. What's funny is I'm pretty sure it still exists to some extent here. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. It just does it there. Alright, whatever. Anyways, another good time for questions. King of Koopas asks, how many side games are there in the FF series? Oh my god. Hyper Begrillion. One Hyper Begrillion. There's so many. I couldn't even possibly list them. Or could I? Let's see. Let me pull up my own Twitter account here, because I tweeted this out when I did it. Let's see. Media. I don't tweet out stuff all that often, so this shouldn't take me that long to find. There's the image about Arsh hating humanity. Very important image to have. There it is. Boop. I'm just going to link my own tweet into chat, and that is your answer. Yeah, I spent the time and effort on that stupid thing. Don't have a lunge, do I? Listen, all I'm saying, Belvedrix, is you should totally follow me on Twitter, because I totally don't use it for anything other than announcements. And, like, occasional images. Like that one. But yeah, I stand by that. Which games have the tone of FF? Those games, plus Decidio Duodecim, plus Chrono Trigger. Which ones are mainline FFs? Those games, plus 13 and 15, which do not have the tone of an FF game. Which one are side games but are connected, as in have continuity? There's a lot of ones I'd wish weren't there, but they are there. Anyways, I got you some stuff here, buddy. Here, why is this over here? Go over there. Balls, balls. Those are hornet stingers you traded as I did. Those are pesky buggers. I've lost count of the times they stung me, though I remember the places well enough. The pain was nigh unbearable, but I always stood my ground. Ah, the memories of my younger days come flooding back. What I wouldn't give to relive them. Lore! I want you to fight me right here, right now! Are you stupid? I don't want to hurt you. He's level 1. He's level 1. Okay, I actually remember this. Now he's level 4. That's right. Starting to come back to me. I will beat the experience into you. Any childhood games you regret not completing or putting more time into? Now he's level 8. This is actually kind of a clever thing, really. Even though this totally shouldn't work this way. Yeah, I'm still level 24, though. This is still a fairly one-sided fight. Let me show off Steel Fist while we're here. Or Steel whatever. There it is. Steel Peak! There you go. Just for Valvatrix. Just because she didn't believe me. I just enjoy killing this guy over and over. That's all it really is. I love killing so much. I only got whetted my appetite in the rogue storyline. Now I'm really getting into it. Oh, I haven't felt this invigorated since forever. When I'm fighting you, it's as though I'm fighting my younger self. Mayhap there's still hope for these old bones. I'll make my comeback, see if I don't. What are you doing, old man? Learn how to walk? Absolutely, Mr. Red. I mean, we are Superman in more ways than one, and one of Superman's clear-cut abilities, consistently, is his ability to not punch at his full strength. Thank you, Stringer, very much. If you would like to put that towards something, do please let me know. Thank you. Ain't none have called me that in ages, not since the day you defeated me on the Blood Sands. I gave up prize fighting after the humiliation, but it weren't long till I found a place in the Alakran. Your boy, Rakuda, works for me now. Imagine my surprise when he learned he used to train under the mighty Holy Fist. Superman can crack a planet in half with one punch, Mr. Red. But Holy Fist ain't nothing but a name these days, so I'm told. How do you sleep at night knowing how flaccid you've become? Of course, if you give trouble nodding off, I could give you a whiff of the old Somnus. I'll even give you a complimentary sample. But like as not, a doddering old sort like you won't ever wake again. Shut your mouth, Wakefer. I'll shut it for you. Now, let's be civilized for a moment. We're old friends, after all, and old friends help each other out. You mentioned making a comeback. If you're serious about it, I'd be glad to lend a helping hand. By way of motivating you, how about we have a rematch? It'll be in public, just like old times. And there should be a fitting purse. The winner gets the Pugilist skill. It's ridiculous, Master. You're not obligated to take him up on this. Ah, this must be your little nursemaid. Rest assured, after I've taken over the guild, I'll keep her on as my personal assistant. That's varying levels of gross, but okay. Yeah, the World of Cardboard speech is A, an awesome speech, and B, some of the best world building that the DCAU ever added to Supes. I should mention that Superman in the DCAU is many tiers weaker than he usually is in the comics. I'm okay with that, for reference. It's just, even that Superman, who is way, way lower powered than, you know, Superman, still gave the World of Cardboard speech. Have no fear. Lore, I don't mean to put undue pressure on you, but the fate of the guild rests on your shoulders. Listen, I know I can do this. I just need Lore to keep getting stronger. Fighting him reminds me of who I used to be. Lore, train me to be strong. Yes, we are now this is not a joke. We are now training our guildmaster in being a monk. Yeah, fully charged Superman is so strong he actually warps physics by the sheer strength that he can push out. There's one particular story arc, in the comics specifically, where he just sits inside of a star for like 30 seconds in order to be able to smash planets. It's absolutely insane. Anyways, sorry. 2 more quests. I swear each time I see you, remind me more and more of my younger self. At this rate, you'll transform into a handsome devil before the moon's over. Raise eyebrow. It's embarrassing to admit, but in my eagerness to prepare for the big rematch, I've overtrained and thrown my back out. Ow. Speaking of someone who has actually thrown out my back, that's awful. By the way, a little bit of real-life thing. A lot of people tend to think of throwing your back out as like a minor injury. It's not. Throwing your back out is actually what I would call a major injury. That is the kind of thing that can actually debilitate you for days or weeks, especially since if you have other complications, it might not get better either correctly or at all. Throwing your back out sucks. And again, speaking from experience, I once moved a tractor and that threw my back out. Seems the prospect of facing his old rival has lit a fire under him. So... we are... okay, we're going to Little Alamigo. Oh, by the way, well, I am a little bit flexing because I was able to shove a tractor by myself with my bare hands. I am quite strong. I'm not really flexing because that was stupid of me. I did throw my back out doing that, and I was debilitated for probably a couple weeks after that, and I know how to properly take care of myself after such an injury. And I was still laid up for a while. Do not do that. Do not be like me. Alright. Okay. Sure. It's a weird quest. Anyways, let's see here. So yeah, right, Disco still asks, childhood questions I regret not playing. No. There. No, I can't really think of any. Sorry. I got nothing. Let's see here. Sarani asks, do you have a favorite Dragon Quest game and favorite character? Oh, that's a tricky one. Oh, there's a dungeon right there. So I'm hesitant to name a favorite Dragon Quest game. One I haven't reviewed, well, any of them under the current system, but I also have only reviewed one of them, period. That would be Dragon Quest XI. However, from memory, there are 3 Dragon Quest games that tend to rise above the others. Dragon Quest XI, Dragon Quest VIII, and Dragon Quest V. I would say all of those are probably somewhere up there for my personal favorites. As far as favorite character from a Dragon Quest game... is this up? No. Oh yeah, I did review Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, but they all sucked. Anyway, so, there it is. God damn, how did I miss this earlier? Look, I'm sorry. Dragon Quest 1 was okay. Dragon Quest 2 was awful. And Dragon Quest 3 was worse than I thought it would be. And I stand by that. I got a lot of flack for that one, by the way. Don't worry about Falkenstein, he's done the math. That's a really tough one, picking a favorite character. I'm torn between three characters in particular. One is Core Blimey from Dragon Quest VIII. Yeah, no kidding. Hammon's gonna have some issues here, Blade Turfall. One of them is the old man from 11, which I can't remember his name, but he's really awesome. He's voiced by Gondor O'Dim. And the third would be Sylvando. I do remember his name from 11. Rab, that's him. Thank you. That's sad. I actually kind of forgot that I'd reviewed 1 through 3. I mean, I've said this before. Dragon Quest 3 was the first time Dragon Quest started building its actual identity as a JRPG franchise, you know? We talked about that during the run. What are you doing here? That adventure is a negative influence on Master Hammon. I'm going to see it that he never bothers him again. What are you talking about? Lord's the best thing that happened to Master in years. If you want a piece of him, you'll have to deal with me, too. I'm sorry. Everyone careful! He's got a couple of dogs! And a marmot! Honestly, yeah, Ross. Final Fantasy I is not that bad of a game, but it's not a super great game either. Like, it's kind of a lacking game, and so its score is not that high, but its score is also not that low. It's just kind of, you know, it's a decent RPG. Then FF2 and Dragon Quest II both tried stuff and failed. That, of course, leads us to Dragon Quest III and Final Fantasy III, both of which try some very cool things and effectively start to begin the overall vibe of what would become both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy. However, FF3, as Valvedrix can tell you, has some very serious issues, and Dragon Quest III is an extraordinarily grindy game, but also has some very serious balance issues and some difficulty curve issues, and just a general absence of core story, even though it does a similar thing. By the way, bonus similarity between Dragon Quest III and FF3. FF3 is mostly a bunch of disconnected stories that you just kind of go through in sequence. So is Dragon Quest III. Why, Rurukuta? Why are you so bent on bringing down Master Hammond and seeing the guild in ruins? You have it all wrong. I'm doing it for the Master's sake. It's true I left the guild for the shock of seeing him in a pathetic state, and it's true I got involved in some unsavory type, but where else was I going to go? Me? A refugee without a guild to his name? For all the ungrateful things I've done, I've never forgotten how he took me in and instructed me in the ways of the fist. That's why I wanted him to give up on this foolish notion of facing Wegfar. You don't know what that man like I do. Should this fight come to pass, I fear Master won't walk away with his life. It doesn't matter that Master's grown weak and feeble. I just want him to live, even if it matters him, even if it means him swallowing his pride. Why didn't you just say so? But now that I know your mind, I can say with confidence, you have no cause to fear. Laura is not the plague you think he is. It's his will to succeed that's inspiring Master to regain his former strength, and when the day of the rematch comes, I've no doubt he'll wallop the odious Wegfar to the 7th hell and back. I pray you're right. But whatever happens, I cannot help you, not where I am. I leave Master Hammond in your care. Gods, that felt liberating. Trading blows with him and learning his true agenda. A great burden has been lifted off my chest. I was going to say, Blade Travel, let's not be too hasty with our comments of our plaguiness. So, Offshore Twitch account asks, what TV trope's name would I change? Oh, geez, I don't know. None. Okay, we're good. But Falkenstein says, do you think that Aldous from the Gladiator was the Gladiator of Light from 1.0? So I don't think Aldous was in 1.0. I know the dad was. The guy, his father-in-law to be, however you want to think of that. But that being said, no. We have a pretty good idea of who the Gladiator was from 1.0. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. That being said, statistically speaking, Aldous would have been around during, prior to 1.0, since his whole altercation was 2 years before the Calamity. Welcome back. God, so you have to put them in, do you have to put the dummies in such dangerous places? Uh-huh. To make matters worse, Chuchuto's hidden my grog and says I won't see a drop of it until I finish trading. I'm going to loosen my phlegm now. That girl will make a fine guildmaster when the time comes. I heard about Rurukuta as well, of course. For all his shortcomings, the boy has a good heart. While his concern is touching, I won't run from Wegfar, not today and not ever. On that note, off to Alamigo, bye! He's never heard from again. Pleased to say I managed to find and thwack all the dummies. That was fast. I didn't even see you move. You did well to deploy them where you did, son. Thanks to you, I almost got killed several times. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Not how that works. I'm feeling stronger than I have in ages, as a matter of fact. I reckon I'm not far from regaining my former strength. One last step. Fight me! But in the desert. The place is home to the most luscious Mikote maidens this side of Eorzea. I can't wait to take in their lovely forms again. You, Okay. Papa Neeks asks, favorite Elbert Presley song? Oh, that's funny. And what did you think of the trailer for the new movie? So let me go ahead and start by saying I didn't see the trailer for the new movie. In fact, I only know about what you're talking about because a friend of mine mentioned it to me. But, so, Papa Neeks, I don't know if you know this. Back in the day, I used to have a saying. I called it Elvis. It was a lorium before loriums were a thing. It referred to something that I can acknowledge and recognize is good, but I personally don't like it and never will, because it's just not my thing. A lot of people were confused by my usage of Elvis as this particular lorium, so over time, I changed my mind on how I was going to use it, and I came up with a new lorium to replace it. Coffee. So based on that, that should probably answer your question, Papa Neeks. The landscape takes me back, it does. Sand as far as the eye can see, crystal clear spring waters cooling your feet, scantily clad lasses, giggling as they bathe and frolic. I remember these things, but my body's forgotten the seamless combinations that earned me the epithet of the Holy Fist. That's where I'd have you enter, lore. Sparring with you is what first got me back into the swing of things. Now it's time to finish the job. First, some warming up. What, I need a warm-up too? Don't worry, I had mine long before you arrived. Those enormous buggers never knew what hit them. Okay. Yeah, if you ever wonder what really happened to Elvis, I actually ground him up into coffee. In the past, obviously, because coffee's a really old invention. It's the easiest way to kill somebody. You just drag them a few centuries before they were born. And just drop them off. Here you go. Bye. Wait, what? There's this one island somewhere. It's just a lot of people that just keep getting dumped there. Can we get off this island? I don't know. I don't think we do. Well, whatever. Yep, that's what happened to Amelia Earhart. She was getting too close to the truth. I had to get rid of her. Don't worry, the island's actually very well appointed. Okay, I will pummel the sense back into you, Hamon. He's up to level 20 now. I can move. There we go. See, I'd like to not hold back, but the game won't let me. Just keep beating the crap out of you for a minute here. Where do you think the island is, Ross? Think about it. So yes, that also means Elvis is out in the Delta Quadrant. This is what I call growing pains. No, that's regular pains. Well, unfortunately, you are wrong, Serrani. Although I can't play any of music that I like that is not video game music, because it'll be copywronged into oblivion back. But I do have a playlist entirely devoted towards non-video game music on my playlists. Now what you're thinking, well hang on, if Elvis is in the Delta Quadrant, why didn't we see it in Voyager? We did. Did you notice that Janeway only started liking coffee after that episode? Huh? Huh? Actually, I don't like most Star Trek music. Percentage-wise. There's some good songs, don't mistake me, but it's, you know, mostly just a few things here and there. And anything by Ron Jones. As a river flows to the sea, heedless of all that bars its path, so too must our combinations be. Ooh, that even rhymes. Thank you, Lore. I remember everything. It's Wegfar. The man is in Ul'dah, demanding you fight him now. So it begins. Dun dun dun. As they say. This. Ah, here we go. Let's see. Now, I don't like musicians or bands. I just like songs, as I've said many times. So I've got some music from, let's see, oh, there's some movie music. I've got some Dwayne and Brando in there. I've got a bit of Eiffel 65, some Evanescence. Oh god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Weird Al Yankovic, there we go. Weird Al Yankovic. Some Lion King. Rammstein, or however you're supposed to pronounce that. Let's see what else we got here. Dragon Force, a couple of them. Cascada, I don't actually know how to pronounce that. I've got one song by... Who is this? Who are you? I don't remember the name of that artist, and I don't have it written down. So I'm not sure who that one is. One song from card game anime. God, I'm wonderful today, aren't I? One Linkin Park song. Like 5 Nickelback songs. See, I can't play it. I'd get copy wrong. Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank God. There's one song from Yu-Gi-Oh! I like. What is this called? Okay, you know what? I think I could just Google this. Hang on. Song. What is this song from? Disturbed! There we go. So there's one Disturbed song I like. It's Indestructible. One Linkin Park song I like. That's In the End. Several Nickelback songs I like. Hang on. What else we got here? There's some Sonic music. I don't know what you're thinking. You have Sonic music? Yeah, there's several... Some actual bands did some music for some of the Sonic games. Beautiful People, that's Marilyn Manson, I do believe. Devil Went Down to Georgia, you probably know that one. Technical Difficulties, I actually don't know the name of the band for that one. Let's see, what else we got here? This is Halloween, don't have to explain that one. Hotel California, really don't need to explain that one. Livin' La Vida Loca, again. There's another Marilyn Manson song. Some more Weird Al stuff. And a song by a woman I used to know who was a singer. She was pretty cool. I mean, Freebird's okay, but I don't actually have it. I have to really be in the mood for Freebird. And I actually only like one part of Freebird. It's a good part, but, you know. I actually only have one MLP song. I wasn't counting that one. You can probably guess which one. No, I have 2. Sorry, 2. Yeah, no, it's the lead up to and the extended solo. I didn't expect you to come so soon, if at all. You sure in a hurry to go ahead with this? I'm a man of reason. I'd sooner not have to hurt you. Just give up now, we can put an end to this mummer's farce. You can live out the rest of your days in peace. The only mummer's farce I see is a man trying to screw him out of his own self-wrought challenge. Well, I'm going to make you the same offer. Walk away, you won't get hurt. They say Hammond Holyfist is going to perform his legendary technique. Right here on the avenue, is it safe? I see age has robbed you of your wits as well as your strength. Well, if you're so eager for pain, who am I to deny you? Just remember there ain't no going back once your head goes flying. Hey, Amanda Rosehart. Did you catch that? It's probably the best part about that cutscene. Just like old times, huh, Wegfar? Ah. You see that? Because I sure as hell didn't. He was too fast. This can't be. I refuse to be beaten by a senile old fool. Get your arses out here, all of you. Again, you see why I think Pugilist, that is to say monk, could have the faster weaving off global cooldown fight style. But that's still a legit scene. Just a draft of it. Your body turns hard as iron. Not even blades can pierce it. Stubborn bugger. Unfortunately for you. But why? I refuse to fight on the side of cheats. Say your prayers to whatever gods you keep. None, in this case. No, it's Smile. You're right about Smile. I've been very vocal about that being my favorite song for a long time. The other one is the final song from the Raiders of the Lost Mark, which I actually don't remember the name of right now. I'd have to pull this up to see it. That would be... It's like right here somewhere. Where is it? Oh god, it's not here. No! Well, whatever. It's that one song from that one thing in that place. Hang on, gotta murder some people. Don't worry, they're not innocent. For once, I'm murdering non-innocent people. It's a weird shift for me, I'm not sure. I kind of like murdering non-innocent people. It's a neat little variance, you know? It's kind of cool. Anyways, that's the one, Ross. At least I think that's the one. It's the one they sing with Diamond Tiara. Those ponies need to know the truth, and they'll hear it from me. Stop! Diamond Tiara, this is not the way. You know, that one. It's a great song. I love that song. What is my current monk weapon? I mean, my actual weapon's the Crypt Lurkers, but... Suzaku's? Hang on. Suzaku's is what I've got for my transmog. Yeah, it's a great song, and it's character-driven, and it's well-sung, and it's a climactic finish of a massive story arc that's been going for like 4 seasons at that point. It's great. Anyways, how many times have I felt insulted compared to how many times people have insulted you? I feel insulted a lot more than I think people... Well, let me walk that back, actually. Let me talk about this cutscene, then I'll answer your question. You did it, Master Hammond! You won! No, we won. That victory wasn't mine alone. Holy fisticuffs, that was incredible. You wiped the Aveno with those crooks. I'm gonna tell my grandchildren tales of what happened here. Our work here is done. Let's go home. To the guild. This is a good quest. I like this one. Which is funny. Because, pay attention for a second. We've got Pugilist, which is legit. Gladiator, which was much better than I thought it was. And we've got Thaumaturge coming up. That's 3 good quest chains in Ul'dah. Also, the Ul'dah story arc, from starting Ul'dah, is better than the other 2 combined. I'm starting to get a vibe that Ul'dah was the place they spent the most time on. Anyone else got that theory, you know? Because Gridania really does feel like they were rushed with it in several ways. And Limsa Lominsa has some nice moments, but still feels a little bit less well-constructed in several respects. But it felt like this was the place that they either worked on first or last, one of the 2. Probably first, based on what we know about it. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. Thank you again, Lore. Because of you, I was able to rekindle my fighting spirit and conquer my demons. Perhaps even more importantly, Rurukuta's come to his senses and Chuchuta's back to her bubbly self. Forgive me, Master. I will have no more to do with the Alakran. I will roam the land until... You notice also these guilds actually reference each other in Ul'dah as well, by the way, which is a bit of continuity most of the other city-states do not have. You've only just returned? You're leaving us already? I don't suppose there's aught I can do to change your mind, but if you ever want for company or a sparring partner, you know, you're welcome here. It really is, Fife. I should probably not give this away, but in some of the main story quest stuff, which will be starting hopefully this week, a lot of it's been going to be going through Ul'dah. This place is so important. It's just funny. Anyways, your accommodations were a sight to behold, and a right painful to receive. In helping with my training, you've come into your own as a pugilist. The time's ripe that I taught you the technique that won me countless bouts. Demolish! Bakabaku. You're talking about the Crafter quest, Gigapudding. And yes, the Crafter quest, specifically the Leatherworker quest in Gridania, actually had all of the other guild leads there. So while you're correct, you see my point still. Oh, it super is Blade Tribal. Limsa Laminsa is certainly doing a lot of things right, but it's a struggling nation with precious few resources other than the sea, and has more issues with its borders. Gridania is by far the worst city-state. I don't just mean personally. I mean, like, if you were to... Let me put it this way. If there was a 4X game where you could start playing as Ul'dah, Gridania, or Limsa Laminsa, Gridania would be the hard mode, Ul'dah would be easy mode, and Limsa Laminsa would be, this is a normal playthrough mode. Right? Because Gridania has all the disadvantages. They have to constantly placate the woods in order to be able to do anything there, and the woods are already out of whack because of all the crap from the Calamity. That's before you consider the fact that they have only recently opened themselves up to external interactions with other nations out of necessity to keep alive. As I mentioned earlier, this is one of the reasons they have a connection with Ishgard, who are in a similar fate, actually. And yeah, Limsa just has... It's got some advantages. They've got the sea, and they've got good leadership. The Admiral is smart. But they've got a lot of baggage. We just saw that with the Rogue story arc, and they're still dragging themselves through that. Ul'dah, well, this place has just the most corrupt, evil people in the fricking setting. But it has wonderful positioning, wealth of natural resources in the surrounding areas, the most personnel by far, since most of the refugees are coming here, and an enormous amount of capital that it can use at will. Also, yeah, this is probably the most, not egalitarian, that's not the word. Don't care where you're from-ian. Like, nobody in Ul'dah gives a damn where you're from or who you are. They care how wealthy you are, how connected you are, but you could be any race from any creed, they don't give a damn, right? I guess melting pot's the phrase for that. It's in contrast to Gridania, which is pretty messed up. But yeah, Ul'dah also has quite a few legitimately decent people in it, which we have also seen a lot of. It helps that the Sultana is pretty legit, and Roban is actually a good guy. He's kind of stupid, but he is, at his heart, a good person. And those kind of good people help to keep the city at least a little bit in check. This could easily be, effectively, a Hutt cartel place. But it's not, because there are people reining it in a bit. Don't mistake me, there's still bad stuff. We still have Mr. I want an undead army of corpses, and we still have the people who want to buy slaves. That's all Ul'dah stuff. But that's as bad as that gets. And I know that sounds awful, but let me make it very clear. You can go down from there. Anyways, sorry. I apologize for occasionally dipping into this being a lore run. What's a wow? Good question. Okay. So, let's become a Thaumaturge really quick. Let's see how much crap we're going to have to unequip here. Yep, okay, what do we got? Looks like weapon... And that's it. Let's go buy a weapon. It could be Tatooine, but it turned into Corellia instead. That's a good way to phrase that. Corellia is bad, but it's not that bad. It's not Tatooine bad. I'm looking at the wrong inventory, that's why. Hey, you see this Exarchic Spear? Discard on the ground. I should have waited for Rax to show up to do that. Hey, Rax, on the VOD. Discard. What's this? It's the Grimoire on the... actually, hold on. Hold on to that for just a sec. Is that it? I guess that's it. What's the worst place to live in Star Wars? Nal Hutta. That's such an easy answer. Like, that's not even debatable. I would quite literally rather live on Korriban than Nal Hutta. Black Mage, which is actually Thaumaturge. There it is. Okay, so now I should be able to... Oh yeah! Let's see, what do I don't have? I don't have Diversion. Blizzard 2, that's funny. Drain, I lost Drain. And Sleep? When did we lose Sleep? Oh, well. Yeah, Nal Hutta is a place that can only be enjoyed by a few huts. Not even all the huts. Just a few of them. Alright. Thaumaturge. There you are. There's also Hoth. But Hoth is incredibly hostile to live in general. Like, Hoth isn't a habitable planet, to be blunt. That's why I didn't even consider that on the list. Tatooine is at least a habitable planet. Hoth is hell. Remember, the whole plot point, the whole reason the rebels settled on Hoth was because it was an uninhabitable planet. That was not a sustainable situation. Ah, come on. There we go. So, what is with this hat? Get off my head. There we go. I wish to be a Thaumaturge. Within these hallowed halls, the arts of devastation are taught, primeval magics with which to bring about an enemy's ruin. If you would join the ranks and wield the power of Thaumaturgy, I urge you to seize this moment and confide in your arcane ambitions. Yes, there was truly no answer, was there? Lean closer and I shall whisper you Thaumaturgy's beginnings. The nation of Ul'dah inherited its traditions from the ancient city of Beladia. You remember that one? A city founded by the descendants of the first mages. The secrets of these illustrious sorcerers were ultimately entrusted to the priests of the Order of Nalthal, who have passed them down from generation to generation ever since. Focused and refined over centuries of use in the Order's funereal rites, the arcane magics of our ancestors eventually emerged as the art we now know as Thaumaturgy. A freezing blizzard to halt corruption, a raging fire to cleanse the corpse, a bolt of lightning to expel the sins of mortal life. The Dwemmers employed in the preparation of the dead are equally efficacious when applied to the living. Thus does our guild thrive in the depths of the Azarian ossuary, a sanctuary devoted to Thal, the divine arbiter of the afterlife. So what say you? If you had plumbed the abyssal depths of Thaumaturgy, you see why I made a black mage? I mean, there's actually two reasons I made a black mage. One was because it's a Final Fantasy game, so of course I made a frickin' black mage. But the other was because this all sounds awesome. Foolish, foolish me. So, I would have a requirement of you reading 108 rules. However, too great a deterrent to fresh novices. Hey, the barrier to entry was too high. Huh. I suppose you shall have to settle for calling upon the collective wisdom of our guildmasters. We have 5 guildmasters, all brothers of the same house. Though they all wield supreme authority, it is the eldest who provides a singular voice. Master Kokobigo, I believe. Kokobigo? Man, I don't know. Hey, Darth Trinius. Who's ready for lightning? What is this? Why is Scathe on my spell bar? Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Oh, Thal's teeth. Where did your mother tell you not to startle a Thaumaturge? How did you not hear me coming? Look at that expectant face. This gentleman is obviously a new applicant seeking an audience with the eldest brother. Oh, Prelate Yayaki. She can recite 307 verses of the funerary rites for the virtuous fallen, but the simple task of keeping our names straight never seems beyond her grasp. I, for one, find the constant confusion endlessly entertaining. My apologies, good sir. My merriment was not meant to mock your mistake. It is our sibling Kokobuki with which you should speak. That's him. What's this? What this? Falls last to a new aspirant. Kokobuki. Were you here the entire time? Greetings, child. I am Kokobuki, the eldest and, I would venture to say, the wisest of the 5 masters. It is my solemn duty to furnish our would-be initiates with a succinct understanding of our beloved art. Thus I would have your fullest attention. To wield Thaumaturge is to unleash devastation of the highest magnitude. I think some parse numbers would disagree with that. The lethal force of our spells far exceeds the destructive capacity of any other form of arcane manipulation. Fire, lightning, blizzard, somnolence, the Thaumaturge calls upon an expansive arsenal of offensive incantations. Open your mind to our sorceress teachings. Give in to your hate. Such power has a price. You must be willing to plunge headfirst into the forbidding chasm of Thaumaturge's secrets. For advancement in this art only comes with completion of deadly and terrible trials. I ask you now, are you prepared to leap into the abyss? That's literally what that says. A confident response. Your name! Lore! How apropos. Let us mark your initiation with 3 eminently practical gifts. My first, the addition to your hunting log. My second is your scepter and shield, which I'm super not wielding, but thanks for the thought. Do you believe your initiation over, my dear disciple? We have only just begun. Go forth. Kill ladybugs. So yeah, it's Kokobani, Kokobigo, Kokoboha, Kokobezi, and Kokobuki. I don't know. Don't ask me. The scepter well complements the avid desire for destructive power written into your features. Do I have something written into my features? Now we shall complete your initiation with a trial to limit the test. Go kill these low-level mobs. Okay, sure, whatever. Anyways, to finish your question, Disco. How many times have you felt insulted versus how many times have people insulted you? I have a YouTube channel. So, I get insulted every day of my life. Now, interestingly enough, I don't feel insulted all that often. Well, I do feel insulted. That is a thing that has happened. But I usually only feel insulted if someone whose opinion I give a damn about says something. And usually I get the impression they don't mean it. They just say it, and they're probably not thinking about it. But it's still just kind of a, ooh, sort of a thing. You know what I mean? Or maybe you don't know what I mean. In which case, that's a good thing. There is a family member of mine who once presumed that after they had arranged in advance for me to help take care of their dog, when I said something casually unrelated to that thing as a light joke, they automatically assumed that I was canceling the arrangement, which meant they would have to cancel their vacation over it, something that would have been very damaging and a total dick move. Now, none of this was true, but I was very insulted from that. In fact, I'm actually still insulted by that to this very day. They never actually apologized for that one. And honestly, they probably never will. That's when I feel insulted. Someone popping into the thing and just saying, "You're dumb," on my YouTube comments, or on stream, on Discord. That's a Tuesday. Ah! Thank you, Darth Trinius, very much. I will jot that one down. Ugh. For the Zelda block. Yeah, I literally had a comment 2 days ago. You just hate Archer. That's the only reason you don't like Enterprise, is because you just have this unnatural bias against Archer. Sure. Sorry, jotting down the thing. And no, I have not, von Falkenstein. I'm aware of them, but I've never actually listened to them. You have a look. You have the satisfied look of a mage who has utterly vanquished his foes. I formally welcome you into the Brotherhood of Thaumaturge. Wow. Ether, the very stuff of life, exists within all living creatures to a greater or lesser extent. Remember this, it is the most basic law of arcane manipulation. Yup. We've actually talked about that many times, but this is one of the first times that's actually come into the on screen. Your burgeoning power strains against the confines of your untried mortal shell. Another trial you must have. Your tasks and challenges will be shaped by the teachings found in The Yawning Abyss, a tome penned by the renowned Thaumaturge Zozomaya. My brothers, who have not once tasted the bitter draught of defeat, will instruct you on the vital lessons. The first chapter, The Threat of Intimacy, falls within Kokobaigo's purview. It is only fitting one so averse to being approached to teach you the wisdom to be uncovered therein. Slower, I've been expecting you. Allow me to give you the pertinent passages from the opening chapter. Ahem. The Threat of Intimacy. Ah, how magnificent the potent power we wield. Roaring flames, piercing ice, shocking bolts are not matched by fist or sword or spear, but the burly warrior waxes fearsome with every closing step. Fists shatter bone, blades slide through flesh, spears puncture soft bellies. Know you this threat, and stand you apart from such men. The last part makes me queasy, nor have to recite it. The lesson, however, should be obvious. Keep your distance from your foes. Apart from the agony of being hit or stabbed or worse, you'll have a devil of a time completing an incantation with an enemy flailing his weapons at your person. Thus, the wise Thaumaturge always strikes from afar. The farther, the better. Now go kill something. At ranged. Okay. So, this is as good a time as any to talk about melee casting. Now, once upon a time, WoW and FF14 were actually identical when it comes to melee casting. This was terrible. WoW eventually patched that out. That's good. FF14 has never patched that out. That's bad. I actually am going to posit a negative for this. Here's how this works. So, I don't think I can literally show you this because I'm level frickin' 80. But, let's say I'm up here, and someone's beating on me. So I start casting. Now, they hit me, and my cast bar gets pushed back because they've hit me. Okay, that's fine. The problem is, not only can that happen effectively, infinitely, but more to the point, your casting can just straight up be interrupted from taking damage. Just from taking damage. If you don't understand the significance here, let me try and demonstrate this a little bit. Any spell I can use? What is this? That's nothing. It's my longest cast time. They're all the same. Okay, so you see how I'm casting? I'm going to just try to do this. So let's say I'm casting, right? So the way this used to work in WoW is every time you would get hit, you would get interrupted. Every time. And I do mean every single time. What this meant was at a certain rate of being hit, you could never cast. Your cast would never get off because it would always be interrupted faster than the bar could fill. This sucked. This was one of the worst feelings. And they did finally patch this out. Thank God. What WoW does now is completely different. So the way it works now is in WoW, so here's our cast bar, okay? So let's say you're casting and then you get hit, so you get knocked back this much. Then you get hit and you knock back this much. And then get hit again, and the third time does nothing. You basically build in an automatic resistance every cast to pushback. Which means at most, you will only ever be pushed back twice. Once a big pushback, once a little pushback, from while you're casting while being hit. This was a huge quality of life change to WoW. And suddenly made most casters substantially more viable when it comes to soloing, when it comes to going out and being a mage by yourself without someone to keep things off of you. I will give you a specific example of how terrible this was. A level 60 mage in good gear couldn't solo Zul'Farrak, which, for those of you not aware, is a level 40 dungeon. Not because they didn't have the output, but because the moment anything got in melee range, you were done. You lacked the ability to continue that encounter. FF14 still has that problem. Oh, and by the way, even if most MMOs work that way, that doesn't make it good or bad. That just makes it normal. Something being normal does not diminish or increase feasibility of something being good or bad. So I would like to argue a negative for this system. The most often way you have seen it, in fact, you have seen it on camera, it's actually happened during this run, is if we're doing something actually hard and I happen to be healing, which is the most likely spot where you will see something like that. Because if I'm doing a big heal, and I happen to get hit in the middle of that heal, well then that heal is lost, because I got interrupted, because I took damage, and because that sucks. Done making use of the testing grounds. Cough up the fee, then. Here you go. Have some vulture meat. Yeah, we pay him in vulture meat to use his grounds to test magic. Nothing so tender as a bit of meat pubbled with wanton wizardry. Nice doing business with you, Thaumaturge. Did you say Thaumaturge? Has this mage just completed a guild trial? Ah, Master Alchemist, what brings you to the bazaar this fine evening? The gentleman here just slew a plump vulture. You'd be surprised at how many of these scepter-wielding sorcerers end up sliced to ribbons by beak and talon. And that's not the sort of flesh I've got a taste for. It's good to know you don't eat people. Oh, my brothers, not again. Wait, what do you... Okay. Eh. Well, personally, I think there's two other reasons why black mages suck in FF14. But yes is the answer to your question, Von Falkenstein. So let me use another parallel. Over in WoW, I hate to keep using WoW, but whatever. Over in WoW, there's a class that is focused I should use past tense here, focused entirely on nice, big, slow casts. Now you might think, oh, that sounds awful, and it kind of was, but it was worthwhile, especially in a group or a raid, because they were the ones doing the deeps. They were the ones really pouring damage into the boss. Because those nice, big, slow casts, thanks to balancing, were doing tons more damage per time than anyone else was. Because it's so easy to get interrupted and so easy to have to move. And there's so many detriments to having a big, slow cast that their damage was boosted up to compensate. Make sense? So you have them in a group, and yeah, bam! Here's the thing. I don't think black mages have the damage boost they need to really compensate for that. Because black mages, in many ways, are the big, slow caster class of FF14. Now, to add an asterisk to that, as I've mentioned several times, what in the hell is this person doing? What are you doing here? He's just... To add an asterisk to what I'm talking about, my knowledge of black magery in FF14 is somewhat limited, because I hate the class, but also because I never got certain abilities which change how your rotation works. And, as I've mentioned several times, black mages literally change how they play depending on what level they are, which is problematic. So in some levels, they're just a turret. You know, they just stand there and throw out spells, and that kind of sucks. But other times, yeah, they're okay. Apparently, black mages are doing good DPS right now, so that's good. Because they should be doing really high DPS, along with Samurai, which should be top DPS, by the way. But black mages still suck. I don't think anyone will ever convince me of otherwise. He's doing a Tom Berry cosplay. It makes so much sense. I should probably clarify one other thing. I keep saying black mages suck. Let me explain that a little bit, because there's two types of suckitude when it comes to a video game. There's suckitude in terms of whether or not they're actually worth a damn, and there's suckitude regards to whether or not they actually are enjoyable to play. I hate playing black mage. I hate it. It's not fun. It's not interesting. It's not engaging, and the whole time I feel like I'm constantly squinging myself through some kind of corset to try and actually make something happen. I hate it. That doesn't make Black Mage a bad class. That makes it a class I can't stand playing. See the difference? And I wanted to clarify that, because I'm not trying to say Black Mage is a bad class. I'm just saying I don't like it. That being said, I do think Black Mage should have the same overhaul thing that, you know, Summoner and Monk got, but that's just me. Frankly, I think all the classes should have that overhaul. You know, bit by bit, you know, like one class every other patch, something like that. You get the point. Anyways. Okay, sorry about that. Welcome back, Lore. You seem to have done well. Both eyes intact, face unshredded. It's truly the most terrible feeling to have one's casting interrupted by heinous injury. It's one of the easier trials, if you ask me. Keep away from pointy, slashy, bashy things if you want to reach the end of the arcane utterance. That's just common sense. Fortune favors the fighter who flings fire from afar. I simply love the look of loathing leveled at me by distant duelists distressed by deadly downpour. We Thaumaturges excel at offense, but we fail miserably at defense. Our most effective strategy is to topple our adversaries with overwhelming force before they have a chance to respond. Honors for knights and dead mages. Laura, your studies appear to be progressing nicely. It won't be long before you dominate the battlefield as an avatar of sorcerous destruction. So it's true, Buki. Don't try to hide from me, Bigo, or Bonnie, or Bezzy, or Boha. Boosie? What are you doing here? You promised. You promised you would teach me next. Well, of course we did, Boozy, but Laurel here was most insistent. And once again you brushed me aside in hope that I abandoned my heart's desire. Why do you deny me? I hate you, all of you. I want to fling powerful magic and kill people. Please, Boosie, you must sit and say such hurtful things. You know how delicate Bigo is. That was Kokobusi, our youngest brother. He so dearly wishes to become a thaumaturge like the rest of us, but it isn't possible. The boy's etheric levels are pitifully low. Come on, there we go. We thought we had convinced him to accept fate's cruel quirks when he entered the Alchemist Guild, but he yet yearns to walk the path of thaumaturgy. Such is Kokobusi's determination that he spends all his waking moments experimenting with alchemical concoctions, seeking a method by which he can expand his capacity for arcane manipulation. That's not dangerous as hell. What the? Uh-oh. Hang on. Hang on. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. There we go. Stupid thing. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. Anyways, yes, the aura of power surrounding you is palpable. The glare begins to blind my thaumaturge's eye. Your lesson today shall be taught by Kokobani. Okay. The threat of paucity. Paucity? You have come to learn the foot of our third eldest brother. I promise you, however, your education shall not be third-rate. Let us read from the second chapter. Are we settled? No last moment trips to the privy? Very well. Threat of paucity. Ah, how magnificent the ruthless powers we wield. Flame devours, ice entombs, lightning courses through stricken bodies of our foes. But oh, such desperation when the wellspring runs dry. Flame sputters out, ice melts into slush, lightning sparks no longer. Know you this threat, and mind you the limits of your mortal vessel. A terrifying thought, isn't it? A thaumaturge who has exhausted his arcane reserves, his monopole, is not but a man with a stick and a funny hat. For we mages, you may as well equate etheric energy flowing through our veins as our very lifeblood. Should a battle find us lacking, we are as good as dead. So this is teaching you about how you do umbral ice in order to push, okay, astral fire, and you kind of go back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and one step forwards. This, since we're talking about it, is the second thing I don't like about playing Black Mage in this game. I just don't really enjoy this kind of combat. I don't enjoy the whoa, what did I do? Oh my gosh, hang on. Like, Something's wrong here. How do I... I mean, I can just live with it. Ah! That... Ooh, that's... okay, stop. I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix that at some point. Can I do this to fix it? Hey, there we go, we fixed it. Yay! Sorry, I'm using a new mouse. Because my old one finally started dying on me, and... I mean, duh. I don't like this type of gameplay. So I'm going to talk about WoW again. Sorry. There's a concept in WoW in several expansions. It depends because specs change all the time in WoW. But at several points in WoW's history, there has been arcane mages. Now, for those of you not aware, arcane mages are extraordinarily cool. This is important. I want you to remember this. Because I really want to play arcane mage. It's just such a cool concept. And it's got such cool lore and, you know, viscerality, as I like to call it, right? Like, there's a lot of just, yeah, factor when it comes to playing an arcane mage. However, the way an arcane mage plays is, well, you cast a spell, and then it gets more expensive, but stronger. And then it gets more expensive, and then stronger, and you get where this is going. And once you've emptied your mana pool, you're supposed to do, I'm not going to bore you with it, but it's stuff in order to refill your mana pool, and then you're supposed to keep going with your expensive spells. And yes, every single cast makes the spell stronger and more expensive. It actually caps at times 5, but it's doing a stupid amount of damage when you're at 5 times the cost. Now, I'm not saying Arcane is bad, just like I'm not saying Black Mage is bad. But the problem is, it's just not fun for me. I don't know how to explain it past that. I just really don't enjoy doing the gameplay. It just doesn't engage me for some reason. It's a good time as any to look at your Q&A things. Loner asks, did you ever play or run a module for D&D Monk based on Western fighting style like boxing, wrestling, savate, etc.? Yes and no. So I once ran one where a friend of mine was playing what I can only refer to as a pro wrestler, except not faking. You know what I mean? And it was actually why do I keep doing this? It was a really cool concept, and we did some fun stuff with it. But it was mostly just for fun. It was mostly just a bam! It was effectively a class entirely built around grappling, and then what you could do after you have grappled. It was cool. But a lot of it was made up on the fly, because I was just kind of improvising it, because that's in many ways how I tend to GM when it comes to D&D. You tell me, I want to hit the enemy, then I'll just say, roll your damage. But if you tell me, I want to grab the enemy's arm and fling him into the wall, I'll be like, okay. And I'll work with you on it. That's how I tend to GM. Just because it's not in the book doesn't mean we can't make it work. You arrived before me upright and breathing. Wonderful. It's so much simpler to pose questions to a student without having to resort to necromantic divination. Huh. Tell me, Lore, what action would you take if you found your thaumaturgical endurance exhausted? I flee. Most practical indeed. A discreet withdrawal to await the replenishment. But there should be nowhere left to run. A vial of ether is your stoutest ally. Ah, ether, drought of the gods. We thaumaturges, indeed any who practice the arts of arcane manipulation, value this substance above all others. Thus it was with unbridled fury that we received the most recent report of beastman activity. It seems a Malja raiding party has attacked a caravan, taking an entire cargo of ether. Ooh, okay. So I believe Kokobuki has an additional request. While you're busy incinerating the Malja, collect samples of their blood, assuming you can draw any from their smoking remains. Okay. I'll try to leave some of their blood intact when I'm burning them to death. And yeah, no, that sounds about right, Loner. Let's see. So Von Falkenstein says, they really push those Lullafell appearances in lower levels, don't they? They kind of do, yeah. It's funny, because I think, statistically speaking, it's either the Hjor or the Mikote we actually encounter the most overall. But we see a lot of Lullafells early on. Elizar says, have you ever spoken Leet Speak? No. Do you have a favorite fruit and vegetable? For fruit, it would be either grapefruit or pineapple, I think. Or kiwi or mango. One of those. For favorite vegetable, other than carrots, because it's totally carrots. Yeah, I should have said tomato for both, but that would be just a joke. Excuse me. That's true, Blade Traval. I don't know. Vegetables. That's a tough one. I like a lot of vegetables. I'm gonna go with mushrooms, I think. That counts, right? No, it doesn't count. Alright, we're good. What's my favorite Magic DPS, then? I'm sorry to ask this, Disco, but in what? In this game? Red Mage. But, like, in general? I'd have to think about that one. Do I detect the scent of ether and the stench of Amalja blood? I do, in fact, have both things for you. Here you go. You know, Red Mage is legit. I love Red Mage. 10 vials, 20, 30. The sight of so much ether is so comforting. What have we here? Is this the crate that was stolen? I see Laura's lessons have had the desired effect. I will assume the vile, viscous liquid you have is beastman blood. Kokobusi should be pleased. Kokobuki, you left word for me at the ossuary. Have you finally decided to begin my training in thaumaturgy? Good of you to come. Laura was kind enough to obtain a supply of Amalja blood for you. An alchemical acquaintance of mine explained how you had been using the substance in your research. That's actually kind of nice of you. Naturally, we're most interested in the results of experiments, so you see, Busey, your work as an alchemist already puts you in a position to work alongside us. You needn't become a thaumaturge to be part of our family. That's right, Busey. Besides, the battlefield's a dangerous place, and our skills are not exactly suited to keeping others safe from harm. I see. This is but another attempt to dissuade me from pursuing my true calling. I do not want to cheer you on the side from the safety of the workbench. I want to fight at your side. You see, we cannot stand the thought of you being harmed. Pray don't do anything foolish. I apologize, brother. I sometimes forget how difficult it must be not having natural aptitude for the arcane arts. As I mentioned before, Laura, Kokobusi is dangerously unsuited to the wielding of thaumaturgy. Even with proper training, he would be unable to cast magics as we are. Were he able to attempt to force a manifestation of power, the strain on his etheric reserves would likely kill him. But let's not dwell on the unpleasant circumstances. For you, on the other hand, are brimming with thaumaturgic potential. Remain diligent. Keep casting. So, as they mentioned there, technically anyone can become a mage as long as they have sufficient etheric reserves. So let's talk about this in lore for just a second. Every living thing is made of ether, but every living thing has a different... So there's two things, actually. There's your battery size, and there's your throughput, okay? The battery size is how much ether you can store in you at a single point in time. Now, most people, this is relatively limited. As the Warrior of Light, as the main character, our reserve is actually quite large. So we can actually store a fairly large amount of etheric energy within us at a given point in time. But if you are someone like our alchemical friend, and you have a very, very, very small reserve, in other words, a very small battery size, even if your throughput's excellent, you're going to have problems casting. Why? Well, if you start to cast, pulling... All magic in this setting, almost all magic in this setting, pulls from the ether within you in order to manifest into the spell, right? But if you pull the magic out, and you don't have the magic to supply that spell, it has to come from something. And so it starts to come from the rest of what makes up you. Remember, everyone is made of ether, and you see why this is so damaging. It's quite literally casting from hit points, because you'd be draining not just your life essence, your very body, in order to try and actually cast. So, while anyone can learn how to be a mage, only the people who have sufficient battery can really functionally become a mage. While I'm here, I'll go and discuss the other thing, which is throughput. This is how much ether you can draw into and through yourself at a given point. It is the size of the pipe, so to speak. The width of the pipe. So, if it's like this, even if you have a large battery, it's going to take absolutely forever in order to actually fill up that battery, because you can only pull in so much mana at a time. If you have a much larger pipe, you can pull out that mana at a much faster rate, because you can draw energy through you and out of you at a much faster rate. Sounds right? Now, I think only a couple of times does the pipe size thing come up in story. But, sorry, Von Falkenstein. But yes, is the answer to your question. The pipe size thing only comes up a couple of times. The battery size thing comes up constantly. It is a near constant element that we will be discussing how much etheric mana or etheric reserves or etheric potential, it all means the same general thing, that various people does, and it has a direct impact on what they can do magically. Do note that magic does not just mean casting in this setting. As with most Final Fantasy series, a lot of the people who are, like doing a specific attack with a sword will empower that attack with some of the ether within them to effectively make that a magical attack, even though you're attacking with a sword. So all of that stuff comes from that etheric reserve. Sense, Mike? And we have a stupid large etheric reserve. I'm just going to give that away right now. I've theorized before that it's one of, not the only, but one of the reasons we're the Star Destroyer is because our battery size is gigantic. Yeah, good example, Cashel. General Beatrix hitting us with Thunderblade. You know that attack Paladins have where they smash the ground and a bunch of chunks of lights go up? There's a practical example. Come, Lord, the Yawning Abyss beckons one more. Today you will instruct in the title, The Threat of Superiority. These chapter names. You're here for a lesson. Heed my words. The threat of superiority. Ah, how magnificent the intimidating power we wield. Flame sears the air. Ice frosts the ground. Lightning flashes with blinding incandescence. But all are not cowed by our elemental fury. Ignite not your flames, summon not your ice, and strike not your lightning. Know you this threat, and stay your hand against such foes. Once you cut away all the overblown imagery, the passage draws attention to an important tactic. A wise Thaumaturge does not engage in battle against opponents he cannot defeat. A fine example would be avoiding conflict in Uldah's multitude of furious merchants. These soulless, ravening creatures are afflicted with the madness of insatiable avarice. Do you recall the crate of ether you retrieved? Well, a number of irate peddlers have arrived with the gall to demand recompense for the few measly vials we emptied as our just reward. Okay, yeah, we drank the entire bloody box, but the point is, we can't afford to pay such a sum, so I pass on to you the secret of the last and most potent defense. Shameless weeping. Okay. I don't think that applies, but alright, whatever. But yeah, sorry. So in lore... Oh, hey, they're right here. In lore, our pipeline is also huge. The Royal Light's pipe is gargantuan. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, we have absolutely huge pipes. So we can channel a huge amount of energy in and out at incredibly fast speeds. We will actually literally see this happen on camera in Heavensward as well as in Shadowbringers. Both times we'll see us just channel a stupid amount of power. Because we have that kind of battery size and because we have that kind of pipe. Like I said, it only comes up a couple of times, but it's there. I'm so scared. I'm so sorry. Wait, that's my /cry? Wow. I'm terrible. You needn't cry about a few vials. I'll tell you what. Dry your eyes. I'll take care of the loss. Oh, thanks. Also, why are all the guilds so poor? This is such a constant element. Hi, Kata. How'd it go? Alright. I know you're the one who chased down the Emulsion brutes. I'll let it go. Hang on, let me... Whoop, wrong button. I'm so sorry, tiny woman. Please stop poking my stomach. We're a Star Destroyer. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at them. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I was hoping for better than that. But it's better than it's not worse than that. The summary to your answer, Von Falkenstein, is that Uldah is so central to so many plot threads, and this is Lalafell capital, that's probably one of the biggest reasons we encounter the Lalafells so much. A masterful performance. The sniffling was a nice touch. You will, however, encounter foes who are unmoved. So your next thing is to go after this. Oh, we have to use the sleep spell. Oh, there is a new sleep spell. Why are there 2 sleep spells? Oh, okay. We're cool. Everything's cool here. Oh, okay, so the former is the Black Mage sleep spell, which doesn't exist anymore. And that's the everyone sleep spell. I'm going to leave my old sleep spell in the bar. As a reminder, the good old days when this game sucked. Never forget the suckitude. I mean that sincerely. You need to remember where you've been. Historical preservation. Related news, I've decided to delete all my older videos that suck. So. Have I ever spoken lead speed? I think I already answered that one, but just in case I didn't, no, I have not. What's my favorite? I already answered that one. Favorite green DPS? I mean, Sage. But that feels like cheating. Of course Sage is my favorite. So, if I had to pick something other than Sage... honestly, I'd go with Astrologian. Hey look, we're fighting the Alacrins again. That is 3 guilds in Ul'dah that have to do with the Alacrins. If you're paying attention. The Alchemists, the Black Mages, or excuse me, the Thaumaturges, and the Pugilists. Probably not Ilizar, but I couldn't remember if I answered it, and I wanted to be clear. Listen, Cashel. When I take over the world, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to do another take on Voyager. After I've already done the rewrite of Voyager, obviously that takes higher precedence. Not that way. Yeah, I'd go with Astrologian. The distinctions between the healer class, healer DPS is very minor. But I will say that the Astrologian has the best overall setup, I would say. Their AoE attack is a ranged attack, so you don't have to be up in melee like you do with Scholar and Sage. And that's gravity, consequently. And they have the dot, which you don't have to do use other ability to use. And they have just a straight-up nuke, which looks pretty cool, actually. There's not much to gauge between the green DPS, but I'd still give it to Astrologian. You'll see, Cashel. You'll see. For a moment, pray allow me to shatter the urn. Why? I thought if I assisted you, then my brothers might finally deign to take me seriously, so I followed you. And didn't help at the combat at all. What have we got here, then? A couple of nosy sand rabbits about to be skinned. Dear gods, where'd they come from? I got your back. I will say this. I do like Holy spamming on White Mage, and Glare looks cool. What I don't like about Holy is that it's a PB AoE. The same problem I have with both Sage and Scholar. Are you injured? I have a salve for that. Thanks, I think. Anyways. Do Garleans have no battery or no pipeline? So, the answer to that question is going to be amusing. Yes. Garleans lack a pipeline, and Garleans lack a battery. That's pretty much the point. Oh, I have an instacast. See? Boop. It's not completely crap. It's kind of crap. It's total crap. Scathe is there for when you literally have nothing else. It's what we call filler. Your filler spell is what you use when you can't use anything else. It's the bottom of the priority list. Scathe is the Black Mage filler. That's incredible. I wish I could wield the same sort of power. I became an alchemist in hopes of creating some manner of mana-amplifying elixir, but all my efforts have been for naught. The results have been too mild to make any difference. I'll never be a Thaumaturge like my brothers at this rate. I'll forever be a pitiless, powerless sibling. Unless I go to this incredibly evil artifact and use it. Yeah, Kata has the right of it. Ideally, under optimal circumstances, you will never use your filler spell. Just like a white mage should never use Cure 1, for example. Wait! Don't you dare break my urn! Did the piece of pottery just talk? Are you Mormo? The Void Scent? I mean, I could quite literally step on them, Cashel, and I don't want to. Yes, I am Mormo, but I'm one of the nice Void Scent. Pro tip, there's no nice Void Scent. It was the nasty ones that sealed me up in here for helping a mortal. If you would be so kind as to open the lid of my urn, I would be happy to grant you a wish. Anything you desire. Fortune, fame. Actually, yeah, Von Falkenstein, that's a good comparison. I'm not really interested in fame or fortune, but there is one thing. I'd like to have etheric power equal to that of my brothers. So, here's another thing. You've probably already guessed this, but in this setting, if you don't have a good battery, you can augment that with enchantments. Now, not with alchemy, as this one little boy is discovering. Alchemy can only go so far. But if you have, like, gloves of plus mana, and another glove of plus mana, and, like, a coat of plus mana, you get the idea, right? Obviously, these things don't exist in gameplay terms, but in stat terms, in lore terms, there is such a thing as being able to enchant yourself up and use gear to try and augment the casting ability you don't have. If you're paying attention, this is related to how the Garleans do this. They have all this casting stuff to use Magitech in order to... I've talked about this before. They use technology to use magic because they can't. So they can cast, and they can augment their abilities in magical manners. That's why they can do things like all the big super cool attacks, just like we were talking about with Paladin, for example. But all of that, in their case, is completely external. It's all the technology and the gear that's doing it, not them, because they can't. Sense make? Sorry for talking about the magic, but this is a perfect time to talk about it as the Thaumaturge chest. Anyways, power, isn't it? A perfectly acceptable wish. In fact, I sense the latent ability buried deep within you. It'd be a simple thing for me to turn it loose. This is what we call a lie. Now, roll sense motive. Hang on. Alright, now this is funny because in real life I actually just rolled a 5 on my sense motive. And that's what he just rolled. And yeah, materia would qualify too, Disco. Power. I too could have power. I love how we're just watching this. No. Now, I don't feel that different. I think Mormo may have been lying. Come on, Laura. It's time we're leaving. Oh, we were supposed to break the urn? And that is that. This will be such fun. I mean, nice to return home after all this excitement. So, you're probably wondering, how does possession work with that? But actually, the answer is quite mundane. So the possessor is the one whose battery and throughput really matters, but they can also be augmented by the possessee. So let's say, for example, that you possess a Garlean. Well, you could still be able to cast because you, the possessor, still have X battery and Y throughput, right, through pipe size. But let's say, for example, that you decide to possess someone of tremendous innate power, like the Warrior of Light, for example. Well, all of a sudden, you've got a huge battery to work with, in addition to your own, and a huge pipeline, in addition to your own. This is something that we will also see happen on camera, when one person is augmented by, or augmented with another, and it makes it much, much worse than it otherwise would be. There's a specific scene in Stormblood, for example, where we will see this in action. Let's see. So Eleazar says, what is one of the biggest game disappointments ever? Okay, so you're probably expecting me to say Mass Effect 3. Actually, yes, that is correct, Von Falkenstein. That is absolutely correct. Doesn't make it impossible, though. Just makes it harder. The biggest disappointment ever. I've had a lot of gaming disappointments over the years. Birth of the Federation, huge disappointment. I suppose I could mention Mass Effect 3 in that, Dragon Age 2. Warcraft 3 Reforged wasn't that big of a disappointment, it was just terrible garbage. But even that wasn't that big of a disappointment, not really. No. I think if I was to pick the most disappointing game I have ever played, I'm gonna go with the typical example, but I stand by it, it's never changed, it's never been surpassed for me. Fable. Don't mistake me, Fable's actually not that bad of a game. But that's not what you asked. I bought into the hype with Fable. Some of you probably remember this. Fable was going to be the Morrowind killer. Specifically, it was being marketed as a Morrowind killer. It was going to be so much better than Morrowind in every way. And at the time, I was pretty deep into Morrowind. So I was really excited for all the features and all the gimmicks and all the story they were all talking about. And there were lots of them. And then I played Fable. Yeah. It's one of the last times I bought into that kind of hype, actually. Welcome back, Laura. I'm glad to see you're making a habit out of not dying. I try. Yeah, exactly, Disco. God, they talked it up so much. Before we discuss your trial, I want to ask about Kukubusi. I saw him a few moments ago. He seemed odd. I mean, odder than usual. Would you happen to know aught of it? Yes. He was at your trial? It is extraordinarily dangerous and foolish to interfere with the Thaumaturge's training. I shall have to scold him most heartily. No, Eleazar. Such unpleasantness aside, I am impressed you claimed victory in spite of this unexpected development. Remember to add the exclamation mark Q, though, Eleazar. I happen to notice your question this time, but I'm not going to guarantee I always will. The teachings of the Yawning Abyss have served you well. You can now learn the most powerful spell of all, Scathe! I'm just warning you, Eleazar, because I don't always notice chat, you know what I mean? I try. I work very hard to pay attention to chat, but I don't always catch it. So, Ardenox7 asks, speaking lore-wise, can you train and make the pipes and storage bigger, or is it a born gift? Unfortunately, it is almost entirely a born gift. So, let me explain this in simple terms. Let's say this is your battery, right? Well, let's say you've just started becoming a caster, and so you start casting, but for some reason your battery's down here. That's because this is how much of your battery you know how to use. Training can fill you up to your potential, but your potential is built in. Same thing with the pipe. You could start off here and train yourself up to use the full throughput, but you are actually innately capped. This is smart. The way this works out is almost every setting that has magic or some kind of magical thing, like the Force has it, the world builders of that setting have to face a very simple question. Can magic be taught, yes or no, to anyone? And believe it or not, this is actually a huge sea change kind of a question, because if anybody can learn magic for any reason, then what you have done is made a situation where magic should be commonplace to the point of being normal. And that means you have to adjust your setting around magic entirely, right? Now you can do that, but that's actually a lot harder to do than it sounds. In order to make your setting make any kind of sense, you have to innately limit magic, and there's this whole song and dance to go with it. So what the overwhelming majority of settings do is they place a limiter on who can learn magic. FF14 has taken that approach. Star Wars takes the same approach. Most settings take the approach where you have to be born into it. You cannot teach a muggle how to cast in Harry Potter. You have to be born with the gift to use magic, right? Same concept. This is why most fiction does the you have to be born right approach to this. It's not because of elitism or anything else like that. It's just because it is the simplest and easiest answer to limit magic usage within a setting. Now, I hate that, personally. The idea that you have to be born into magic frustrates the crap out of me, so I had to do some serious wrangling to allow it so that anyone can learn magic within my setting. But it did take serious wrangling, which is why most people don't do that. You're safe. I heard you'd fallen victim to the Mage Slayer. Have you not heard of the recent spate of gruesome killings? Each case involves at least one dead Thaumaturge, and every corpse is found bloody, battered, and drained of etheric energy. Huh, I wonder who's doing that. Anyways, the threat of perplexity. This sounds fun. Listen, Disco, just because I burned Hogwarts to the ground doesn't mean it didn't have it coming. That place was just a hazard, a safety hazard. Greetings, Lore. Sorry. Greetings, Lore. Are you once again more prepared to peruse the pages of Power and Peril? Let's begin. Threat of perplexity. Ah, how magnificent the daunting power we wield. Flames pursue, ice transfix, lightning dances. But what terror descends when from all sides those ranks close? Flames are smothered, ice is crushed, and lightning grounded. Know you this threat, and wear you the multitudinous foe. Translation. AoEs. Point of this passage readily apparent? Yes. It would be most problematic, for example, should you meet this malefic Mage Slayer and he or she prove to be multiple murderers. What a Thaumaturge needs is a thick-set thrall, courageous companion to accompany him in cases where collective cronies are expected. Pray allow me to suggest a practical course. The town is buzzing with news of yet more slaughtered Thaumaturges, their mutilated bodies found fouling the waters of Nofika's wells. I would have Lorem aid me in hunting down the culprit while the trail is fresh. Lore may have tolerated your interruption in the trial last time, Busey, but you are hardly the hardy henchman he needs to clear such a hazardous hurdle. Your concerns are understandable. Put all your fears, I can introduce Lore to a valiant warrior who recently entered my employ. You have secured the services of a stalwart swordsman? That would indeed be in line with learning the lesson of the day. Perhaps... Come now, Lore, let's be about our business before Kokaha has a change of heart! I'll be waiting for you in Nofika's Wells. Bye! Did he seem weird to you? No, he's fine. He's fine. Dr. Winter asks, some settings make the size of the power pool set by birth, but allow for training to make casting less costly to make up for size. Others allow for the size to be trained, so the sky's the limits. Thoughts on that? So the problem is that doesn't actually fix the problem, if you're paying attention. It raises the bar, but when you're thinking about just about any kind of setting of any kind of size, you run into a problem with that, right? Let me walk that back a second. Let me try to explain this differently. So let's say your setting is one continent. Okay, medieval era? Sure, no problem. You only have to deal with a few dozen million people, right? So that's not the end of the world. So you can do something like that as long as you don't intend your setting to go on long term. My setting occurs across several sectors of a galaxy. I have to contend with trillions of people. You're probably already seeing the problem here, Dr. Winter, because the moment you introduce a setting which is sufficiently sized in terms of samples, it doesn't matter if you raise the bar for how difficult it is in order to make you cast, like say you have to go through training to raise your battery or your pipeline, because that is, at that point, effectively going to happen by just statistical likelihood. Because you're dealing with trillions of people across dozens of species, across hundreds of planets, right? So you can see why that can be a solution, but it depends on the scale and scope of the setting. Hey, here's the swordsman. Oh, they'll promise me a sack of gil to do what I do best, and that's keeping the attention on me. Oh, hey, it's a gladiator. Check it out. Sorry, I mean a paladin. Oh, Lore, so good of you to come. My Rogadin friend here is the warrior I mentioned at the ossuary. Now, there's no time to waste. Why don't you head into the stream and examine the bodies of the slain mages? I'd go with you, but my delicate stomach, I fear I might contaminate the scene. Remember, you're looking for anything that might help us track down the killer. Okay. Oh, I found him! He's right here in front of me! Yeah, no, D&D is actually a really good example of that. So, the way D&D handles this exact same problem... Sorry, let me walk that back. The way Faerun, Forgotten Realms, actually handles this kind of problem is it makes it so that the survivability rate of people is so low that most people never make it past level 4. Hello? There we go. So even though anyone, and I do mean anyone, in Forgotten Realms could learn magic, because wizard is a learned skill, most people don't make it far enough to actually be worth a damn. That's why there's very, 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 very few wizards who are level 10 or higher. And if you see a level 10 wizard, that's a big deal, right? It's a way of dealing with it, but again, it only really works because of how relatively small Forgotten Realms is. And that's ignoring the fact that sorcerers are born into it and clerics get it from deities. And warlocks get it from whatever. They can get it from anything, really. Did you uncover anything incriminating? Let's see. A bloody scepter, a shredded tome, and a bloody bracelet. The blood is yet slick to the touch. The slaughter must have been recent indeed. The villain may yet lurk nearby. Return to the creek. Yes, I dare say with your aura saturating it as it is with enticing etheric energy. We'll lure the Mage Slayer into the open. Have courage, Lore. Our burly companion is here with you. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Black Bile. And frankly, 10 int is average. So that's not all that hard to go, right? But yeah, there's a reason why mage colleges in Forgotten Realms usually have personnel and students in the thousands, and yet most of them never actually make it out of school or go anywhere. Oh my god, it's a soul sucker! Help me, stalwart swordsman. You're my only hope. Hey, Lune Ruth. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hopefully they'll get their heads out of their asses, Lune Ruth. It's probably one of those situations where you're just going to have to bother with the paperwork and dealing with the idiots, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, no, it's totally here. Unfortunately, that kind of thing is extraordinarily common here, too. In fact, I don't know if you remember, but for my nose, after I paid the bill, they were like, hey, by the way, you didn't pay the bill. I paid the bill. Takes care of that. Off to collect me coin. Enjoy your coin. Ah, man. Well, that is an answer to the question, Dr. Winter. Like I said, it's the Harry Potter approach, or the Star Wars approach. If you're not born with midichlorians, or whatever, then you do not have the Force. The end. Seems your partnership with our hired blade went splendidly. It is unfortunate, though, that one of the imps was able to flutter away. Oh, did you not notice? You wouldn't wish to report with your trial half finished, would you? Of course not. I'm afraid, however, the Rogan has already collected his recompense and departed to the nearest alehouse. What to do, what to do? Surely a thaumaturge of your caliber can handle a single imp, yes? If I'm not mistaken, it fled into that little cave. Hurry now, go into that tiny little, totally not a trap cave. Right. Possible, Lune Ruth. I'm just hopeful that you, like I, tend to hold on to, receipts and the like, so I can be like, no, here, look. You're dumb. This was paid, Oh no. Here he comes. The one true villain of all time. Nice fireball. That is not Kokobusi. I mean, it is Kokobusi. It's Kokobusi possessed by the void scent that escaped from Mormo's urn. It was feeding on the etheric energy of all those slain thaumaturges. So I haven't really discussed void scent yet, and I'm still not going to, because we're going to go into it in a bit. And then we'll go into it more, and then we'll ignore it for 2 expansions, and then we'll go into it a lot more. So all I'm going to say right now is that void scent are all from the same place. They're all kind of different in how the rules apply to them. And you, dear Monorich Lore, were to be next. I've wanted to absorb your delicious power since the moment we met. A pity. This has been such an amusing charade. How'd you see through it? I'm Kokabusi's brother. How could I not? Thank you! It is time I destroyed you, Mormo, and put a stop to these sinister killings. As the eldest, I must take responsibility for my family's misadventures. Coward like you? Destroy me? Your opening strike should have pierced my heart, but instead you aim for the knife. Fear stays your hand. Fear that slaying me will also slay your sibling. Poor, spineless Thaumaturge. I shall, however, leave you with a pleasant thought. It was Kokabusi's fervent wish to amass this power. He craved the arcane strength to stand as his brothers and equals. What a shame he must now stand against you. It pains me to admit, but there's some truth to that creature's words. I surrendered the perfect opportunity to end this. I have betrayed my own teachings. Return to the ossuary. I will gather my thoughts. But yeah, Void Scent in this setting in many ways fulfill the narrative slot, the trope, if you will, of demons. Typical demons in most settings. They're not demons, although they kind of are. Well, let's see here. Was George... That's an interesting question, Disco. I'm going to pass on that one. Pass. Because I have an opinion on it, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Which anthropomorphic species does Disney draw or model the hottest? Let's see, what's the best joking answer I could give to that? Lion King. Alright, there we go. Gigapudding says, Lore, why do you suck so badly? I'm sorry, Gigapudding. I try, but not all of us can manage how amazing you are. Ah, Lore. Kokabuki advised me of your adventures. It seems the Mage Slayer slithered away, but your stint with the Swordsman was nonetheless successful. Consider this chapter complete. Your time with her Tome of Teachings is at an end. Well, to be absolutely accurate, there is an addendum with additional advice, but Kokabuki considers it extracurricular. Even I dare not delve into diabolical depths. I do not deign to die, you understand. Sure. I have yet to inform my brothers of his misfortune. I have yet to reconcile the maelstrom within my own mind. The most fundamental lessons of Thaumaturgy demand I slay the creature where it stood. It was the most opportune moment to strike. Minimal risk, victory all but assured. How many more will suffer for my hesitation and my cowardice? It will likely be some time, however, before more resurfaces. At least 5 more levels. Hey, I gained 5 levels. Ah, I saw you coming. Been more watchful since Kokabuki told us about that dreadful business with Kokabusi. We must locate our unfortunate younger sibling as soon as possible and deal with him. But Kokabuki is not his usual unflappable self. It frightens me to see our elder so indecisive. Terrifies me, in fact. Maybe you could speak with him. No problem. Oh, I can't cast Flare at this level. Okay, whatever. Lore, how long have I agonized over Kokabusi's plight and the measures I might take to extricate him from it? Sorry, that was my chair. It would not do to call upon my Thaumaturge colleagues. They would simply seek to obliterate my brother outright. Our teachings from the Yawning Abyss allow no alternative. There's a glimmer of hope. I have word that the scholars who requested the destruction of Momazern have returned from their expedition. They are currently in Camp Drybone, blowing ink dry on their collective findings regarding the wretched Void Scent. Go talk to them. Peruse their information about Void Scent. Yeah, sure. We'll see how this works out. So anyways, what Gigapudding actually asks is, do you have any hope for the new Dragon Age? No. And I stress, you see the tone shift? You see how my entire demeanor changed there? I try to keep things light and airy, but if you ask something serious, I'm going to give you a serious answer. No. I have absolutely no hope for Dragon Age 4 whatsoever. In fact, and several of my viewers already know this, I have refused to allow Dragon Age 4 to be added to the list because I don't have faith it's even coming out. If it ever comes out, we can consider adding it to the list then, not before. If you seek definitive work on Mormo, seek no further. I have penned an in-depth analysis of the most cunning ritual, a method contrived by the mages of old to annihilate the soul of this especially potent void scent. When it comes to draining such a creature of its etheric energies, one must... I don't have time to stand here explaining this. Here, take my chapter. Thanks. Interesting. Tell me more. Do I have a stream video uploaded somewhere of my Trespasser run? You know, I don't think I do. We did stream Trespasser, but I think that was back when I wasn't uploading VODs of my streams because nobody... Well, I don't want to say nobody wanted me to, but there wasn't a demand for it, is probably a better way to phrase that. And then people were like, hey, you should upload the VODs of these. And I was like, why? Why would anyone want to watch a VOD of a stream? That is madness. Sheer frog spawn chewing madness. What the hell? God, that's a good question, Von Falkenstein. I don't think there are at this point. I think there was going to be, and then there wasn't, and then there was someone re-added, and then they left again. You want to learn at Mormo? Right this instant? We've barely... How did you... Okay, here you go. I can understand your curiosity. Mormo is fascinating, even amongst the oddities of the Void Scent. She is far too powerful to make use of the tiny holes between our realities, and thus must send her only her spirit to possess a corpse. Right, so that's actually relevant. Most Void Scent can actually manifest physically. In fact, most have to. It is an extraordinarily rare Void Scent that actually can't manifest physically, like this Mormo. Sorry, Ross. I do, if it makes you feel any better, I feel bad about not archiving the old VODs. We did a whole playthrough of XCOM, which was just awesome. And then we did a whole playthrough of XCOM 2, which was even more awesome. A lot of streams were lost because we just weren't recording them. Okay, where is this other one? Hang on a sec, Elizard. I haven't actually gotten to it yet, but I'm trying to find this person. It's really frustrating me. I hate quests like this. Just tell me where they are, game. Mr. Red says, how many positives or negatives would the Gorn fight in TOS get? The only thing I could say with certainty right now, with it fresh in my relatively fresh in my memory, is that it would at least be one negative. So let me explain that a little bit. TOS does not have great production values for the most part. However, at the same time, that's a total lie. Oh, don't mistake me, they're not fancy, but TOS actually usually does good stuff. They usually actually manage to do decent levels of using what they have, right? Like, they actually bother to make good use of the extremely limited time and tech of the era. However, the Gorn fight was bad for the 60s. And that's the problem. That does not make good use of the time. That does not make the good use of the anything. The Gorn fight just kind of sucks. And it kind of diminishes the relevance of it. The impact. Where is this freaking person? Alright, hang on. To Google. God, I hate quests like these. These are only an ARR, too. Ugh. Okay, so we have Flustered. We already got Flustered. And this one was Smirking. So we need Twitching, which is at 13.5, 23.4. 13.5, 23.4. Right there. It's up here. There it is. I see it. I see him. Right there. Right where the cord said. You're interested in reading our book of Mormo? Of course, of course. It'd be a pleasure to share our findings with a fellow student of the Void Scent. Here's the first chapter, my own humble contribution to the research. It tells a tale how we became aware of the creature's existence and delves into the nature of the urn that imprisoned her power. Oh, cool. Thank you, Scott K. Barr, very, very much. Always. Thank you. And that's going towards Dragon Quest V. You got it. Give me one moment to start warping, and I'll drop that down. Done. Okay. Eleazar says, what do you think of the magic system in Lord of the Rings? It's dumb. Alright, no. Okay. Rewind for a second. Let me go ahead and start by saying that I don't like how they approach magic in Lord of the Rings, but I get why they do it that way. The whole point was the wizards, who are actually angels, can use magic because they're angels. And the elves can use magic, which is an extraordinarily bare-bones approximation of that, because they're elves. I don't like that system on any level. But the one thing I do like about Lord of the Rings as a whole is how relatively low tier it is. We've talked about this many times. So it doesn't bother me that much. Frankly, I would almost rather there just were no wizards. Just kind of eject it, you know? But anyways. So, here's the book. The histories unearthed in the ruins of Silde depict the suffering wrought by a singularly powerful void scent. The cunning and terrible seductress known as Mormo. With genius born of desperation, the mages of the now fallen city fashioned an urn that would drain and imprison the etheric vitality of any creature that laid a hand or claw upon it. Mormo, believing she was receiving a gift of appeasement from beleaguered citizens, found her essence drawn forth and entrapped within the ensorceraled pot. Why do I not have that question on my list? Or did you not ask that with Q, Eleazar, in which case, never mind. The pot's lid was to be opened again. To do so would release the ravenous void scent, freeing her soul to enslave the nearest mortal vessel. As possession is irreversible, the only mercy affronted a host would be swift and decisive demise. Yeah, but I don't see it. Maybe the bot went down for a second. Whatever, here, let me copy-paste it manually. I'll get to it in a minute. Ooh. Looks terrible. This explains Mormo's fixation on Thaumaturgicide. Kokobusi's body provided little arcane sustenance for the weakened void scent, forcing her to prey upon richer sources of ether to restore her hideous power. This morsel of information may prove most vital. In fact, it is probably the only glimmer of hope our poor sibling has. Okay. Curious. This work is devoted to the studying of that nasty void scent. I should hope it provides some hint of salvation. There you go. Kokobuki, these passages hold naught but misery and despair. It seems we have no choice but to employ our traditional approach. Though fraught with danger, there is one solution that promises an alternative for killing Kokobusi. If we fail, however, it will likely mean death for us all. Who's the mad mage that poses our eldest brother? What of avoiding threats or eliminating risks? Is that not how we thaumaturges do battle? With each passing moment, Mormo draws ever closer to her full strength. It pains me to even suggest it, but we should strike now, while the void scent is yet feeble. I share the self-same sentiment. Sorrowful though it may be, we must slay our enslaved sibling, and soon. Listen, brothers, for my solution is thus. In return for releasing Kokobusi from Mormo's thrall, I will offer the void scent the chance to glut herself on my mana. You cannot. That succubus will drain you to a lifeless husk, and such a feast will awaken all her terrible magics. The well of my power is vast. I wager her thirst will be slaked before my spirit runs fully dry, and the newly enlivened void scent will then face the combined wrath of lore and 4 guildsmates of Thaumaturge. How can we hope to prevail against this paragon of preternatural potency? We have always avoided adversaries against whom we held no advantage. The fault lies with me. I have encouraged avoidance and taught only the wisdom of certain victory. It's time we learned of courage to learn to fight battles of unsure outcome. And it is you, Lore, that I ask to instruct us. There is one chapter left in the yawning abyss, customarily hidden from newer members. Undertake the trial. Show my brothers what it means to be brave. How can you attempt such a thing when even the guildmasters have yet to try this ghastly test? The arcane might you all possess is greater than you believe. Lore, once you deem yourself ready, meet us in the hallowed hall of Thal's Respite. Dun dun dun. Which is where? Up here. Cool. Let's see. So Elizar says, what do you think? Oh, I already answered that, sorry. Blade Travel says, when you do the audit run of Subnautica, do you think you'll freak out as much as the first time? No. I mean, 100% guaranteed. No, I'm not going to freak out as much as the first time. Because I know the game now. But I don't think I'm going to not freak out at all. I just don't think I'm going to be so paralyzed with terror that I will refuse to leave the safety of the shoals for, like, 2 real-life days. I was paralyzed. So, there we go. Elizar asks, what are the elements in FF? So, yeah, actually, that was already answered by Disco. Wind, ice, lightning, fire, water, earth, and, light and dark, I think? No, I forget all of it. Anyways, there's several. There are 3 aligned with light. There are 3 aligned with dark. Astral, umbral. It's a big thing in this game. In Final Fantasy in general, how many elements there are varies a lot, actually. There is no escape from this abyss. What are you doing? Oh, God! Oh, God. Do I have any AoE? I do have an AoE. Yay, AoE! Oh, let's see here. Were elves not in Lord of the Rings not priests? I assume you mean metaphorically. But even then, I would go with no? I don't know. I'm more familiar with Lord of the Rings, the movies, than Lord of the Rings, the books, to be honest, because I don't like the books. I never have. So... I remember this fight actually sucking a bit. With a lot of things... And, well, we've already talked about the pushback problem this game has. Once again, you defy the void. The final nightmare approaches. It's a bug! They knew I hate bugs. I do love burning bugs, though. So, someone who's played Black Mage at 90 with all abilities, answer me a question. Do you still use Fire 1? That's because I've been killing everything instantly, Disco. I am really overpowered for this. Only if you mess up. Okay. Do you mind clarifying? Because at 80, without all my abilities, Fire is still my primary DPS, and... Well, I was about to complain about that, actually. I can't stop shaking, but I think this might actually be excitement. Ah, it's a mutator spell. Okay. That explains it. Do you see now, my brothers? With the primal energies of Thaumaturge, there is no threat which you cannot overcome. Perhaps there is a chance to save Kukabusi. I need to reconsider my strategies. It seems we have been wasting our potential. I would never have believed it possible for a mage to show such courage and live. What a wonder lore was! Please stop praising me. Imagine, my siblings, what towering enemies you might topple should you stand firm. Together! Yes, we have taught the black mages that they're more powerful than they thought they were. So, to explain what I was going to go into briefly, I'm guessing I just don't have whatever it is that mutates Fire 1 into Fire 4. Because the way I've played Fire Mage all the way up to... Black Mage all the way up to and including 80, at 80... is that Fire 1 is the primary DPS output. Now, I do use it in conjunction with the, I forget what it's called, Firestarter, I think, proc, but that's it. And that sucks. But the reason I was mentioning it is one of the things that is very important in a game like this is viscerality. Classes need to have viscerality. There needs to be a cool factor to your animations and your moves, all that fun stuff, right? Fire 1 looks dumb. And it's always felt weird to be casting Fire 1 while everyone else is going... And I'm just like... I was just reminded of it because I was, you know, casting Fire 1 in the middle of that, and I'm just like... I'll look at something in a minute here. But first, we are ready to do the final quest. I was saving my class quest for the run, Ewison Core. I think this whole New Game Plus thing really is showcasing how much New Game Plus is neat, but flawed, and I'd rather not do it if I can avoid it. So I tried to avoid it under every circumstance in which I could. Oh my god, I have to go to the Waking Sands. Also, in my defense, most classes aren't missing out on, what is it, 7 abilities from class quests? Good god. Like, most classes are missing 1, maybe 2 abilities. Black Mage is missing, like, I think 7 might actually be undervaluing it, because there's also some other things. Like, you don't have Eno Chain, you don't have the other E ability, you don't have... God, I don't remember anything else. You don't have anything. Okay, let's look at what you just linked to me. No, I can't read that. It's too small. I do have Thunder, and that might be the... Nope, I have Blizzard 2. And that's the only spell I think I actually have from that list right there. Eleazar asks, do you like Narnia? I'm not sure if anybody actually likes Narnia. Does anybody like Narnia? Yes, I am missing the other 987 needle spells. Damn it! By the way, I'm glad the rehearsal went well. Oh, there you go. Eleazar likes Narnia. I admittedly do not like Narnia. I don't dislike Narnia. I just don't like it. It's never my thing. I read it when I was pretty young. And then I read it again when I was substantially older, and then I watched the movie, and I was like, nope. And then I walked away from it all. I was never heard from again. Lost to the ages. God, I hate these quests so much. Why don't you just mark them on the map? Is that so hard to do, game? Just tell me where these people are I need to turn these items into. Are the Narnia movies good? I wouldn't call them bad. But one of the biggest problems with the Narnia movies, especially the first one, is the fact that it came on... They tried to make it the Lord of the Rings movie without the talent or the numbers, the budget, the requirement. So they kind of... Well, there's no nice way to put this. The Narnia movie bullet point syndromed the Lord of the Rings movie. And that turned out exactly as well as you might expect. But I wouldn't call the Narnia movies bad. They're there, you know. I would honestly say the books are better than the movies, personally. And you don't hear me say that often. What is bullet point syndrome? So let me ask you a question, Eleazar. This is very important, and this is a very, 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 very common problem. Honestly, bullet point syndrome is probably one of the loriums that is most applied in real life. What made the Lord of the Rings movies good, Eleazar? The maiden seduced by the succubus will be prepared as vessels to hold fully restored power. I fear they have all been enslaved. As for the adventurers, you can see what they intend. A new fresh conspelt in the movie... I'm sorry. I don't actually know what you're saying there. A fresh... something in the movie industry. Oh, God! Conspelt. Someone in chat help me out. What's conspelt? Oh, concept! That makes more sense. It's been grand, alright. Please. He took my mate further north, muttering something about moon drip. What's befallen? I sense the presence of void sense, but you have things well in hand. Yeah. Ormo is in Moondrip? A fitting place for the battle to come. Yeah, you remember this place, right, Bragwin? Unfortunately, I have Lunaroth. And I'm going to phrase that exactly that way on purpose. Anyways, okay. No, it's my fault, Elizar. I apologize. Usually I can keep up with you pretty well. Okay, so it's a fresh new concept in the movie industry. Alright, so the only thing we need to do in order to make a good movie is to make a fresh new concept. It's all that's required. Okay, so, let's make a movie where there's actually no cinematography. It's just a camera pointing at, like, a vista, and occasionally people roam into it and say a few things and roam out. And that'll make it just as good as Lord of the Rings. That is bullet point syndrome in action. In other words, it is attempting to copy something successful or good by a deliberate, I don't want to say deliberate, by a lack of understanding of what made it good. Bullet pointing is when you take something that is in-depth, nuanced, and complex, and you boil it down to a bullet point. Well, Vincent, my dear eldest of the cowardly Thaumaturgic brothers, I thought you'd be busy whimpering under bed, wishing I'd just disappear. I've come to offer you a deal. I know how much you seek etheric energy to substantiate your true form, but how much time do you intend to waste feeding on lesser mages? Compared to these stripling sorcerers and their trembling arcane flames, my power is as a blazing sun. Would you not prefer to take what I can give you? I didn't invent the term bullet points, but the phrase bullet point syndrome, that is one of my inventions, yes. That is something I have added to the lexicon of English. And yeah, Scott Barr is quite correct. Modern Hollywood is absolutely glutted with bullet point syndrome. Oh, a superhero film was popular. Let's go make a superhero film that has comic book characters in it. How many terrible comic book movies did we get in the wake of the Silver Age of comic books after Spider-Man and the first X-Men film? Most of them you've probably never even heard of. Like, you remember the really bad Punisher film? There's actually 3. How many of you remember the first Fantastic Four? Well, that's pretty common. How many of you remember the first Captain America film? And I could go even further down than that if I wanted to. Here's another one. Oh, the MCU was popular because it was a cinematic universe. So let's just make a cinematic universe. And then we got The Mummy. The Tom Cruise Mummy. Yeah. Yeah, Elektra. That's a great example. That's a much better example. Daredevil at least had some charm to it. Elektra was bad. Oh, it was bad. And that's another one that was a bullet point syndrome of X-Men and Spider-Man. Anyway, sorry, I should go back to talking about the game in question. You're wise to acquiesce, mage. Oh, God, Catwoman. I've seen Catwoman. Oh. Yep, nope, they were dead, as expected. At last, my true body, my true power. Hey, it's the song from Hawk. Or no, this is from somewhere else. Is mine once more. I believe a stretching of the old arcane muscles is in order. Oh, no, you don't, Voidsent. Even though we're trembling in fear, we won't let you leave here alive. Also, Lore's here. So you risk your lives in a valiant rescue attempt. You should not bet on what you are not prepared to lose. Good advice. I shall tear the ether from your very marrow. Okay. Now to cast Fire 1! Which looks like this, by the way. It's kind of a boring spell, really. Chewie, right enough company. God, at this level, this is all Black Mage is. No procs. No nothing. They're, like I said, they fill the narrative slot of demons, but what Voidsent are is a little more complicated than your basic demon. I'm just going to take that. Oh wow, that actually gave me a silence effect. That's funny. Oh, excuse me. I will admit there's one other reason I don't like this type of gameplay, the spend it, restore it. Can anybody guess before I answer? It's admittedly a minor complaint, but it is a complaint I have. No, it's keeping track of my mana bar is irritating for me. We won? We won! Woo! Also, that's true. It is possible to very seriously screw up. I have done that. I can speak from experience. And if you really screw up, then you actually have to pop an ether or the mana ability, I can't even think of the name of right now, in order to, you know, get you back up from 0 so you could start casting Blizzard in order to just get your mana back. Thank Thal, you're awake. Kokobuki. Kokobusi has returned to us. Kokobuki. Our sibling has yet to stir from his somnolent stupor. Yuki? I did see Anastasia. I didn't care for it, though. I saw it in the theaters, too. Anastasia, excuse me. His etheric channels have contracted. They're barely able to sustain the flow of his life force. If we do not increase his capacity for ether soon, his vitality will drain away completely. I have an ether! My mana amplifying potion. Its potency is limited, but it might be enough. Okay, it's not an ether. It's an elixir! See, the battle ended as I expected. Yay! You did it, Kokobusi. Your alchemy saved him. Yay! Now stop trying to be a mage. We would not have prevailed without you, Lore. Yeah. We will bear our brother back to the ossuary. Okay. I was just thinking of the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs song. Who is the best Lalafell? Other than Tataru? Kryl. After that, I'd have to think about that one. Nanamo? Yep, it took the murder of dozens of innocent thaumaturges. That's not a joke. Remember, those people in that battle we were just fighting, they're dead. They were consumed in order to allow that void scent to manifest. So that's neat. Thank you, Lore. After seeking refuge in the comforting shadow of the abyss for so long, I'd lost sight of the blazing glory which Thaumaturge is capable. The raw power and audacity of your magecraft has freed my brothers and me from our self-imposed cowardice. I know I'm usually taller than people around me, but damn! I thought Thal had his fingers at my throat, but this sensation of hard-won supremacy is strangely satisfying. As for you, Kokobusi, you are our brother and our respected colleague. Never again underestimate the precious power you wield. And stop being a dinkus and letting void scent out. Whap! Lore, you have exceeded all expectations. I will give you the spell Monoward. Monoward? Now that you've experienced the deadliest of threats and the joy that comes with their obliteration, I'm certain you are eager to become a black mage. Yeah, I will never main a black mage. But thanks! So what are we feeling on that? Story-wise. Gameplay-wise, it was actually okay, but story-wise, what are we thinking? For the Thaumaturge quest. We head up to Gridania. Alright, I'm looking at outfits. There's a bunch of outfits around here. Including a Nier outfit. It's just kind of weird. Alright. I think I'm going to go with my original plan. Can you pay me to do a review of Narnia like the Disney movies? Well, I've never done a review of a movie, but I do understand what you're asking. Technically the answer is yes, but fundamentally the answer is no. You can't just give me money and say, do a review on this movie. It doesn't actually work that way. And I know before you ask how it works, it's actually a reasonably complex system I'm not going to bore you with right now because the gates are closed. I don't take movie requests for ruminations while the gates are closed. I think I'll give it a plus to story, primarily for the world building. We actually learn a lot about Ether and how casters work, and we get little tidbits of the past as well about how Ul'dah came to be, and the Void Scent. So I'll give it that. Plus, there were some good cutscenes. So let's become an archer. W-O-T. 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 What do we got here? Oh, Wheel of Time. That probably answers you, but let's just say that I barely know Wheel of Time and leave it at that. Is this? Yeah, okay, cool. I'd like to be an archer. I don't think Narnia would qualify as that bad, Elizar, even if there was such a thing. I do retain executive veto when it comes to suggestions. So, The bow was devised by the Elazon who once ruled the lowlands, while the second belonged to the shortbow hunters of the formerly nomadic Mikote. As you are doubtless aware, both races ultimately came to call the Twelve Woods home. Although the two peoples began as rivals, they began to learn and live in harmony. During this time, they learned from each other, their two schools of archery intermingling to give birth to the art it is today. Ah, but this wouldn't have been possible enough for the Trappers League. The guild was established in order to promote sustainable hunting and cooperation within the hunting fraternity at large. As a happy consequence of the union, the guild members came to engage in friendly contests of skills. Inspired by such competitions, a handful of their number began to focus on perfection as opposed to practicality, transforming a skill into what may be called an art. These individuals would go on to form a guild of their own, the Archers Guild, where men and women gathered to attain mastery over the bow. More than a few members of the God's Quiver loosed their first arrow in these halls. So, do you want to join us? Why, yes. I do. Give me your power. I don't even remember the Archer quests, I'm going to be completely honest. And I barely remember the Bard's quests. I remember them being blah. Greetings, adventurer. I'm told you wish to join our ranks. I am Lucien. I bid you welcome. Our doors are open to any who wish to learn. The bow's greatest advantage is its range. Really? Unlike those arms used in other disciplines of war, it allows for one to strike an enemy from far. Really? Though the bow may not boast the destructive force of a sword or a spear, its myriad strategic applications more than compensate for this shortcoming. An experienced archer can immobilize by striking a leg or sap a strength with poisoned arrow. Rise to become a virtuoso of archery, and a veritable deluge of death will be yours to rain down on your foes. That does sound appealing. I do like raining death. To this end, the guild seeks to instill a discerning eye, so they may strike for abilities, swift and swill. Swill? Sure. Hang on. What word did you just use? Surely! That's why that stuck. Swiftly and surely. Now, any halfwit can bend the bow, but it is no simple undertaking to become a skilled archer. You must be prepared for a long and arduous journey. Don't worry. I've done the Marauders quests. Alright, from this moment forth, you are now an archer. Yay! Here's a short bow. Thanks. Alright, before I tell you, can anybody tell what I'm using for my transmog for my bow? See you around, Lunaruth. Give you a hint. This probably gives it away, honestly. Alright, that bow becomes you. Thank you. Now, before we proceed any further, I must needs gauge your initial aptitude, so go kill ladybugs! And you thought I was joking. Nope, it's ladybug killing time. Why is that relevant, Elizar? I just told you I retain executive veto on movies. And yeah, I absolutely would veto Saw. Or Human Centipede. Or anything like that. I also tend to veto anime. Okay. So let's say you come to me and say, Lore, here's $50. Go do a video on this game. And I say, no. That is a veto. That means that I retain the right to simply have the universal, unilateral ability to say no. Executive veto, therefore, means that I retain that right regardless of all other circumstances. In other words, there's no overriding an executive veto. It is the highest veto. Sense make? Because they're right here, Cardboard Golem. And I knew that. I knew this one by experience because I've actually done several characters who are new to Gredonia. So I happen to know they were right here. We have killed ladybugs. We are now a true archer. Although if you think about it, shooting a ladybug with an arrow would be a really impressive feat. So I guess I shouldn't make fun. Anyways. And we're good. Listen, those ladybugs are extremely dead, Giga Pudding. They're also the size of a dog. Look at these things, they're huge! They're also gross for ladybugs. Ugh. I don't know what you're saying, Cardboard Golem. You're speaking Greek to me! Insanity! Madness! Chaos! For real, I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. So Disco says, were there any that quest character was unpopular, but I loved the moments for you in FF14? What the hell was that outfit? Hey, Camilo. Or Camillo, excuse me, I might be saying it wrong, I apologize. Wow, you can actually warp to the gates. I don't think I've ever seen that before. You can tell I do this a lot. Note for self. And the airship landings, that's even better. Damn! I was going to say, either I'm really unattentive, or that's part of the new UE, and I just haven't noticed it yet. That's still unattentive, but at least I get the, you know, the benefit of having not spent that much time with the new UE yet. It is a good UE. I do like the new system a lot better. Welcome back! You did it. You killed ladybugs. Woo. Go level. Got it. That's been there for a long time. Damn! Alright. I accept it. I am unattentive. See, clearly is not able to look. You must intent. Fail to do this. No amount of a bow will avail you. So in other words, you must go... Oh, I hate this quest. I remember this quest. This is the Target's quest. Do you remember this quest? Because I do. Yeah, sorry, the first Target's quest. So where was I? Right, so characters that are unpopular but I liked in this game. I don't think so. I do know there are characters that are popular that I don't like. I don't like Nero, for example. And I hate Xenos. But I'm not sure there's an unpopular character that I am fond of in this game. Is there another one? And you notice my camera's mostly going up, because I remember the last time I did this, and I was doing this view. And I missed quite a few. Okay, speaking of missing quite a few, I clearly have missed one here. Is there one up? No, there's got to be one in. Oh no, there's probably one out. Alphino. I do like Alphino. Not yet. I'm not talking about Ukraine, and that's the nicest and simplest way I could talk about that. Oh, there it is. This is our way. This is our place to get away from all that nonsense. You know what I mean? So, yeah, in answer to your question, Disco, I don't think I can think of such a thing. I mean, everyone dislikes Lise. Yeah. Yeah, I think Lise is kind of the only universally disliked character. Now, this is funny. You've heard me speak very ill of Stormblood. Now, I'm going to try to walk into Stormblood with a relatively open mind. But I'm going to go ahead and be honest here. I don't remember disliking Lise. Now, don't mistake me. I didn't like Lise. I just don't remember her being relevant to my dislike. We'll see what we think of it when we go back through for review. Stormblood is the 3rd overall, Ross. So I think of Error as an expansion, just like I think of Vanilla as an expansion. So, in that order, Stormblood will be the 3rd expansion. So, I did your quest. Now I gotta go kill stuff. Okay. I have to observe targets from afar, then kill them. Well, that's an interesting idea. Let's see. Elizar says, do you like 300? I guess? I mean, it's okay. I've only seen it once. I wasn't really inclined to see it a second time. I don't think I own it. How long are you going to play this game? A long time. Probably months. At the very least, month. We are approaching week 3? That doesn't sound right. We're working on week 3, I believe. Yes, S.A. Ross. And the 4th expansion is Shadowbringer. Alright, let's observe the enemy. I have observed that they die when I hit this button. Hello? Oh, that's the wrong... There we go. Speaking of how much archers suck, Cone AoEs. Frickin' Cone AoEs. I know, Elizar. If it makes you feel any better, you are not the only person who has complained. But I knew this walking in, and frankly, tough. You know? That's just how that is. In order to really focus on a nice, big, large-scale game, the only way to do that is to focus on a nice, big, large-scale game. This is something a lot of people have put a lot of money towards. And something I have been wanting to do for a long time. There's personal interest, there's financial interest, there's creative interest. So I very much wanted to go ahead and do this run. It's a long haul. But if it makes you feel any better, I decided not to do the entirety of the MMO stuff this year like I was thinking about doing originally. Even though that would actually be ideal, I'm pretty sure people would hang me if I did that. Because a WoW run would make this run look short by comparison. Oh, it already has, Mr. Red. You may or may not know this, but I actually keep track of my average viewing figures per run. Just because I like info. I like information. WoW would be long. I'm not really sure how long it would be. WoW would be long, though. I suppose I should say will be long. Because that is happening someday. That is the thing, Ross. I know WoW substantially better. Also, WoW is faster. You know how we spent literally 2 hours just on the Rogue quest earlier today? There's no equivalent to that in WoW. Like, even Molten Core, which is the slowest, sloggiest, terriblest raid in the entire game, will probably take me about 30 minutes to run through. You know what I mean? This game is, in fact, on Steam. In fact, I'm actually playing this game on Steam. That's the copy I'm using. I know they're doing some Steam integration thing, which has a lot of people worried, and... we'll see. As of the moment, none of WoW is paid for, Loner. So... That's not happening anytime soon. I wouldn't worry about it. Although, if I wanted the WoW run to happen, I could fund the entire WoW run right now just with Dealer's Choice. Tell me, Laura, were you able to put your techniques to good use? I mean, kinda? When faced with an enemy who can attack from a distance, simply raining arrows is wasteful. The battle will be not more than a contest of strength. You must deploy the technique. You must use your dots! Do note that the Archer quest immediately is like, dots! Do dots. Do dots. Is this your honest evaluation? Who are these people? Not bad, if you ask me. Pulls a good bow. Enthusiastic. Beside. Pleasure to meet you. My name's Leia Alipo. This is my 2nd year in the guild. quite plain that you have talent with a bow, but you must take care to mind your surroundings when pursuing a target. I had my eye on you the entire time, and I missed the last part of that sentence. But not once did you notice my presence. Mind your surroundings. That's rich coming from you. Your every movement is wasteful adventure. Hi, I'll be the asshole for this quest chain. Oh yeah, and by the way, the trial went live again this week. So for those of you wanting to try out FF14, the trial is once again live. Your back is crooked, your elbow misaligned. It takes you an age to prime your bow, and twice as long to noose an arrow. Loose an arrow. In summary, you fail on all accounts. You have no talent as an archer, none whatsoever. I shall say it plain, this man is not fit to wield a bow. For our sake and his, we should revoke his membership. As I've always said, outsiders can scarcely be expected to understand, never mind master our noble art. Like I said, he's our resident asshole. There's usually one per guild, not always. Well now, allow me to introduce you to Sophaire, our comrade at the butts. The fellow was once of the god's quiver, and he can be a little, opinionated when it comes to archery. But don't pay him heed, he's like everyone else. You'd be lucky to get much sense out of the fossil-brained wildwood Elizon at the best of times. With them, it's always 12s with this, elementals that, and... no offense, Lucien. Untaken. I know full well some of your kind can be prideful to excess and intolerant of other races. Hi, Zalok. Sorry. I didn't say hi earlier. Just... wow. Though people may behold the same object, they will see different things. You were talking about the dress is blue! I'll kill people who don't say the dress is blue. I play games quickly because I am good at them, Elizar. That's what it means. That's not bragging. I literally can demonstrate that because I do it on camera. I beat Cyber Shadow in 8 hours without cheating. I don't know what else to say about that. Pleases me to see you have grown as an archer. Plainly, you have taken my counsel. Now, you need to go talk to her, and she's going to ask you to do stuff, and it's going to be cool. I've been expecting you. Shall we get on with it? First, a quick review. You remember the Bowmaster? Well, I'd have you do the same, except now you gotta go... oh, jeez, yep, target quest number 2! I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that gameplay negative. It's boiling in the background. That's true, I was carried by the Swag Blade. God, that was such a cool weapon. But yeah, for the FF14 lore run, if I was to do this legitimately, aka if I started a brand new character and did all of this as a brand new character, this would take, by my estimate, about 5 to 10 times longer. That's not an exaggeration. It would depend on the specific content. Some of this stuff would take really longer. Some of it would only take, you know, about 5 times as long. You see how I can fly here? Brand new, and this is also the fastest movement speed in addition to being able to fly. New characters cannot fly. New characters don't have a mount at all. A new character would be doing this. In fact, let me really make a point here. I hate to do this, but we're slightly ahead of schedule for today. So I'm going to take the time to really do this. Let's pull out a timer, and let's demonstrate something, okay? So, let me pick a starting spot. Right here, by this tree. Remember this tree, okay? And go. Here, I'll even use sprint. Oh yeah, I do have that at this level. I wouldn't have that at this level though. That's a level 20 ability, so I actually wouldn't have that. But let's assume for a moment I do. And 34 seconds to get to this tree. Okay. Alright, so same movement, but as we're doing it for the lore run. Ready? Go. Six seconds. Now, forgive me for doing my due diligence on this, but I really want to demonstrate just how much of a difference it makes that I have done so much prep work to be ready for this run. That I have this character with these abilities, with these mounts, with flying, with all the waypoints, knowing where I'm going, etc. So when I say 5 to 10 times slower, I am not exaggerating. Now that ratio will go down a little bit in later stuff, because by the time you get a certain portion through Heavensward, you are expected to have a flying mount. But you get the idea. Hi, Sean. I do hope you're doing as well as you can under these times. Yes. As mentioned earlier, this game has a bit of a barrier to entry, for both good and bad. I do think they should lower the barrier to entry. I stand by that. The trial's a good move. It is a very good trial. This game has an excellent trial. Well, I know there's Azus Law, but I don't remember if you have to go there or if that's purely optional content. Anyways, Ross asks, did I start a brand new character for the WoW lore run? I started about 15 brand new characters for the WoW lore run. But yes, the WoW lore run was almost entirely done on characters for the WoW lore run. We actually did it on new characters. Now, WoW works differently. So, let me actually demonstrate here really quick. So, in WoW, first of all, I can mount in town. But if I was to make a brand new character in FF14 right now, and then go outside, I don't have a mount. Or flying mount, or any warp points, or anything. But in WoW, a lot of stuff is account unlock, because WoW is more ult-friendly than FF14. So most of those things I already had, despite having new characters, right? So even though I was playing a brand new character, I still had my mount, my flying mount. Sense, mate? So I could actually fly around town, even though I was playing a brand new character. And in some cases I didn't have to. Because the whole thing was very carefully planned out. Some characters only lasted for their tutorial zone. Some characters lasted for a continent. Some characters were used for expansions. And all of it was planned out. I put a lot of work into that lore run. It is, to this day, probably the best lore run I've ever done. Alright, so. You want me to go? I just killed you. Okay, fine. Consider this a comprehensive guide. Head to the east, put down vultures and tree slugs. Well, this was during Warlords, specifically, is when the WoW lore run started. I know it's weird, Ross. Me planning out stuff. This run has had a fairly large amount of planning and work put into it. Although, admittedly, not as much. But again, don't mistake that for a good or a bad thing. It's just, WoW has been around for 7 years longer than FF14. So, you know. Duh. That's not a small period of time, you know. Anyways, enough about WoW. Let's look at our questions here. Let's see. So, Elizar says, I hate you and you're dumb and I want to see you play other games. Well, that does suck. But it is true, at least, that I am both hateful and dumb. What's the playtime right now? Oh, you mean I'd have to actually math it out. I don't know. I have numbers. Hang on. 5,365 minutes right now. That's not counting today, actually, so that's as of yesterday. Don't believe him, everyone. Elizar constantly says I suck. Non-stop discussions of suckitude. Do I like Gengar? Actually, no, I don't. I think Haunter is cooler than Gengar. I mean, sure, Gengar has better stats, but, I mean, who cares about stats in Pokemon? Thaumaturge's way cooler. Ross says, did you see your viewership drop during the Persona 5 run? So, funny thing, I wasn't tracking my viewing run figures back then. So... I don't know. I did have people flat out tell me they were tired of seeing me playing Persona 5. But I mostly had people complaining that I rushed through the game too much and that I didn't give the game a fair shake. And it's one of the best RPGs ever, and what's wrong with you, Lore? You're dumb and you're stupid and you suck! And for once, I'm not joking. I actually got some really negative comments on the Persona 5 VODs. Those were not fun to read. You say that, Ross. I'm still not sure I agree with that. Perhaps it'd be more accurate to say that I didn't go through the game any faster than I otherwise normally would go through any game. Whether playing on stream or just for myself. That's just kind of my normal playthrough speed. If that is too fast, well then there's not much I can say about that. Thank you for telling me the in-depth lore of tree slugs and vultures. Can we get on with this? The Keepers of the Moon conceived of archery. Sorry, before they conceived of archery, they dwelt not in the city, but in the forest. Hunting was a way of life. Dude, I don't know, Loner. In hindsight, I suppose this is more a lesson on hunting than archery. Oh well. Hunting, too, is an art. Before I came to Gridania, I never gave it much thought. But the more I think of home, the more I've begun to realize... Anyways, sorry. Damn. For real? No, it is my normal play speed, Blatraball. And I don't do it on purpose, per se. It is just how I've always played games. Since I was much, much younger. Like, I'm not consciously rushing, if that makes any sense. It's obvious when I'm consciously rushing. There are games I have consciously rushed on. If I'm just like, oh, let's go, then it's pretty obvious that I am, in fact, consciously rushing. Other than that, So yes, I'm the one who killed the tree slugs and the vultures. How dare she entrust the security of our people into the hands of a stranger? I knew Mikote were reckless, but she is downright irresponsible. Shame on her! Did I not warn you that it was folly to suffer that woman's presence in our guild? Every time she wastes arrow on game, she drags our noble art back into darkness. This boy is an embarrassment to us all. That's enough, Silver. Your skill is undeniable, now go away. Loris matured greatly in the short time he's been with us. He's literally wearing a bow from Garuda. I suggest you come to terms with his presence because you'll be giving him his next lesson. But I'm an asshole! What's my opinion on Subnautica and its sequel? So as it happens, I have played Subnautica, and I love the crap out of that game. I have used it as an example of how to properly design a survivalist-type game many times. I have not played the sequel yet. We'll be playing that hopefully this year. It's already in the queue, already funded and ready to go. We're going to play it right after we replay Subnautica to kind of compare the two side by side. Welcome back, Laura. I trust you've been keeping your nose to the grindstone. So, go talk to asshole. Okay. I see. I was too much hope that you would not return. Like many others, you have potential, but I'm not so easily convinced. Like so many adventures, you have not the faintest inkling of what it means to be an archer, and how could you? It's a proud tradition of the Elizon. The essence of this art to read one's enemy has been instilled in us over centuries. In that time, we have defended this great nation against every imaginable foe, granting us insight which you will never possess. And you recognize the subtle... Oh, God, this is painful. Saying this in an assholey voice is painful. Can you recognize the subtle signs that come from portraying an action? No. Can you accurately predict an opponent's movements? No. Can you glean your foe's intentions at a glance? No. And can such things be learned by someone who knows nothing of our traditions? No. Go to hell. Am I going to do another target quest? Are you kidding me with this crap? In the unlikely event you spy a target, your limited range will necessitate you slip past its bestial gardens prior to taking aim. A feat I consider beyond you. Huh? Was that a frown? Mayhap you're thinking the Mikote sent you on a similar task. You are wrong. She merely asked you consider where your foes are. I demand you discern where they will be. You... Okay, let's go do the third target quest. Jesus Christ. No, I think it's in the queue there. I'll look at it in a second, Eleazar. Sorry, just... Wow. Wow. I think everyone just plays games at their own speed in response to what many people, including Bull of Alex, are talking about. And honestly, I mean, yeah. I will admit I get legitimately irritable when people say that I rush through a game and that invalidates my opinion on a game. But then again, I tend to get irritable when people say, my opinion is invalid, regardless of other addendums to that statement. You know? We've already described this, Eleazar. To blitz means to go through quickly. That's it. That's all it means. Let's see here. So I mentioned about Gengar. I answered the thing about thing. What is the most alt-friendly MMORPG? No, it's not FF14. FF14 is honestly kind of alt hostile. Now it is main friendly, which is kind of the inverse of that. You can do pretty much everything on one character, but by definition that is alt hostile. It is just main friendly. I like that, by the way, to be clear. Yeah, see, the problem is the answer is WoW. A huge amount of WoW, let's call it modern WoW, is account bound. A huge amount of it is something that you get regardless of which character you're on, and leveling alts is very quick and very easy, especially post Shadowlands. The new leveling system quite literally means you can hit max level in a day. Especially if you know what you're doing, which you probably do because you're on an alt. That's before you take into account the things you can do to speed that up if you really know what you're doing. So... yeah, no, it's WoW. Now, Guild Wars 2 is fairly alt-friendly, but Guild Wars 2 suffers from one very serious flaw which prevents alts from just being, you know, woo. And that is... leveling. Leveling in Guild Wars 2 kinda sucks. And once you're done leveling, you're not done leveling, because if you're going to have either of the elite specializations, which you do want to have an elite specialization, then you're going to have to run around and go grab a whole bunch of these special nodes, which give you points, which you can then spend on getting abilities. That's how you get your abilities in the elite spec. So you literally have to level twice in Guild Wars 2. Now, I should know, I actually have quite a few alts in Guild Wars 2 because I enjoy that game. But I will freely admit that I actually used the bonus boost your character things that I got from having played the game for 7 years, in order to try and just bypass all of that, because screw leveling. Alright, so hang on. Get caught up here. I do understand your... well, actually, I don't think I do understand your speech, Eleazar. However, if it is legitimately bothering you, I will no longer joke that you say I suck. Most people say I suck. Like the next person who's going to say something in chat right now. It's coming any second. Here it comes. Oh god, it's winding up. It's winding up. I'm ruining my things. I shouldn't do it. There it is. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's true. Ross said I suck. No, okay, let's leave joking for just a second. I hear that every day of my life. I run a YouTube channel, and I stream for a living. I hear people comment that I suck every day. Legitimately. Not jokingly, not ironically. So one of the ways that I deal with that is I see that when someone asks a question or when someone comments on something, I start by saying, for example, Savacom says, "Hey, you suck," and then I respond to their question, and that's one of the ways that I process that. Because it does get to you after a while, even though it doesn't matter. It is a tiny little pinprick, but when you have it every day, it gets old. So Von Falkenstein says, "Why do you suck so much?" I'm sorry, Von Falkenstein! So I have a thing where if I don't wash my face semi-periodically, then I just start to get gradually uncomfortable. You know what I mean? So, I like to take moments like that when I can to just, you know... Like, I feel unfresh. I don't know how to describe that, right? It's just... It's weird. Anyways. Von Falkenstein did ask a legitimate question. Which of these 6 would you recommend as an MMO entry? WoW, FF14, Tor, STO, Guild Wars 2, or ESO? Of those, I would not recommend ESO because I'm not that familiar with it. So that's just lack of knowledge on that one. I would not recommend Guild Wars 2 as an intro-level MMO for many reasons, but not the least of which because the barrier to entry in that game is huge. And you have to slog through vanilla to really get into it. I don't think I would recommend Tor unless you know what you're getting into. Tor is a perfectly enjoyable and serviceable game if you know what you're doing and if you know what you're getting into. But again, you're talking about like a first MMO, and that's not what that is. So I probably wouldn't recommend Tor either for that reason. Which just leaves STO, FF14, and WoW. So FF14 does a very good job to get you into, you know, baby's first MMO, and it has a free trial up to 60, so awesome. WoW is extraordinarily, no Blade Travel, God no. WoW is extraordinarily well designed as a new player experience purely from a gameplay perspective. It fails really hard at the story axis from the perspective of a new player, and that is a huge flaw. But from a gameplay perspective, it's a great first MMO. And then STO, of course, is STO, which you know as well as I do. But yeah, I would say STO, which also is a fairly, you know, low barrier to entry MMO, which is also completely free, is a great starter MMO. So I would probably recommend one of those 3 if I had to. Please do not keep in mind that those are also the 3 MMOs I play regularly right now. Or at least did play regularly. WoW's been removed from that list. Okay. So, I carry with me generations of Wildwood tradition, a tradition built upon the bones of the many outsiders who tried to take what is ours. It was my ancestors who first learned how to conceal their presence and fight from the shadows, to hold the enemy at distance, to protect that we all of it. Everything was... Oh, this is a waste of time. You cannot understand. But if you're so insistent, go to the North South and kill some Ixal. I do not need to explain the details of a centuries-old conflict. You... Okay. Really? Sure. Cashel says, you suck at sucking! Elizar says, what did you not understand about my speech? I... pass. Kata says, what MMO doesn't have a slog through vanilla? Wow. I'm getting tired of answering WoW for these questions, but it's not my fault that it's true. WoW doesn't have vanilla anymore. WoW got rid of vanilla. WoW is the only MMO that got rid of vanilla. That's not true. I think ESO did too. Tor... So, okay, here's Tor's problem. So, pretend that this bridge is all of the initial content, okay? So, most MMOs, it's like... and it's just, oh god, it's a slog. And as you get going, it gets a little bit smoother, a little bit better. And by the end, you're just, yeah, this is awesome, right? Tor is the exact opposite of that. Tor's initial zones are its best zones. We talked about this when we were reviewing Sith Warrior. So Tor's like, yeah, woo, woo. Oh, we're into our second act now. Okay, well, the second act is failing a little bit. Now into our third act, and oh god, why is this all so sloggy and terrible? Okay, we made it. And that's Tor, in a nutshell. Now, that is only 1 to 50, it's worth noting. But, good lord. See, I don't think me talking about the lore makes me a kind person. I would like to think I am a kind person in general. Someone recently compared me in a positive manner to the Doctor from Doctor Who, and I will take that as a compliment. Where I stand is where I fall. But... anybody could talk about lore. I'm just saying. Damn it, USN Corp! Stab! Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you, Zilog, very much. Always appreciate Zilog for your efforts. Everyone, say thank you to Zilog for his efforts and work in making the Question Man bot work. You don't have to thank him. But I'm thankful. He's done some great work with it. And yeah, the question block has been a really big boon to quality of life for streaming, from my perspective, if nothing else. So hang on, I missed a question earlier that wasn't said to the question bot. I don't want to mistake it. It was from Gamma, I think. Scrolling up. Oh, hang on. It was below this. It's a blue name. Look for a blue name, Laura. There it is. How would you consider a game being worth its price, was the question. For me, I compare the price to the amount of hours I get out of it. Yeah, most people do. Oh, hey! You fill in the question. I was just looking for the question. I remembered. I just had to scroll up a little bit. So... I'm kind of the exact opposite of that, which I know is pathetic and terrible. But the way I think of it is a 4-hour game that's really, really, really good, especially one that has replay value, is worth more to me than a 60-hour game that's okay. So the biggest qualifier, the biggest factor for me is density. How much good is in this pace of time, right? Now, obviously, you don't know that walking into a game, right? You can only go off of saying, but yeah, like Portal, or Portal 2 more accurately, is the highest rated game I've ever reviewed for a reason. And that game's only, what, hang on, I can pull up the exact number here. How much time do we spend on Portal 2? Scroll up a little bit. 13.52 hours. That's not a long game. But that is a damn good game. In my opinion, obviously. Even now I struggle to credit the Sentry's reports. Yet here you are! And Nazul, Catalan, the Violators no more. That a goddamn adventurer would be so... Jeez, watch your language, dude. Only by grace by Nemia herself could you have survived. But even though it's through pure luck... I will keep my word. Lore, should you stay or go, I care not. You have completed the tasks and are no longer my responsibility. Go to Lucien. Oh, you want... You will get no more praise from me. Get out. This guy's so loverly. Love it. I am given to understand you single-handedly drove off an Ixali scouting party. How exactly is that training? Lore's just an adventurer. Silver just thrust him into the jaws of the enemy and hopes he wouldn't come back. And then, when against all expectation he did come back, the stubborn art still refuses to acknowledge his skill. Is that truly your impression? Yes, he said it was pure luck. Mere noise. Silver sees his skill, of that I have no doubt. Did you not notice the way he covered his mouth when he uttered the words? It's a habit of his to do those on those occasions when his tongue and his heart are in disagreement. For his skill at reading the idiosyncrasies of others, he is yet to recognize his own. Impressive work. You are now allowed to go learn this thing called Repelling Shot, which I think still exists. And yeah, Chrono Trigger is another excellent example of a game with great density, as is Final Fantasy VI. FF6 is not a long game. But, God, there's a lot going on in a short period of time. You come at a good time, Lore. I have a task for you. A petition has arrived. The petitioner, Buscaron, hey, remember him? He's the dude at the bar, has requested our assistance in dealing with a gang of poachers. The three of us, Lore, myself, and the asshole. Dun, dun, dun. No, you'll go as three. It's past time you recognize Lore as a fellow archer. I will not. I held my tongue on the matter of his continued presence here, but I will bend no further. Who in the seven hells do you think you are, Bow-Lord Lewin? In case you've forgotten, you aren't even Quiverman anymore. That may be, but I have shed blood on defending our borders, unlike you, savage. Savage? You know nothing about, you bigoted son of a... Enough! One more word, and you shall have cause to regret your petulance. The three of you will go. Now get out of my sight! Well, okay. I didn't say anything. I don't know why I'm getting yelled at here. Thank you, Claude Anderson. Really. And of course, it's immediately followed by Blue Wolf Alex saying something really nice and heartwarming, too. You guys are just trying to conspire to break me down, because you know I'm already emotionally fragile today. Thank you, both of you, really. I try. You know? I try. I've said it before and I've said it again. Y'all are awesome. And I mean it. No big speeches. Y'all are awesome. Yes, including you, Elizar. There's poachers nearby. It's not uncommon to find poachers. Why is this worthy of our attention? They are Pawa Mujuk's gang. They say she and hers are always moving, but I reckon she's hiding out here somewhere. Thing is, we can't find them. So, if I summon to mass ranks of the Whalers, then all hell will break loose, assuming they thought the matter worthy of their attention, of course. Needless to say, not an option. But I called the Archers Guild, and we're dealing with this. Notice he is immediately just all business. You got that? Nice little touch. So. Sean says you did a Red Dead Redemption 2 review, but no rumination video. Why was that? Oh, the Pugilist quest was great, Finihari. Blesses all around. Blesses. So, some of you may or may not be aware of this, but the post-stream ruminations are a compromise. It was an attempt to try and make it so that there's more avenues of availability. So the whole point of the review system is to review the game, and obviously to be entertaining while doing so. But there's layers to that. People who have the time and investment can watch the stream. That's the primary content, the bulk of it. But from the stream also comes the full readout, which I put on the website if people want the individual points for positives and minuses. Or if they don't want the individual points, they can just look at the pluses and minuses score and figure it out for themselves. Or if they don't even want to do that, they can just look at one number, the golden number, and use that. There's also the post-stream ruminations. And those are being done specifically to give people who want a little bit more information of my thoughts of a game without it sitting down and watching a 15, 20, or 30-hour video, or videos. Now, the thing is, that is a semi-recent change. We figured it out actually pretty recently. I forget the specific game. But it is a fairly recent change that we did that. So, that's why RDR2 does not have a rumination, because that policy did not exist yet. Hi, Giga Pudding. And I'm out. An iron leg trap and a poacher's arrow. Evocation. These are both evidence of illegal activity, but nothing that'll help us find power. And these mead bottles are but old refuse from before the druthers were even built. They have no connection to the gang. What do you know of this Powell woman, Silver? I know she is the most infamous poacher ever to walk the Twelves Wood. A born leader, deadly with the bow, she formed her own gang of Mikote hunters. She was apprehended once, and would have been brought to justice had she not tricked a foolish young sentry into releasing her before vanishing without a trace. That's so. In any case, we've scoured the area and found nothing. How do we know this Pawa was ever even here? I say we inform the God's Quiver and the Wood Whalers, taking care not to implicate Buscaron, and leave the rest to them. This doesn't concern the Archers Guild. It concerns Gridania. Pawa Mujuk is a savage and utterly immoral poacher, whose actions, however, indirectly threaten the city's well-being. I hate to agree with the asshole, but I'm completely in agreement with him. Remember, the way Gridania works is the elementals are a constant threat. If there is one group of people who are poaching, or overmining, or overlumbering, or whatever, that is actually a legitimate national threat, because they will not only cause other resources to dry up more, because the amount of allotted resources that the people are allowed to take has been used up by these poachers, so they're more or less literally stealing from the coffers of the nation. But it could also go much worse than that, and they could actually piss off the elementals, and that could lead to actual attacks on the people. So, this is much worse than your normal poacher situation. What a vagrant like you know of one's duty to your homeland. No more than he, I suspect. How dare you? Lord, say something! ... I'm just gonna say nothing just to spite him. You see, even he knows it to be true. His silence speaks volume. Damn it, Lord, say something! Fine, now is not the time for this. Ignore my Garlean outfit. Well, we return to the matter at hand. Let's look at take a second look at these clues. The trap and the arrow suggest poaching. There's nothing unusual about them. What do you think we should examine? God, I don't know. The mead bottles. This is probably the wrong answer. If the bottles are so old, why do they retain the scent of mead? They must surely have been opened recently. Hey, I was right. Holy crap. Wait, before the Calamity, Buscaron once served as a sentry. But even then, he oftentimes spoke of opening his own tavern. And it was an open secret he was brewing his own private Stark. If some survived, of course! Buscaron's scar. It may not be her. We need to look this up immediately. Be well, Sean. I don't know where you live, and I don't want you to tell me. But be well. Wait, what are you giving me? What are you giving me? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. Okay, California. Yeah, okay. At least you don't live in Topeka. For those of you who don't get that, Topeka has a major airbase in it. Ooh, an apple strudel. I will totally eat that. But what's the liquid you gave me? Hot chocolate. Oh, I will totally drink that, too. That's what I'm here for, Nemesis, and I do not mean that as a joke. Did you know I really don't want to even broach the topic, but I just want to share this because this is a positive comment. I recently had someone say thank you to me, and by recently I mean today, say thank you to me for providing a distraction from all the crap that's going on right now. This is all I can really do. I would love to do more. So for the moment, we're playing FF14 and talking about WoW and Star Trek and all sorts of other fun stuff. My job is to be a distraction. Even in real life, I'm a tank. The ground is covered in Mikote footprints. These tracks are fresh, very fresh. I'll wager the bandits were alerted to our coming and fled, else they're hiding near. Oh god, yeah, if this was like the end of October, this would really suck. I was thinking we'd caught ourselves some of the meddling bloody masqueraders. Oh no, it's... I don't know. Oh, it's her. Not that I'm complaining. Hiding her face is downright bloody rude when I ain't been introduced. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. Let's leave all of it at the door. Not because it doesn't deserve to be talked about, not because it's not serious, but because, honestly, screw all that mess, you know? We're here to just have fun, hang out amongst fellows. You would lecture us on manners. Truly, I've heard it all. They have us outnumbered. We'd best split up. Leader's mine. I'll isolate from the litter. Silver Lorth, the rest I leave to you. As you will. Bring it! So, while I continue to fight these, let's look at our QAQ. So, let's see. Here. Was WoW removed from the regular MMO list for out-of-game or in-game reasons? I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a stupid question here, Disco. What do you mean WoW being removed from the MMO list? Sorry, if you don't mind clarifying. Then Falkenstein says, why are you so awesome to come up with requesting a usable QA block? Look! It's not my fault that I'm terrible and Zalok is awesome. Alright. What's the most toxic player base? League of Legends. That's probably not true anymore. It's probably Fortnite nowadays. But the last time I played League of Legends, which was admittedly years ago, it was still a toxic mess hole. Oh, right. So, yeah, sorry. So, I have my 3 categories, right, Disco? I don't remember if you heard me talk about this. There's MMOs I have investment in, which I am currently playing. There's MMOs which I enjoy, but I'm not invested in. And then there's MMOs which I just play whenever, and they're okay. WoW was removed from the top list back during BFA when they burned my home down. You're probably thinking, oh, you mean Teldrassil, right? So I should probably call it something else, but it's a little bit too appropriate not to. So yes, Teldrassil was burned to the ground. But my home was not Teldrassil. My home was WoW. And all of the events leading up to... I'm sorry for interrupting your cooking, Disco. All the events leading up to and including and following through on the burning of Teldrassil were bad. Bad storytelling, bad game design, and showed a massive and frankly critical lack of respect for the player base. It would take me some time to go into more detail, so all I'm going to say is that it was insulting, and it was disgusting, and it shoved me right out of WoW. The story arc itself, you know, someone burning down the tree, that's fine. In fact, I would write that kind of thing. You know, I tend to write, you know, things that kill lots of people. You know my writing style. But the way they handled everything else was terrible. It was legitimately, toxically insulting. And that was the problem. That is what burned my home to the ground. And that's when WoW left the top list. I praise WoW a lot because it's a damn good game. Hopefully it'll be a damn good game again someday. Yeah, no, the burning of the tree would make perfect sense under the right circumstances. Guild Wars 2 is in the middle. Fun, but I'm not invested. Call yourself a keeper. A hunter with no fangs ain't nothing but prey. No. Nice shot. Ah, bugger. Looks like playtime's over. Be seeing you, sister. I could have killed you. But, you know, I was no match for her. So it was her after all. Buscaron must be informed. Yeah, I'm going to go tell him really quick. With my flying mount. Let's see here. Mr. Red asks, favorite endgame in an MMO? Hi, Tony. And yeah, well wishes to everyone right now. Let me come back to that in just a sec. 7 hells, they're at my old post and drank my mead? That stings most of all. Well, past time to tell the proper authorities. The Red Belly Bandits won't like it, but I'll see if they're told exactly who the military's after. I only hope it'll be enough. For she's no fool, now she knows she's been spotted. She'll break camp and be gone. The trail won't be fresh either. Anyways, thanks for the help. You're welcome. Favorite end game in an MMO? Sorry, I'm playing every MMO in my head really quick. Give me a minute. You know, I'm glad Rax isn't here today. I think he'd be sick of hearing me talk about WoW. But anyways, WoW is the answer. Or, to be substantially more clear. Because endgame varies in an MMO based on expansion. WoW has actually had really bad endgames at several points in its history. Cough, cough, Pandaria, cough, cough. But WoW Legion, that was legit. WoW Legion had the end cycles of artifacting, it had the Mage Tower, it had some damn good raids. Some of the best raids in the game. It had a wonderful endgame zone with Argus, and several story-relevant quest chains, which winded through it, and a damn good dungeon. There was, and yeah, Legion also had Suramar right before that, which was awesome in every way. Legion specifically probably has my favorite endgame from an MMO. So, we're sending the military after her instead of going after ourselves. Listen, I'm not modest. They're fine. It really did, Pillars of Snow. Laura, I'd hoped you would come. You may be a help. I'm concerned about the two of them. They show signs of losing perspective, and just go see for yourself. Consider this a personal request. Okay, what's up? Oh, gods. Did Lucienne send you to pester me? This is hardly her concern. It is most definitely not yours. If you must know, I'm leaving the guild. I mean to track down Pawa Mujuk and finish what we started. The God's Quiver and Wood Whaler seemed content to ignore our warnings, but I will not let her escape again. I've already made that mistake once, and it cost me my place in the God's Quiver. I, the foolish sentry of whom I spoke, was me. We had her, Lore. There was no escape, but then she began to wail about a wounded comrade who would surely die without her help. She looked me straight in the eye and begged. I blinked. I failed to see through the most elementary ruse. I failed Gridania and the God's Quiver, and while that can never be forgiven, mayhap I can reclaim a measure of honor by stopping her. But a wanderer like you would not understand what it means to betray your people. That's because I never have. Sorry, that's mean. Let's walk that back. Worry not, I do not intend to leave just yet. I will continue to gather information. Make no mistake, though. It's only a matter of time. Now run along, will you? And if you're so concerned about your fellow guildmates, you should attend to that moping Makote. The sight of her shuffling around while staring at her feet is bad for morale. Not that it matters to me. Baka! Oh, it's you. Tell me, Laura, do you ever think about home? No. No, my home burned. Mine was just another poor village in the Twelveswood. The fields were more than soil, and merchants hardly ever bothered to visit. We didn't have a lot, but we didn't need it. And then the calamity came. I remember running and screams. It was so loud. So unbearably loud. And then here I was in a strange city surrounded by more people I'd ever seen, and I didn't know any of them. But I knew how to hunt. I was always good at hunting, and the guild gave me a place to get better. At least I thought I'd gotten better. She was so much more. I've been thinking, maybe this is a sign. Maybe Silvera's right. Maybe this is no place for an outsider like me. So I've decided to leave the guild. It's nice to know you, Lore. Forgive me if this is a selfish request, but before we go, I'd like to meet with you one last time. Okay. Sure. What does FF6 do better than FF7? Dungeon design, item distribution, item design, character variation, character leveling progression, power progression curve, arguably characters in general. Yeah, character arcs. Yeah, definitely character arcs. I would argue graphics, but that's mean. I mean, you know, FF9 has better graphics than FF7. Of course it fricking does. It was the end of a console rather than the beginning of a console. FF6 has better graphics than FF4 too, so that's whatever. I would also argue music, but that's also kind of mean. But it's still true. Hello? No, don't hurt him. I was thinking you might have accepted my kind invitation. I don't recall inviting him, though. 'Tis rude to presume, Sonny, and I do hate rudeness. Wait, it's not his fault, it's mine. I invited him. He's a member of the Archers Guild, like me. He's not Gridanian. I do recall his face. He knows how to hold a bow, that one. Well, he ain't a typical recruit, but I reckon he might be willing to make an exception. No, I just wanted to say goodbye. Lord, ever since I met Pawa, I've been at a loss, but I realize my place isn't at the guild with the Gridanians. They'll never accept me. This is where I belong, with my people, carrying on our traditions. Our archery, not Gridania's. Okay. That's all I have left, Lore. So I'm going with Pawa. You're dumb. It's my in-character response. Lore! I had a feeling you might be harboring a few niggling objections. Worry not. Shoot the bastard. Oh. Ain't no love lost twixt you and the guild, is there? And what's the problem with killing him? No bugger will miss him. I'll miss him. Oh. So just stop. I had such high hopes for you. Waste of bloody time. A keeper what's lost her nerves about as much use as a glass bow. But there's no sport in killing captured prey. I'd better not see either of you again, because if I do, I'll show you what happens to a prey what's daft enough to give twice. Away, sisters! And then we shoot them in the back. How do you do it, Lore? How do you live in this place with these people? Well, first of all, I live in Ul'dah. Why do you even bother? What have you ever been given besides score? What do you see in them? Even though you joined the guild after I did, you've come so far and so quickly. You maybe even surpassed me. I have to know how you've done it. I have to know what it is I'm doing wrong. There's only one way I can think of that. Meet me at the Bannock. Okay. This bodes well. Kata says, if FF14 up through Shadowbringers was a one-time purchase, how much money do you think it would be worth? Yep, no. $240, roughly. Maybe more. Is it blue? Is blue a great white or some other kind of shark? I'm pretty sure, ironically, she is a blue shark. Ross says, I do apologize. I'm trying to bring some love. You were awesome. Here's the question. Why do you think Sisko was more starstruck than seeing Kirk than Picard was in Generations? And I can't answer bad script, but that's the answer! It's so simple. You have opened your eyes and looked beyond your master's faults. You accept their teachings and take them to heart. Even Silver, for all his bigotry, which is only to preserve his traditions. Dive is actually a whale shark. He's back there. I don't move him because he's holding up Wave, because she needs support. I lost sight of everyone's struggles and became obsessed with mine own. I was so afraid to let go of my cherished notion of archery, my family's notion, and learn another way. I didn't want to betray them or dishonor their memory. Hey, Zoctaft. But I have a family here, too. A family that sees the wider world and is willing to show me how blinkered I've become. As archers, we train our eyes and minds to be unforgiving, to defy any attempt at concealment, to discern the naked truth. It's little wonder that I've neglected to look inside myself until now. Though unquestionably worthwhile, I have found the experience rather excruciating. Thank you, Lore. I now know that I belong in the guild, with you and Lucien. And even that bloody Wildwood. God's help me, I think I actually miss him. Of course they are, Blade Traval. Why wouldn't you name your plushies? Confusion. Listen, Cashel. Okay, so if bad script is not a valid answer, even though it is the truthful answer to your question, Ross. The reason Sisko was more gobsmacked by Kirk than Picard is because oh, Jesus Christ, there's no nice way to say this. Picard is a great hero, like Kirk is. Don't mistake me, Sisko's amazing, but Sisko isn't really a big hero type. I know he's a messiah, but you get my point. Picard was meeting an equal. Sisko was meeting a venerated elder. Welcome home. Thank you for returning to us. You're welcome. Final quest for archers. Oh, now what? Thank the gods you've come. Maybe you could talk sense into this stubborn fool. Calm yourself, Silver. At least let us petition the Order of the Twin Adder. There's no time! Powell would be long gone before their forces even assembled. Alone I can move swiftly, take the poachers by surprise, and force them to divulge their location. We understand how you feel, but this is too reckless. At least permit Laura and me to accompany you. You? The adventurer and the savage? You cannot understand! Silver! But I do understand. I know what it means to take pride in your home, to want more than anything to protect it, to be consumed by guilt when you can't. I see what you're going through, and I understand. This guild has taught me to open my eyes and see clearly. I beg you, open yours. You have friends here, ready to fight. You have us. I have never considered you my friends. Do not follow me. Got it. We're your friends. You moron. Well, his lying hasn't improved. If he honestly thinks he's doing us a favor by forbidding us from getting involved, he's even bigger for the fool than I thought. Come on! And that might be true, Cashel. Whether... See, that's kind of a weird thing to say, isn't it? Sisko does not consider himself heroic. Picard... does? See, that's a weird way to phrase that, because that sounds egotistical, but I think it's more like Picard has a measure of self-confidence that just sort of automatically means that he presents himself as someone who knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? Which is very Kirk. Kirk doesn't always know what he's doing, but he has a tremendous amount of confidence. He knows how to present himself in a matter so that he doesn't waver. it's a good leadership trait, because it means when the things are bad and when he's trying to make up things on the fly, his people who look to him for advice and leadership and counsel and morale see that he's got this, and so they are measured. They succeed at their morale checks. Picard and Kirk both do that. Silver, I told you not to father me. I neither need nor want. Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? Answer me now. Well, the others are almost upon us. We must make our stand here. Okay. Let's see here. While we answer these, Von Falkenstein says something. Ilizar says, "Can you tell me your birthday?" No. Sorry. Just no. I'm very tight-lipped about personal details because I have a great deal of personal experience with people trying to quite literally destroy my life. So I'm a little more tight-lipped than I used to be. Nothing personal, really. Let's see here. Cashel says, "Does Teldrassil still exist as a starting area in WoW?" Actually, yes. You have to actually jump through some hoops to get it. You either have to be on an alt, playing a Night Elf and selecting Teldrassil as your starting area, or you have to be on a pre-existing character and talk to one of the Bronze Dragons and say, "Hey, please send me back into the past when, you know, Teldrassil still exists." And then you can go there that way. I told you, I don't need or want your assistance. Quite why you have deluded yourselves into thinking, "You're the one who's deluded," thinking you could deceive us when even a blind man could see you cover your mouth every time you tell a lie. Observe with intent, overlooking not the smallest detail. Discern your subject's unique characteristics. Recognize patterns. I learned these things from Lucienne. And you. And I'll be damned if I'm going to watch you get yourself killed, you idiot. I suppose fixing your form is the least I could do. Why, you? How's gang's already on the move. Let's go catch them. God, I do not like... I want to like this story arc. I really do. But I don't. So the question I posit to you, because we're coming up on the end of this story here, is this a wash to story? Or is this a negative? It's definitely negative to gameplay. These quests suck. I happen to know what I'm doing, and I happen to have tools at my disposal to make them less terrible. But the gameplay is a guaranteed negative. This is not a good quest arc. Something being skippable is not is not relevant for these kind of things. Also, technically, it's not skippable under the wrong circumstances. Nevertheless, I could see this being a wash. It does do several things right. We learn a little bit more about the 12's Woods. We learn a little bit more about some character moments. She's actually decent, except when she's not. And he's interesting, except when he's not. Also, our villain is an engaging villain. It's a poacher in a situation which, as I elucidated upon, is actually a literal national-level threat. But the problem there... Oh god, yeah, by the way, these quests are really badly placed. I haven't been showing that off properly, too. God, these are awful. You can get up to some of these quests and then die trying to start the quest event. I know, I've done this. Anyways. But yeah, so... It's like... You have a cool idea for an in-universe, unique usage of the setting, and they just kind of turn them into generic bandits. And yes, primary optional. You're exactly right. This is what I call primary optional content. It is not mandatory, but it is core meat content. Ugh. Some blokes just can't take a hint. I do hope you'll forgive my forwardness, madam. No, no, sir, it is most flattering. Wouldn't you agree, sisters? I hope you like it rough, darling. Blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so, looking back at questions. Would you be interested, this is from Nemesis, would you be interested if Super Metroid got a remake in the style of Metroid Dread? Assuming it is a proper remake, I would be interested in just about any remake. There are precious few games that I would not enjoy a proper remake of. There are some I don't think need a proper remake. Diablo 3 comes to mind. I know, right, Scott Kivar? What's wrong with me? But, I do think Super Metroid could use a proper remake. Don't mistake me, that game is extraordinarily good, but that's kind of my point. Super Metroid does not need a remaster, you know what I mean? It's already really good as is. Only a proper remake could actually try to improve that. Now, there's another caveat there, and I hope Blue Alex is here, because I think he'd agree with me on this point. The reason I keep saying proper remake is because that's the goal. But it's a lot harder to do. The requirements for pulling a game up into proper remake territory are quite high. So if we rewind the question for a second and say, do you trust them to make a proper remake of Super Metroid? That's a little bit trickier. Because I'm not sure I do. I loved Metroid Dread, don't mistake me, but even that game had issues. But if you could somehow just Q-snap a proper remake into existence, hell yeah, let's do it. They did make Samus Returns into a proper remake. Props on that one. Although that game needed it a little bit more. Then we'll get rid of these. And now the final showdown with the Bandit Lady. And I thought you had only had eyes for me. Okay, that's actually amusing. You notice I'm the tank even when I'm playing an archer. I won't. Thunk. You see, a perfect shot. Yeah, no, that was a good shot. But you learned nothing from my lesson. Your style is far removed from proper technique. You... I'm gonna smack you, dude. But I see the consensus is towards a wash. So let's start jotting down that negative to gameplay, because this is just not a good quest series. Honestly, I'm probably being nice about only giving a single negative. I'm relieved to see you again, Lore. Had the three of you not been united, blah, blah, blah. Trust your eyes, you'll never lead you astray. Thanks. Okay, we're almost up to the final 1 through 30 quests. We're actually roaming, we're homing in a little bit. On the end of ARR here. We've got 3 bundles of content left here. Let's go try out being a Conjurer. So let's do this really quick. Let's do this. And we are now a Conjurer. Aw, Protect doesn't exist anymore. Or Fluid Aura. Yeah, no, exactly, Blow Up Alex. Honestly, another example, this is a minor example. Soten, Castlevania. I know they didn't really do much with the PSP version, but I think you and I agree that they just ruined the voice acting of that by trying to make it better. Pro tip, if you're going to make the voice acting better, make the voice acting better. Don't. Don't pull that nonsense. God. Alright, so, Conjurer. Boop. Is BC WoW a bad endgame? It's not the worst. Actually, WoW BC had slightly better endgame than some of the other WoW expansions, including Vanilla. So, no. WoW BC didn't actually have a bad endgame. A bad ending? You're going to have to clarify that a little bit. So, Conjurers. Conjurers harness the power of earth, wind, and water that abound in nature, and weave spells of healing and protection, and glare. Ever do we seek noble souls to initiate our mysteries? Might you be such a soul? Yes. Then allow me to provide you with an overview of what it is to be a conjurer. Conjuring is the art of healing and purification. Its practitioners harness the power of nature that they might bring about change in the form of spells. Yeah, conjuring is pretty much straight up shamanism in most settings. In fact, Resto Shaman is essentially what White Mage is, which amuses me because you think it'd be priest, but no, it's shaman. Anyways, primitive magic in fact, holy magic doesn't exist, really, in FF14, does it? Primitive magic, such as once wrought by individuals known as mages, meaning those with the ability to manipulate ether, has existed since the dawn of time. It was not until some 5 centuries ago that conjuring emerged from this shapeless agglomeration of spells and charms, an event which led to the foundation of Gridania. In those dark days, the elementals would not suffer man's presence in the Twelveswood, forcing our forebears to make their homes beneath the earth, in the great subterranean city of Gelmora. That one will come up later. But their desire to settle in the Twelveswood continued to burn fiercely. Time and again they sought to curry the elementals' favor. But unlike men and other creatures bound in temples of flesh, the elementals are beings of pure ether. Recognizing this, the mages of old reasoned that their talent for etheric manipulation might allow them to commune with these theretofore enigmatic entities. I can't talk. It took 5 decades, but our forebears finally succeeded. Their reward, permission to settle in the Twelveswood. So was the nation of Gridania born. Since then, we've had to deal with those god-damned elementals ever since. That is well. I shall introduce you to Brother E. Sumi Yan. So he's a hearer, and we'll talk about him in just a second. Because we've actually seen him before, and I've pointed him out. He looks like that. We'll talk about why in a moment. Greetings, adventurer. I am told you wish to become a conjurer of Stillglade Fane. I am Brother E. Sumi Yan, Master of the Guild. Before you formally accept it, I would impart you the principles of conjuring. Conjuring is the arcane art that takes life and living for its domain. Its primary purpose is the salving of hurts and granting of protection. Adventurers such as yourself oft stand upon the front lines of battle. Owing to this, you find yourself in many situations where capacity for healing would be advantageous. What is that dude doing? Mind you, there is more to conjuring than that. By harnessing the power of earth, wind, and water, conjurers are also capable of weaving spells that wreak havoc. In terms of sheer destructive power, conjuring may pale to Thaumaturge, but its capacity to defend against aggression more than compensates for this relative shortcoming. In mastering healing and purification, you will be able to do stuff that healers do. Be a healer. Maybe that was too much of a grasp on a single thing. Worry not, the meaning of my words will become clear in due time. So you wish to walk the path? Will you vow to embrace nature? Sure. I knew your answer ere your lips had parted. I am no less pleased to hear it. By the power vested in me, I name you member of the Conjurers Guild. Here's your hunting log. Here's your cane. Be cool. Do I have any waifus? I mean, jokingly, I would say Gates McFadden, but in reality land, no. What is dive? Well, I already answered that. I'll put his name to answer that one too. My graphics card, oh, this is from Sean, is showing its age. Considering the state of the market, is a 3060 Ti worth paying $800? I can't answer that for you. Is the simple answer to that question. This is not a good time to buy a graphics card. It hasn't been a good time to buy a graphics card for about 2 years now. There are several people saying it's going to get better soon. I'm not sure I agree with that. Hi, Baron. So, whether it's worth $800 or not is kind of up to you. I wouldn't pay $800 for that, for example. The card that is currently in my computer is an $800 card. It's a much better card than a 3060 Ti. But that's because that's the card that I sat in the queue for like 1.5 years for. So, without further ado, here's your first task. Kill ladybugs! Yep. You thought this wasn't going to happen. Oh, right, I can do that thing that I learned about just a bit ago. Let's see here. Whoop. So Ross says, do you think Janeway had the same kind of self-confidence Picard and Kirk do? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Okay, so... Alright. Don't hate me. I mean, you can hate me, it's okay, I accept being hated. No, go to... Is this? Blue badge gate, there it is. So go ahead and hate me for this, Ross. It's okay, I accept this. Janeway has the confidence without earning it. Because she does. But this is very much an out-of-character problem. As we've discussed a few 100,000 million billion trillion times, the producers, writers, and creators at Star Trek thought nobody would accept a female captain because they're idiots. And so they forced Janeway to be the Picard, to be the extremely confident, extremely, sure of herself, always right kind of a person. But they overcompensated and didn't actually do it properly, and so what we have as a consequence is Janeway. Well, that being said, Janeway, when she's written well, no, actually, she does not have that confidence, which is funny if you think about it, but it's true. When Janeway is actually written properly, she is more than willing to question herself and be like, I don't know, maybe this isn't the right path, or maybe I shouldn't do this, or whatever. I just realized Ross probably isn't here right now to hear this. However, you're probably also wondering, no, you're totally not, but I'm going to tell you anyways. How are we going to handle it in the rewrite? Now, I've already mentioned this before, but for those of you who haven't heard this, we're divvying up the different types of captains in the rewrite. This is actually true in classic Star Trek. It's just actual Star Trek doesn't do anything with this idea. So there's, military captains, cargo ship captains, patrol captains, research captains, right? The kind you most often see in actual Star Trek is research captains, people who run a science vessel who aren't, let's be honest with ourselves, really captains, right? So we're turning Janeway into a research captain. Why is this relevant? Because our Janeway is going to be very understanding and very comprehensive of her field. She will have that confidence. She will have that I know what I'm doing certainty in her field. When it comes to anything else, matters of diplomacy or matters of military or matters of supply chain, all of that, she's going to be a lot more hesitant. She's going to be the, Now, our version of Janeway is going to have a bit of an arc where she slowly becomes more and more accepting of other members of the crew advising her and allowing them to become part of the, for lack of a better way to call it, council that is going to be running Voyager. And, of course, she will be learning and growing as she goes, too, right? Yeah, I know, exactly, Kara White Noise. Captain Janeway, there's a negative space thingy. Done! Let's do this and this and this. I need you doing this, I need this. And she's just going to be completely on it. But when it comes to something, there's this one race which is doing this and that, and they want this, and they're trying to trade this, and they've also attacked here, and it's like... Real talk, my initial pitch to Lore Reloaded was to just make Chakotay captain. But he pushed back against that for a few reasons, which I agree with, actually. Why wouldn't he, Elizar? I'm sorry, I don't understand that question. Of course he did. Unless you mean... What do you mean? No, he was... Okay, so in both possible interpretations of that question, the answer is still yes, Eleazar. So, I killed some ladybugs. Can we get on with this, please? Oh, yeah, by the way, this kid is very old. I haven't mentioned that out loud, but it's worth noting. I actually don't remember his exact age. So, you remember Kane, the leader of Gridania? She is of the same people that he is. She is also rather old. But she has actually specifically cast a glamour into making her look older so that people can take her more seriously, because people don't respond well to talking to a child. Interesting little tidbit here. It's good to see you again. By the air of serenity that surrounds you, it's plain you have learned to draw upon the energy of creation. I am glad. It is a wellspring of all power. So let's learn about Earth. Okay. I like learning about Earth. Can I use it to smite my enemies? Actually, I can, so I shouldn't joke about that. Let's see. Questions. And yes, we are changing both Janeway and Sisko's titles. Technically, we're also changing Picard's. So, this is totally a spoiler, but nobody cares. The arc that's going to happen, in loose terms, in loose, zoomed-out terms, the arc is... Oh my god, I've got this stupid thing. Wow, I haven't played Conjurer in a long time. Picard is going to be a captain, and then he's going to let go of the Stargazer, and he's going to effectively retire to the Enterprise D. Wow. Oh god, I can't dismount. Oh, geez, yeah, we're never using that mount again. Holy crap. Hang on. I gotta fix that. Here, we'll do the Mount of Shame. Hang on a sec, Ross. Give me a sec. That's awful. There we go. Okay, we're good. Hey! Earth! I could happily lecture you for days on its intricate variations and properties, but I suspect the busy life of an adventurer would not afford you the time. So, go use the Earth spell. Okay. I will use the Conjurer to strike it down and prevent the land a chance to heal. Okay, I can do that. So, he was originally just a regular old captain, and then he retired to become the captain of the Enterprise D. Now, we haven't decided exactly which type of captain he effectively gets demoted to when he moves over to being the captain of the Enterprise D. But the whole point, and this is going to be a big arc in Season 1 of TNG, is that the Federation of that era and most of the people of that era are in such a golden era that they don't really need most of the things that they have used for much of their era. They have been... So, I'm saying this wrong. We're kind of codifying the idea of the golden era. Now, the golden era is actually a thing in Star Trek, but that's my terms. I called it the golden era of the Federation. They never say that in universe. So, we're codifying that. We're making it a golden era. They've had so much peace and so much prosperity for so long that having a ship like the Galaxy, which is a luxury cruiser in space, is going to be seen as natural. It's a long-term home. It's designed to be a home. It's literally designed to be a place people can just live in space, which is something that it was only possible in the prosperity they've had for decades. Then stuff is going to start happening through Season 1 and Season 2, and that's going to bring the Federation back into, we have to start, dealing with stuff again, which will eventually lead, of course, into DS9 and the Dominion. So, the flying apartment complex is going to have some overhauls. It's going to go in for Stardock a couple of times, get some upgrades, and Picard is going to be shoved up to Fleet Captain. Now, a Fleet Captain is, for all intents and purposes, an Admiral. If a Fleet Captain and an Admiral both give the same, contrary orders, most people are probably going to follow the Fleet Captain's orders, but in the overall hierarchy, that's where that lies. A Fleet Captain is supposed to be pretty damn high tier. In fact, it is supposed to be a flag officer in the field, if that makes sense, as opposed to a flag officer back in the office, which is what an admiral is. So Picard will be bumped up to that, and will start being in charge of a fleet. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to bog down the show with all the specifics of that, but I will be keeping track of a lot of that stuff kind of off camera, and it will be kind of affecting some of what the Enterprise D is actually doing, as it goes through its particular arcs. Oh, and for anybody wondering, the Enterprise D will absolutely be in Deep Space Nine, because it should have been from the beginning. But real-life problems got in the way. We don't have real-life problems, so it will be there and it will be relevant. Welcome back. The Elementals whisper of your accomplishments. Cool. How did it feel to confront the embodiment of Earth, to endure its onslaught? Has the crushing power of this element shaken the very marrow of your bones? Corruption occurs when the land's wounds are prevented from healing. In vanquishing the tainted sprite, you permitted the Earth's energies to flow unimpeded and to nourish the land once more. Oh god, I forgot I have the Lich outfit on right now. Can you not sense... Can you not sense the strength of the Earth returning? Already the land begins to heal. Thanks to your actions, the field will once again bear bountiful crops. When next you have reason to call upon your art, look upon this task and what you have accomplished. Experience once more the grinding weight of the Earth's fury and revel in the memory of life flowing anew through the land you helped restore. I hope you're paying attention, Sylphie. See this adventurer here? Lore came all the way from Stillglade Fane just to hear my lesson. You would do well to learn from his example. If you wish to become a conjurer worthy of the name, you must make an effort to study nature. Do you attend to me, young lady? Why should I bother studying nature? I can conjure already. Interesting approach. See? But this is Sylphie, not to be confused with Sylvie. Okay, fair, Blow of Alex, fair. Animating is hard, yo. I want to do more. I want to heal. I'm good at healing. You can't make me do other things. Ooh. But you must learn to kill. Sometimes I wonder why I even try. Kirk's title, we haven't decided on yet. Kirk would absolutely qualify as a fleet captain, though. Still debating, because a lot of directions that can go in. Yeah, that's true, Valvedrix. Negative to story. I have to DPS as a green. You know what's funny? I think Sage was a step in the right direction, but it still wasn't what I actually wanted. I know, what I actually want isn't really feasible for balance purposes. And that's the problem. There is probably no solution for what I want out of healing in this game. And I just kind of learned to live with that. Demote Archer. Spoilers. Anyways, so. Giga Pudding says, if you would have a pet, what would it be? I'm actually not a pet person. Now, I am a Pokemon person. And there's just dozens of Pokemon I would love to have as partners, as allies in life. That would be kind of awesome. There's Quick right there. There's Wave. There's Leaf. I think you get the point. Wings? Ah, Laura, you've returned. But how'd you fare? Have you delved the earth and felt its vigor? Such experiences will serve you well. Oh, a fledgling conjurer named Sylphie. How kind of her. I must confess to sharing Nolanel's frustration with the girl. As you yourself have witnessed, Sylphie possesses a natural talent for the conjury of mending and restoration. Alas, her gift appears to have blinded her to the need for study, and she outright refuses to learn about the natural world. She knows nothing of the elements of earth and wind, and is incapable of conjuring even the tiniest bubble or the faintest breeze. She's me! I tried upon numerous occasions to explain to her that conjurers who are ignorant of the source of their power pose a risk to themselves and others, but to no avail. Should she continue to deny the debts she owes nature and indulge in ever more reckless displays of power, there is a possibility she will create an dangerous imbalance. Shamans. So, it may be your encounter with Sylphie was preordained by the elementals. Don't drag them into this. Should you chance to meet her again, impart upon her the importance of balance and doing DPS as a green. Yes, you want me to impart upon her how important it is to DPS as a healer. Alright, let's learn about wind. So someone asked, what do I want out of healing? Well, that's actually kind of complicated. So I'm actually going to pass on that for right now. I want to go down the queue list here. What do we got here? So if you put a gun to my head and said you have to have a pet, what's that fish that dies in like a couple of days no matter what you do? That. Beta fish, I think? Something like that. You can get them for like $4. Maybe a goldfish? I don't know. Some kind of fish that would die instantly. There you go. There's my answer. Stop shooting me in the head. God! Jeez, kick a pudding. So, gusts and gales. It's recent. I attained the title of hero, and you're my first student. Okay. Go to the east. There's a small spring, and clear the air of the honeybee swarm. You seem uncertain. Maybe you wonder at the connection between the request and the subject. I sympathize. But trust me, inexperienced though I may seem, this deed will deepen your understanding of wind. No, not a goldfish. I'm pretty sure it's beta fish. Because you can buy them for, like, really, really cheap at the pet store. Oh, there you go. A pet fruit fly. Just lives for, what, a day? Something like that. Something that will die very quickly. Whoop. Hello. Now, alpha fish, that's how you really know you're a true fish aficionado. What about a mouse? No. Mice live too long. They must all die. Immediately. And by all of them, I mean the ones you're forcing upon me. You can have pets all you want to. You notice the flowers in the vicinity? I ask as there were none. Strange, then, is it not that bees could congregate there? And what caused this aberrant behavior? Still your mind and reach out with your senses. Can you feel it? The path of the wind veers from its natural course, sweeping hapless creatures along its way. Something is playing havoc with the air currents. Such a disturbance bespeaketh corruption. Return to the air. Find the disturbance. Okay, if you're forcing me to always have a pet, no problem. Find me a rock. Wait, you never had a pet rock? Whoa, there's some corrupted air. Holy crap. A rock. Just walk out and grab a rock. Disco says, hang on, let me catch up a little bit here. How happy are you, whoa, hello, and or your warrior of light to let people destroy themselves, reject help, and leave them to their fate? Or would you be happy to if the game didn't let you... Wait, what? Hang on. Ah. Okay. So, I'm not super fond of that idea, Disco, letting people reject help. But my general approach is very simple. Offer help. They reject it. Really offer help. They reject it. Are you sure, you sure, you sure? Explain, explain, explain. If they reject you 3 times, whatever. That's on them. That also kind of assumes that they are of sound mind. Which is a judgment call, because who frickin' knows, right? I don't know what that has to do with FF14 or the Warrior of Light, but I hope that at least partially answers your question. Rule of 3 is a valid rule. It's also the rule of escalation, if you're paying attention. Do you need help? No. You sure? I really don't mind. It's not a big trouble. Nope. If I don't help you, this is going to happen, and you're probably going to be hurt, and you might actually die. Nope. Okay, bye. Heal from around the corner. Just secretly healing them. Don't do that. That's actually dangerous. I apologize for exposing you to such danger. The corruption was greater than I anticipated, but we now flourish as conjurers. Did you notice what you struggled with in the air's grasp? You will doubtless have noticed the wind does not strike with the instant, crushing force of the earth. Instead, yeah, wind is a dot instead of stone, which is a cast. I get it. Thank you. While the calamity wrought much harm, I suspect another force is at work here. Be wary. Oh, and thank you for sending me my first willing student. You're welcome. Huh? Right. Yep, I'm just going to sit there in the corner throwing foam noodles. Dr. Winter, would you trust any current company to make a proper remake of Super Metroid? Honestly, Retro, you know, the Metroid Prime team, core Nintendo, any one of the actual core Nintendo studios, I would trust with that. And that's honestly probably as far as that goes. No! Blue Fox, no! And of course, rocks are huge. It wouldn't even fit in my apartment. It'd just be sitting on the roof, and I just hear this groan. Let's see here. Why were the High Elves in Warcraft 2 angry at the humans? They weren't. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. In Warcraft 2, the High Elves were super allies of the humans. That was still when they were in good relations? Good friendship? Whatever you want to call it. Oh, the Xenoblade. Okay, that's even better. Welcome back, Lord. The elementals inform me you have opened your ears to the voice of the wind. Yep, all I hear now is whoosh. I am 100% sure, Elizar. The elves didn't start to have issues with the humans until in between Warcraft 2 and 3, and even then it wasn't really, we hate you. It was more like the elves were, as a governmental body, so the Silver Moon national government was somewhat upset at the human government for the damage that was done to them during the Second War. So they withdrew from the formal alliance, but they still kept trade ties and they still had friendly relations. They just stopped being military allies. One step down. At the end of Warcraft 3, that's an extremely different question. Oh, Warcraft 2, okay. So, no change. We're good. So anyways, I've made allies of the elements. Yay. They made you study wind? Why bother? You don't need wind to heal things, whatever those dreary lessons tell you. Conjurer is inexorably bound with nature. That dreary lesson is one you should have learned by now. I assume by your presence you have once again abandoned your tutors. You must understand, if you persist in casting spells without the proper knowledge... I have all the knowledge I need. My mother never needed to embrace nature to heal. The people she helped were thankful for her art. I'll learn Conjurer the same way she did, and I'll become just as great a conjurer. You'll watch. You'll see. But I didn't come here to argue with you. I wanted to tell you I've discovered how to cast rays. What are you thinking, girl? You don't know what you do, what you risk. You're meddling with forces beyond your comprehension. Should you even attempt to use that spell, I will have no recourse but to strip you of the name Conjurer and banish you from our halls. Do I make myself clear? Why are you trying to be angry with me? It's not like I'm trying to hurt anyone. That's the point. Lore, I hope you don't find these constant disruptions distracting. As you may have just heard, Sylphie's mother was also a conjurer. A conjurer who was unable to use any spells outside the sphere of healing. Needless to say, Sylphie seeks to emulate her in every way. It's a rare and wondrous talent to heal without relying on the energies of nature, but such power is not born of conjuring. All that we know of the art, it should not be possible for Sylphie to cast rays. I shudder to think of what would happen if she tried. I fear my inability to set her on the true path reflects my own failings as a teacher. I am only glad that those failings have not hindered you. Whether it be with my help or in spite of it, I think you'll be a fine conjurer. No, I'm going to go be a white mage. And not DPS. Let's hell with all that nonsense. It is good to see you again, Laura. By the aura you exude, it is plain you have grown further. The time has come to acquaint yourself with the third element, water. For the first part, take this flask and go to Hawthorne Hut. And then talk to this person, and then get this thing. Okay, I can do all that. To the place that's on my map. Claire silently. I was double checking, but it looks like Garithos actually isn't in the Maw, which is funny because he probably belongs there. Garithos. Ugh. Anyways, Nameless Baron says, do you think Deathwing is an interesting character and villain? Yes. Bonus question, do you think his problem was that his expansion came right after the Lich King? No, the problem is Deathwing had relatively small presence in the expansion that he started. And then he had a really terrible boss fight, which, you know, didn't help anything. Compare and contrast to the Lich King, who was a constant presence throughout Wrath of the Lich King. And one of the best individual raid fights in the entire game. So, yeah, exactly. I imagine most people didn't even know how much of a history Deathwing has within that setting. It is not an exaggeration to say that Deathwing was more relevant to the story after his death in Pandaria, with Raytheon and his thing, and in Legion, with regards to, I can't remember his name, but the other Black Dragon that we encounter. Greetings! I assume you were the one who purified the befouled water. The joyous bubbling of the elements was a pleasure to hear. On behalf of both of them and myself, I thank you. I love how they're all just using branches as weapons. Now, without further ado, I trust you did not find it strange to be asked to tend a tree when your lessons this day concerned the element of water. One need not have studied botany to realize the forest requires more than rich soil to flourish. Water is essential for carrying the nutrients in the earth from a tree's roots to the very tips of its leaves. The precious liquid is the lifeblood of the Twelveswood. Without it, naught would grow, but should it rise too great in volume and too swiftly, the nourishing flow will become a crashing wave that washes all before it. It's important to realize all of nature is in balance. As Conjurer derives, we're totally shamans. As all of Conjurer derives its power from nature, we must take care not to use our art in a manner like to disrupt the state. Ever must we be mindful of the ceaseless tug of war, embodied in creation, this fruitful stalemate of the elements. Brother, you about? Huh? Yeah, I'm here. Why? What's up? A herd of young antelope stags has gone berserk. I don't know what's got him panicked, but there's no calming them. The mad beasts gored the soldiers sent to shepherd them from the civilian settlements, leaving us with a pile of wounded, and not enough hands to tend. We need a healer. Curious. I sensed nothing amiss in the whispering of the elements. What could have frightened them so? Apologies. Let us make haste. If matters are as chaotic as you say, I fear the number of injured may be rising. I doubt that 2 will be sufficient. We must divide our forces. Lore! Go straight to this other place and heal them there. Oh god. Oh god. We're okay. We're okay. I know where I am. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Ugh. Ugh. This thing handles like a whale. A conjurer. Oh, praise Nuffica. You've come not a moment too soon. Offer the maid. You got it. We're outside. I got you, buddy. Is that a heal? Nope. Is this a heal? No, this is a heal. Be healed. Okay. I can breathe again. Thank you. These folk are out of danger for the present, but I fear a reprieve will be brief. The battle with the stags yet rages. I bid you, join the wood whalers. Put an end to this. Now go. Take the stone and run. Eleazar asked, did King Tyrannus exist in Warcraft 2? As I already answered, the answer to that is yes. Von Falkenstein, very, very badly spelled, says the humans were raceless bigots, but King Tyrannus was racist too, and if not, there were racist humans in all eras of Warcraft, but I don't think there were any particular racists back then. Now, King Tyrannus was not racist, he was just very short-sighted. Now, oh god, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Hang on. Dalen. Dalen Proudmoore? Super racist. Like, almost as bad, if not as bad as Garithos. He was less of an asshole about it, but he was more militant about it. Garithos was like, fnuff, fnuff, you're inferior. Dalen wanted to practice genocide. Actual genocide. Just wiping out the orcs. That's, yeah. Different types of racism there. So people tend to remember Garithos worse because he's an asshole, and that's more memorable to us, the players. But in Universe, Dalen was worse. Blade Travel says, how prominent a role would you want Section 31 to be? Some of our people who've been paying attention to the Trek rewrite have started making fun of us because they keep insisting that the Trek rewrite is just Section 31, the show. Now, they're wrong, but Section 31 has to be prominent. It's an in-depth matter of the organization, and the trolls, and the ogres. It is an organization that is built into the very core of Starfleet from its very inception. It has to be there. The only reason it wasn't was because it wasn't invented until late Deep Space Nine. So in the Trek rewrite, there will be a decently larger, more amount of Section 31, scattered here or there throughout all of the shows, up to and including Voyager. I agree with that, Bragwin. One of the things I did like in BFA was when we had the cutscenes about Dalen from Jaina's perspective. And they made it very clear that Dalen was a monster. That he was messed up in the head. It could be argued he was quite literally mad. But yeah. Yeah, that's him, Dr. Witcher. No. Don't do what you're doing. Unless you know what you're doing. I mean, he was a competent commander, Elizar. But you asked if there's any good as a person, to which the answer is no. Miss? Fine, don't mind me. Pray tell we were not too late. As usual, we're just standing around. Sophie, what have you done? I forbade you from using such methods! Guildmaster! I'll not see you repeat your mother's mistakes. My mother never did anything wrong. Lore, could you follow her? I fear my presence will only provoke her further. She cannot have gone far in her weakened state. Yeah, don't worry, I got a whale. Find her. So, S.A. Ross asks, how have you felt overall about MLP in Seasons 8 and 9? Higher highs and lower lows. The lows have been actually infuriating, far more so than before. But the highs have been much higher for the most part. That's not fair. There have been higher highs than MLP's standard. But I do think it's starting to distend more. Less of an average. I don't understand. When I try to cast spells, nothing happens. When I reach my power, nothing's there. Is this what the Guildmaster was warning me about? He said I was repeating my mother's mistakes. The same thing happened to her. Losing her magic, I mean. And then she... Am I gonna die? This can't be happening. I didn't think... I need to be alone. No. This is a bad time to be alone, but apparently I don't have a choice on the matter, so sure, kid. Ugh. Giga Pudding says, what's the reason you don't like alcohol in coffee? Well, coffee tastes bad, so that's why I don't like coffee. Caffeine gives me headaches, so that's why I don't like coffee. Alcohol tastes bad, so that's why I don't like alcohol. And I don't like being out of control of myself in any way, shape, or form. I don't like being feverish. I don't like being on drugs. I don't like being on mind-altering chemicals. I do not enjoy being drunk. So, there is quite literally nothing in alcohol for me. Even if I liked the taste of it, I wouldn't drink it. And I don't like the taste of it. It's also expensive. That's unrelated, but it's true. Lore, you've returned at last. Were you able to speak with Sylphie? I see. I once taught you that conjurers harness the power of nature that we might bring about change. Earth, wind, water, healing. Principles no different. For the art of mending, we draw on the boundless life force of nature and bestow it upon the wounded. Sylphie was never sought to borrow from that bounty. Her power stems from her own life force. The vital energies of mortals are, however, finite. And now that which I most feared is coming to pass. Her mother unwittingly took her own life through the continued use of her healing skills. So, going back to our discussion during the Thaumaturge quest, you can have a battery, and obviously her mother did have a battery, and she has a battery. But if you refuse to use the pipe, that battery never gets refilled. And again, if it's too small, you draw on the only other ether you have, which is you. This is exactly what they were afraid would happen to their brother if their brother started casting spells. He had the know-how, but if his ether pool was so small, he would have been casting out of his body, out of his life, and he would have died, just like her mother did. Sylphie's aptitude for the art is, if anything, even greater. Thus, it is not unexpected she should reach the limits of her strength at a much earlier age. If we do not intervene, this terrible tragedy will be repeated, and I, for one, cannot bear to see the child suffer the same fate as her mother. I think on a solution. While I think on the solution to this dark dilemma, it may be I'll have to need of your assistance. Okay. Blade Turval asks, have you ever played Xenoblade Chronicles? Yes. Did you review it back before Oblivion? No. I've never reviewed it in general, actually. Thank you, Sean. As always. Give me one moment. There we go. I can type. Towards the Spider-Man streaminations and the Avengers streaminations. You got it. Thank you again. Let me delete a few things here. Disco asked a question I've been kind of deliberately avoiding because it's a big question. So I'll be back to that in just a second. We've got 3 more quests to do here. Greetings, Lore. You radiate the confidence of a conjurer who neglects not his study of the elements. I confess I have no lesson for you today. Instead, I speak of Sylphie. After no small amount of prompting, bordering on coercion, the child has finally promised to attempt to embrace the forces of nature, but I'm afraid the matter is not so easily resolved. No, Ross. Nothing has been funded since I raised the price, actually. Go figure. Thank you, Dr. Winter. Did you know you can go to the website and there's a ticker on the upper left that says the most recently funded things? I've put that towards Darkest Dungeon, Dr. Winter. Thank you. That was indeed the point. Things are getting funded, but the rate has been chopped down by about 1/3. And that's exactly what I wanted, so here we are. She is ill-equipped to undertake the trials which furnished you and your peers with an understanding of the elements. Simply put, she is no match for the tainted spirits of nature. So, we need to go be there to be her safety net. You got it. Let's go help her out. I got your back, kid. So, Disco asks, what do you want out of healing in this game? Wow. That's the easy answer. Now, let's actually explain that a little bit. Because that actually means two completely separate things. So, completely separate thing, number one. I want healing to be sufficiently engaging that you can actually just heal. You don't need to have downtime. There is no requirement to DPS because you're trying to meet a certain requirement or whatever. You can just heal and nobody's going to yell at you or kick you from the group or cuss you out or otherwise try to flag you because of the fact that you have decided not to spam 1 during an encounter. I should probably mention that healers can and do DPS in WoW, but they only do it when they have to. So let me try to explain that a little bit. Let's say we're fighting a raid boss over here. Bwong, we're getting heals out. Bwong, getting all the heals out. More heals. Gotta heal. Gotta heal. Gotta heal. Oh my god, the boss is doing a thing where he'll kill everyone. A DPS race moment shows up, right? So there's a DPS moment that shows up, and it's like, oh crap! At that moment, healers can and do heal in WoW. The thing is, that type of mechanic is very normal in FF14, whereas it's actually pretty rare in WoW. So those kind of moments only show up so often. Otherwise, WoW's overall design, remember we talked about this before, WoW was actually designed very differently in terms of combat, healing, dungeon design, encounter design, boss design, etc. So the rest of the time, the healer is spending all of their time just trying to keep everyone alive. Anyone who's done an at-level heroic or mythic knows exactly how incredibly hectic a healer's life is and how you are just barely keeping up. Usually not even having everyone actually maxed out in your healing bar because you literally do not have the time in order to keep everyone at max health. You just keep everyone healthy enough to not die when they get hit again, right? Now, very, very different approach than FF14, right? Yes, it's why healing is such a thing over in WoW. Now, I enjoy that. That's great for me, because I love it. I'm being pushed to my limit. Now, that occasionally happens in 14, but only at the highest end of content. By contrast, most of FF14 content, you're expected to sit there and mash 1 or 2. This is my core problem with the DPS, the green DPS thing. I've said this before, and it bears repeating. My problem is not DPSing as a healer. My problem is that DPSing on a healer involves hitting 2, which is your dot, and then 1. Over, and over, and over. And believe it or not, I don't find this particularly engaging. That's my problem with green DPS, right there. The problem, the reason why this has no good solution, is that the only... Yeah, no kidding, Pillars of Snow. Also, WoW doesn't have telegraphs, so... by its very nature, most of the damage in WoW is not designed to be avoided, you know? Anyways. So, the problem is to make a true DPS healer would be unbalanced, because the only way to do that would be to design the healer to be a DPS. Give them combos, and give them abilities, and give them mechanics, and give them stuff that they can actually do to be a full DPS class, while healing. But if you're paying attention, the moment that shows up, you have just introduced something that is incredibly unbalanced. Because either they're healing so little that they're not worth another healer, or they're doing so little DPS that they're not worth another DPS. It's kind of a waste of slot situation, unless you make their DPS as good as another DPS, or if you make their heal as good as another heal, in which case they are spontaneously better than every other healer in the game, because they can push out DPS numbers while healing. You see the problem? Yeah, for those of you who played WoW during Kata, specifically, or Warlords, Discipline Priest is pretty much what I'm describing. For those of you who haven't, Discipline Priests literally healed by doing damage. The damage you did would cause healing to happen, right? And I'm not going to go into the details, it doesn't matter. Now the reason that only existed for those 2 expansions is because they did that, and they ran into the exact same problem I'm telling you about. Disc Priests were OP. So they tried to nerf it, but they ran into the problem immediately that it was either OP or underpowered. UP. There was no in between. There was no way to balance it so they were actually worthwhile, or not completely overpowered. This was the issue they ran into. They tried a few ways with this, and they gave up on that. They gave up on it for Pandaria, walked away from it. And then in Warlords, they brought it back. We're like, okay, hang on, we're going to try it again. But they ran into the exact same problem. And that's it. That's the issue. If you introduce a class like that, there is no feasible way to make them good enough without making them too good, without making them too bad. It's not really feasible. Now, hypothetically, there would be a way to make them sufficiently good, like right in the middle, where they still wouldn't be good for high-end stuff. Nobody would want a Discipline Priest in the high-end stuff, because they would always be outpaced by a true DPS or a true healer. But if they could balance it perfectly, hypothetically, they would be good enough for anything that isn't difficult content, normal, so to normal content, non-savage kind of stuff. That would be the ideal. I will freely admit that is not easy to do, which is why I say there's no real solution and why I've just kind of given up on the idea, and why I just sort of accept doing this, even though I hate doing this. Hi, Sylphie. I wasn't scared. I was just startled, that's all. It was as if a mass of solid wrath had erupted from the ground. I never felt anything... never mind. Let's get this over with. By the way, for the record, I love that idea. Now, hang on. Literally 5 seconds ago, I just came up with a solution to that problem. I'm not joking. Hear me out, okay? Ready for this? This is so stupid. Okay. The alternate option is to make every healer a DPS. Think about it. If every healer is given a full DPS mechanic, rotation, combos, etc., then that problem goes away. Because all the healers are suddenly equally balanced, because all of them can do DPS equally, and all of them can heal equally. Now, it's a challenge, because what that means is effectively adding new design for 4 completely distinct classes. But that would be the solution. As usual, the solution I come up with is tons and tons of work. I would be the worst boss. Ah! God, the wind blew straight through me. It was gentle and sharp. I can't explain it. This is something you can conjure? Yeah. That might work, Blade Torval. That's not a bad idea, too. So, Blade Torval suggests a stance mechanic, and you might think, what would that fix? Well, what it'd fix is, in downtime periods, the healer could switch over to DPS mode, and just DPS, right? And maybe some little light healing goes out because you're in filler mode, right? Nothing really serious is happening. But when you need to go back to healing, they go back to healing stance, and they just go full-time heal. That's not a bad idea. Lotro actually did something like that, and did a really good job of it. For anybody who's played Minstrel over on Lotro, you are familiar with that concept. I forget what it was called, like War Minstrel, War something. But yeah, you could basically hit a button and switch stances and just start absolutely wrecking face and doing a little bit of healing. And then you could switch back to healing and just be a healer. Minstrel's probably the second best class in Lotro, by the way, if anybody wants to try Lotro out. I do not recommend you try Lotro out. But if you do, Minstrel is a big pick. The other one would be Guardian, by the way. Let's head back. It's worth noting, by the way, that would still be a lot of work. That would still be a huge amount of work to do that. In fact, it would be the exact same amount of work as what I was just suggesting. It's just, it would be a toggle and put on top of the existing class, rather than kind of changing the classes into the hybrid format. So both of those options are still a hellacious amount of work. But that would be awesome. And if I'm being honest, that's probably what I would do in the MMO I hope to make someday. From the get-go. As I've already mentioned, I'd probably make it down. We're talking about how many classes there would be. I mentioned 10 is a good number. I'd probably build those 2 healers with Excuse me, with that in mind, make them DPS healers from the word go. And probably what I would do, I would kind of combine these ideas. I would probably make it so that they're all the hybrid thing. We'll start with that. But then they have a healer stance rather than a DPS stance. And the healer stance turns all their DPS abilities into, like, really good heals. Probably put that on a cooldown, actually. So instead of it being a stance, it's probably more like for the next 30 seconds or 40 seconds or something, we'd have to balance it. But, you know, for the next X seconds, your heals are just quang, right? Make it the cooldown button. Oh, crap. 3 tank busters and an Ankh Morn just went out. Pekong! Heal, 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 heal. Something like that, right? Thank you, Ray and Kokiro, very much for the sub. As always. Much appreciate. Much obliged. Do you know what you want to put that sub towards? But anyways. So that would be ideal for FF14. Never happening. I just accept mashing 1. Or I play Sage, where mashing 1 is my filler ability. Welcome back. How fared you? Sylphie? What did you sense as lore cleansed the sources of corruption? You're right, Blow Alex. You're absolutely right. You could make tanks DPSs and then have cooldowns, which just make them tank up, right? I can do dealer's choice if you want me to. If you want to look at the website, that's up to you. I'm cool. I'm easy. I was hearing voices crowd enjoy. I felt their happiness wash over me. The world seemed sharper, more alive. Yeah, so what was happening, what she's describing here, is she allowed some of the ether to flow into her. The pipe was open slightly. In other words, she was able to regenerate some of her ether reserves. So I just wanted to mention that. You got it. Thank you again. I just wanted to mention that because what she's describing is an in-lore, in-character explanation of what it feels like to have your ether be refilled naturally. I'm going to read this out loud in case you missed it. It was hard to explain. It was like hearing voices crowd in joy. I felt happiness wash over me. The world seemed sharper, more alive, almost as if nature was speaking to me. But why did my mother teach me to avoid this side of conjuring? What was she so afraid of? There are certain truths that hide behind the masks of our words, and there is much your mother didn't tell you, but you needn't seek all the answers at once. Even now, your mind founders amidst a sudden inundation of awareness. The first time we connect with nature can be a wonderful but disorienting experience. I suggest you allow yourself some time to adjust to this new perspective. Yes, Guildmaster. You got this, kiddo. You have my gratitude, Laura. Thanks to you, she has taken a most important step. You heard her mention voices crying out in joy. It appears Mother's gift has passed on to the daughter. Such sensitivity is not something one can achieve through meditation and training, but a blessing only a few fortunate chosen receive. And as you have no doubt surmised, Sylphie's mother was one such person. The misunderstanding of that blessing, however, led her down a tragic path. We cannot allow her astonishing talents to consume her in the same manner. But anyways. Yes, I helped her a lot. Thank you. I do the best I can. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness. So, as you can no doubt imagine, the recent revelations concerning her mother have sorely troubled the poor child. It appears she needed some time alone to sort out the whirlwind of emotions which now beset her. She fled from the guild. Oh, great. Fortunately, a party of conjurers who were dispatched have found her. Concerning the importance, I want you to go escort her back. Okay. Done. Okay. So I was double checking something really quick. Yeah, looks like we will finish the class quest today, as predicted. I was hoping we could start the job quest today, but no such luck there. So. Yeah, exactly. Von Falkenstein. Lack of understanding. Dr. Winter says, what you said about Deathwing becoming more important after his death, could the same things be said about Arthas, considering what the Crown did to him? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Especially since, let's be honest, in every way that matters, Arthas died back in Warcraft 3. Oh, he was still there, trapped and imprisoned, and he even had an impact on the story, but yeah. His story really started after that moment. Hello? There's an extensive blight. The shrill, discordant voices of the elements shriek their dismay. Oh, okay. Sylphie used to live there. She had her head buried in some manner of tome, but if she's as sensitive to the elemental's murmurings as I'd led to believe, then the din in her mind must be driving her to distraction. Go help her! That's literally what I'm here for, yes. Of course, you're just right here. Hi! I was prepared to rush off and save her, and she's just right here. Oh, I should have known Wolfie would tattle on me. And Brother Sumi sent you to take me back, huh? This is where my mother used to live, you know, right until she passed on. The folk were grateful for the healing she offered. This journal she used to keep, there's an entry that explains how nature becomes furious when conjurers use their art. How there's always more people wounded in battles when mortals abuse power that is not theirs to take. My mother refused to draw on nature because she was scared of making it angry. She wouldn't lie about such things, and I want to do what she would have done. I'm going to stop using conjuring altogether! I've never heard the voices this mad before. I bet it's because Wolfie and the others are overusing their art. We have to stop them! If someone were to donate for Warcraft 3 non-reforged, would you put it on a list? No. There are issues related thereto. I tend to not like having to jump through that many hoops to get a game playable. And more to the point, there is a questionable legality related thereto right now. Oh, that doesn't look fun. It's so loud, can't you hear it? Nature is shrieking in rage. Yeah. Sean says, what is best in life? My nieces. Dr. Winter says, how would WoW change, or how recognizable be if Illidan had beaten Arthas in Warcraft 3? That's such a massive what-if story that I can't even begin. Like, that would be such a sea change. Oh, wow. A sea change. Sorry, it's a real-life term. It means a change that is so drastic that it's hard to summarize. The invention of writing was a sea change in real life, for example. I know von Falkenstein, but actually there is legitimately some legal gray area there. And I don't like drifting into legal gray area. So... nope. Can't believe nature actually helped us. There's nothing scary about it at all. I might even wonder if it was really safe for conjurers to borrow that power if I hadn't seen the way you wield it. I think I'll go back to the guild. Okay. Well, we'll see if Microsoft successfully purchases Actiblizzard. And if they do, if they decide to change a few things related thereto. Let's be very clear. If I was Microsoft, one of the easiest brownie points they could ever do is say, hey, we're releasing Warcraft 3 again. Either for free or for super cheap, one of the two. Probably super cheap, but I'm talking like $5. And I guarantee you, they would get a lot of brownie points if they did that. A lot of free PR. But then again, it's actually sad how easy it would be to get free PR with anything regarding Blizzard titles right now. Yeah. Blizzard has it, Mike Kamano. Guaranteed. Brother Isumi, I'm sorry I ran away like that. I understand, child. Did you find the answers you sought? Yes, thanks to Lord, he showed me nature was nothing to be afraid of. I think I know why Mother refused to call on it. She believed the act was causing suffering to nature itself. Ah, I see. She was an idiot. It was her love of nature that prevented her from drawing on its strength. Tell me, Sophie, has the fog of indecision lifted from your mind? It has. I understand now why my mother chose the path she did. Full glad am I to hear that, for I must ask you one more question. When you first witnessed Lore cleanse a corrupted element, you mentioned hearing voices. How do they sound? Joyful, like a crowd letting out a cheer. I'm sure you did. This is a gift. Conjurers may sense the power of nature and borrow from it, but not all can hear the whispers. What you describe are the voices of the elementals. You may well possess the talent to become a hearer. Yes, even amongst mages, there are other types of elite mages which you can only be born into. Of course, much relies on your studies, and you have a natural aptitude, but you have lacked commitment. You must not neglect your training. Putting aside such moments, I'm curious to hear about the disturbance. I assume it was of a different magnitude than those previously encountered. Is that correct? This bodes ill. The creatures known as mud pies are not native to Twelveswood. What relation this might have to seemingly ever-increasing frequency? Well, whatever. Something beyond the damage wrought in the calamity afflicts the Twelveswood. I shall commune and seek to identify. And then I'll tell you to go kill it. Disco says, is it possible to make an MMO without healing? Yes. Without question, without hesitation. Wildstar. Now, Wildstar didn't do this, because Wildstar, I don't know why, but they decided not to. So let me explain this really quick. Oh no, you had healing in Asheron's Call. Everyone was a healer in Asheron's Call. That was the thing. So the way this works is, in Wildstar, attacks were telegraphs. All attacks were telegraphs, right? So, you know, I don't have any on me right now, but you know this, and it's... And there it is, it's on the ground. You know what telegraphs are. You know how this works. So all the player attacks were telegraphs. They all had to be aimed. This meant in PvP, for example, it was hypothetically possible to never take damage, because every point of damage was dodgeable. You see where I'm going with this. The mistake Wildstar made was it also added white damage on bosses and enemies, for no good reason, if I might be so bold. So, you could be dodging every single attack, but the boss would still be hitting you, so you still needed healers. You want to get rid of healers, you get rid of unavoidable damage. Bam. That's the step right there. Now, whether that's a good thing or not is a little bit more debatable, because obviously not everyone's going to be able to dodge all the attacks. So maybe having like light heals, or minor heals, or like a, I don't know, a hybrid DPS class that heals as it does DPS, something like that might work. But if you want to get rid of healing in an MMO, that's how you do it. Ah, Lore, your presence is most welcome. I have another task with which your maturing skills are well suited. Expansive wounds that ooze corruption have formed through the forest. After examining them, I can only conclude this phenomenon is the work of a malign agent. It must be found swiftly, lest the corruption spread, and I would have you investigate. Guild bastard. You must let me help. Sylphie? Since I got back from the South Shroud, I've spent all my time studying the forces of nature. I even sat through one of Hero Nolanall's lectures. Wow. The Twelveswood is crying out in pain. My skills are a bit lacking in some areas, but I want to do what I can for the forest. Lacking? Sylphie, you have yet to master a single offensive spell. Without the means to defend yourself, it would be far too dangerous to send you off into the forest alone. So I'm to stay here, then? Not necessarily. Lore! Accompany her. Done. Sylphie, you are to approach it, not to approach any source of corruption without Lore. Do I make myself clear? And should you chance to encounter the origin of these disturbance, do not initiate a confrontation. Too often you allow your curiosity to overwhelm your good sense. Now go. Yes, Guildmaster. Something tells me we should start in Quarry Mill. Hurry! I mean, you're right, Von Falkenstein. They added white damage so healers would be mandatory. But you can see why I'm so frustrated at this, because they were so close to having a situation where they didn't need healers. Or tanks, for that matter. I agree with Ina Michel. Wildstar made a very, very serious problem with its initial game. It was trying very hard to reach out to the hardcore crowd, and it screwed it up. So then they tried to make the game too casual friendly, and they screwed it up. Whoop, whoop. Hang on, let's talk to Sylvie. Okay. Thank you for waiting for me, Sylvie. That was brilliant, but it's only the start. The forest still groans. Northeast. Yeah, exactly. It's a shame. Wildstar had so much potential. Fascinating setting. Wonderful writing. They brought in a lot of really talented writers to flesh out that world, or setting. You mean other than us, Mr. Red? We're really doing well, but there's another one, and it calls to be even more fervently the last. To the east! There was a... I almost feel bad for... Like, my automatic reaction is, don't spoil Wildstar lore, but I realized you can't play Wildstar anymore. Anyways, Wildstar had a really, really, really good plot. Core plot. I think that's all I'm going to say about that right now, because... Nice work. The earth feels healed. Yep, there's another disturbance. Really big. It's hard to describe, but it feels wronger. I know Brother Sumi said we weren't to confront it, but we can't just let it corrupt the forest. And however powerful it is, it can't be more powerful than you. Aww. What I mean to say is I'm willing to risk a scolding if you are. I mean, she's right. So yeah, I'm obviously leaning towards a positive to story for this arc. What are we thinking? The corruption is definitely coming from somewhere around here. She says as she stands right next to the Lich. That's odd. As soon as we arrived, that sense of wrongness felt less. I'd have to double check my notes to get some of the names right, Bragwin, because I don't remember all the names. It was brilliant, though. You know the biggest problem, though, with the story of the plot of Wildstar? When you hit max level, it stopped, and they never continued it. Because the game died. I mean, like they fell apart. They tried to put out a content patch, and that didn't go well. Hello. Oh yeah, there you go. There's a good Darth Vader. Revan, when good aligned. It kind of was, Mr. Red. Wildstar was legit. Great combat engine. Wonderful lore. Nice, unique graphical approach. Amazing world building. Some of the best I've seen in recent memory. Fun quest design. Great plot until it stopped. Great housing. The mounts were okay. They're no Guild Wars 2 mounts, but they were decent mounts. Uh-oh. She's laughing maniacally. We gotta kill her. She's possessed. We just did this in the Thaumaturge quest. Oh, no. She's just happy. Okay, we're cool. We're cool! Did the breeze always feel this good? No. Yes? I can't feel anything in this outfit. Was the ground always this warm? See the aforementioned answer. I'm so glad I finally understand. I just wish I could tell my mother how incredible nature feels. Careful, kid. There's bugs. Things? Yeah, I can't feel in this outfit. In general. Or anything. But you're welcome, kid. I am happy for you. My friend Gary made a jumping puzzle out of his house, Giga Pudding. It was mean. It was a mount mandatory jumping puzzle, if you know what that means, which you probably do. So, for those of you who don't know what that means, obviously you think, well, it's a mount mandatory, it means the jumps are long, right? Yeah, but there's another layer there. For those of you who've never played WildStar, jumping in a mount was literally different. Different arc, different mechanic, different time at which... So, like, the very nature of how long you held down space was different in a mount than it was on foot. It was essentially playing a different character in terms of jumping. So... if you have a jump puzzle that's mount mandatory, it's designed for mount jump style, which is much harder to do because also it's harder to tell where you are in the jump arc, because rather than having this to determine where you are, you have the big old bike, right? Welcome back, Lore. Selfie. Our mission was a success, Guildmaster. Quite. I take it you two conspired to defy my orders? The forest was suffering. We couldn't just walk away. It's not Laura's fault. It's... I thought for a second she said it was my fault. It's not Laura's fault. It's mine. It was all my idea. I take full responsibility. Calm yourself, child. You did nothing I did not foresee. I'm of no mind to lecture you. Gridania is indebted to you for your heroic deeds. The corruption born of Akumon, I'm guessing that was the Ahriman, was taken root in the calamity-weakened soil. There's no telling how much further it might have spread if you had not defeated the creature. If I'm not mistaken, Sylphie, you succeeded in drawing upon the energies of nature during the battle. How did you... Yes, I did. I'm not sure how it happened. I remember thinking how badly I wanted to help Lore, and then suddenly I felt power surging through me. That is as it should be. One does not simply choose to borrow from nature's strength. The mind may command only what the heart permits. In your desperation to help your friend, you opened your heart to nature, and nature responded to need. We must not forget your part on this. It's clear to me, you're a white mage. I have no doubt it will serve you well. Thanks, Teach. So yeah, I'm feeling a story positive there. Which is good. You learned Cure 2! Plus to story. Now, I was supposed to cut off about 10 minutes ago, and I have another stream in about 20 minutes. So, for those of you who will be joining us for D&D tonight, it is Thursday, right? For those of you who will be joining us for D&D tonight, we'll be D&Ding in about half an hour or so. For the rest of you, we will actually be starting the job quests tomorrow. Yay! Starting with the worst one, White Mage and Paladin. Anyways, I do hope to see the rest of you at some point or another.